So what now? Tonks asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. I didn't respond immediately. Instead, I pointed my wand at Charlie Weasley, reviving him with a swift spell. Before he could react, another incantation left my lips, one I never thought I'd have to use, especially not inside Hogwarts. Imperio. Tonks gasped audibly, her wide eyes snapping to me in shock. That was an unforgivable, she exclaimed, grabbing my shoulders. Vicky, how the hell do you even know that spell? Charlie Weasley remained still, his expression slack, his body relaxed. That was the terrifying nature of the Imperio's curse. It didn't bring pain, nor suffering. Instead, it lulled the victim into a serene, almost trance-like state, completely pliable to the caster's will. The other two unforgivables relied on direct force. The Imperio's curse, however, made the victim want to obey. And with my magic reserves, enough to make even Dumbledore himself hesitate, I had no doubt that Charlie would follow my every command. Tonks continued staring at me, her hands tightening on my arms. You do realize what you just did, right? She whispered. Using the Imperio's curse? If they find out. They won't, I cut her off, my voice steady. Besides, if we used Veritaserum, there's a chance they could detect traces of it. That would make both of us criminals. This way, there's no evidence. No way to prove anything. Tonks hesitated but eventually nodded, albeit reluctantly. Fine, she muttered. But this is insane. Insane or not, I had to know the truth. I turned back to Charlie, his blank gaze staring forward. How did you drug Nymphadora, Tonks? Charlie's lips parted, but the words that came out weren't what I expected. I didn't drug Nymphadora, Tonks. I stiffened. What? Tonks and I exchanged a look, confusion evident in both our expressions. Maybe I'd asked the wrong question. Maybe he didn't personally do it. Maybe he had someone else do it for him. Fine. I'd rephrase. Who drugged Nymphadora, Tonks? A pause. Then. I don't know. I frowned. That wasn't right. I glanced at my wand. Was it not working? Was I somehow failing at casting Imperius? Tonks must have been thinking the same thing because she asked, Are you sure you can actually cast Imperius? I turned back to Charlie and decided to test it. Dance like a chicken. Without hesitation, Charlie Weasley flapped his arms, hopping around in an absurd imitation of a chicken. I let out a breath. Yeah, it's working. Tonks shook her head in disbelief, watching Charlie's ridiculous performance. But that meant, he wasn't lying. He truly didn't know. Which left only one explanation. Someone else was pulling the strings. A chill ran down my spine. If my Imperius curse was in full effect, then it wasn't a matter of willpower preventing him from answering, it was something else. I needed answers. And there was only one other tool at my disposal. I pulled out a small vial of Veritaserum. Stop dancing, I ordered, and Charlie froze mid-motion. Take 3 drops of Veritaserum. Charlie took the vial, unscrewed the top, and obediently consumed 3 drops. Within seconds, his eyes glazed over. Tonks and I held our breaths. Who drugged Nymphadora, Tonks? Another pause. Then. I don't know. Tonks let out a strangled noise of frustration. How the hell does he not know? This made no sense. I took a deep breath, forcing myself to think. Then how did you know Tonks was drugged? I asked, narrowing my eyes. I just knew. Tonks groaned, dragging a hand down her face. This is ridiculous, she muttered. Please don't tell me fate whispered in his ear and drugged me. I clenched my jaw. Something was wrong. I couldn't perform legilimency myself, which meant I couldn't search his mind for the truth. But there was someone who could. I pulled out my phone and quickly sent a message to Rio. Come to Hogwarts. Now. I turned back to Tonks. Someone's coming. Don't freak out, okay? She eyed me warily. What the hell did you just use? How did you contact someone? Before I could answer, I felt the distinct shift in the air. Someone had just apparat inside Hogwarts. The door to the room swung open. For a moment, there was nothing. Then, as if appearing from thin air, a cloaked figure materialized before us, pulling back his hood. Tonks went pale. Magneto, she gasped. You're the one Nemuri called. What the hell is happening? Nemuri, I know you have some weird tastes, but this is insane. I nearly choked. My tastes aside, I had more pressing matters. He's the one who can get us answers, I told her. Magneto, or rather Rio, cleared his throat. Ahem. So, what's so urgent that you needed me here? I gestured toward Charlie. I tried Imperius. I tried Veritaserum. Nothing. He's resisting somehow. If I don't have proof, I can't turn him in. Rio studied Charlie, then lifted his wand, muttering a few incantations. After a moment, he turned back to me. He's completely under your Imperius curse, and the Veritaserum is in full effect, he confirmed. If he isn't answering, then there are only two possibilities. Either he took an oath, or his memory has been tampered with. I stiffened. Rio lifted his wand once more. Legilimens. Charlie's body remained still. A few seconds later, Rio lowered his wand, his expression dark. He's been obliviated. Tonks sucked in a sharp breath. If he had taken an oath, I would have seen signs of it in his memories, Rio continued. But instead, there are two blank spots. Someone told him something, then erased it from his mind. My blood ran cold. There was only one person at Hogwarts skilled enough to pull something like this off. I swallowed hard. Albus Dumbledore. Rio nodded grimly. Tonks remained silent, her face a mask of shock. But, Rio added, you can find proof in his room. His trunk is full of amortentia potions, all linked to your friend. His mother supplied them to him, but I doubt that's how Tonks was drugged. Before I could respond, Rio stepped back and disapparated, vanishing as quickly as he arrived. The room fell into silence. I clenched my fists. This wasn't over. Not by a long shot. Ha! With the wards no longer under my control, I could no longer monitor the school as I once did. Damn it. Lady Ravenclaw, what does that child even know? Acting on nothing but hatred, she expelled Severus, disrupted the order, and demanded change. Did she truly believe she was doing the right thing? Could she not see that everything I had done was for the greater good? Why couldn't they understand? Ever since Magneto appeared, nothing had gone according to my plan. I had wished, hoped, that Severus would still be here. At least he understood how fragile the balance was. The centuries-old feud between Slytherin and Gryffindor wasn't something we could simply erase. If we, as educators, meddled too much, the resentment would only deepen. And this nonsense about hiring a teacher to educate Muggleborns about wizarding society. If she continued on this path, she would destroy the delicate balance that kept our world stable. It needed to remain, for the greater good. And now, as if that weren't enough, Harry Potter's letter had yet to be delivered. That could only mean two things. He was dead, which was highly unlikely. He was under a Fidelius charm. I had to find him. Somehow. If I couldn't bring him to Hogwarts before next term, the future would be ruined. The Philosopher's Stone was already secured within the castle, and I had no doubt that Tom would come for it. Harry had to be here. Without him, my plans would fall apart. He must die, for the greater good. Ha! At the very least, I had arranged something to keep Miss Ravenclaw occupied. If only I could have drugged her directly, I could have controlled her more easily. But no, her damn lady's ring nullified all potions and poisons the moment they enter her body. So, I had to settle for the next best thing, Nymphadora Tonks. She was the perfect pawn, the perfect distraction. Through her, I could keep Miss Ravenclaw occupied. But now, without access to the school's wards, I was blind to what was happening beyond this room. The elves were my only source of information. Even the portraits were no longer under my command. Then, suddenly, the door slammed open. Amelia Bones strode in, flanked by several Aurors. Behind them, Charlie Weasley stood in cuffs, stunned and unresponsive. And there, beside them, were Vicky Ravenclaw and Nymphadora Tonks. My heart nearly stopped. Dear Merlin. Had he been caught? But how? I had erased all connections between him and the potion. He knew that Tonks had been drugged, yes, but I made sure he had no idea who did it or how. Albus, stay calm. Play it cool. I forced my usual calm expression and folded my hands. Ah, Amelia, to what do I owe the pleasure? And might I ask why young Charlie is in cuffs? My voice remained even, but as I attempted to probe their minds, I found resistance. TCH. She brought Aurors trained in occlumency. Madam Bones, ever the professional, didn't flinch. It's Madam Bones while I'm on duty, Dumbledore, she corrected coldly. Then, with a brief gesture toward Charlie, she continued, he has been arrested for the possession of amortentia, linked directly to Nymphadora Tonks. He has already used it on her. My stomach twisted. He was carrying amortentia? How could I have overlooked that? I needed to defuse this before it escalated any further. Ah, surely this must be some misunderstanding, I said with a grandfatherly smile. Perhaps a prank gone wrong? As I spoke, I shifted my focus to Tonks, attempting to slip into her mind instead. Reading Vicky's thoughts would have been preferable, but her cursed family ring made that impossible. I reached into Tonks' mind, only to be blocked. I nearly frowned. Interesting. Her mental shields were weak, I could break through them if I wanted to, but the moment I did, she would know. I don't care if it was a prank or not, Amelia interrupted firmly. Amortentia is illegal, and as head of the DMLE, I will do my duty and arrest Charlie Weasley. I kept my expression neutral, but my mind raced. I had to save Charlie. The Weasleys were my supporters. Losing them would be unacceptable. Surely, Madam Bones, we can be reasonable. He is still just a boy. We must be forgiving, must we not? Young people make mistakes. I was mid-sentence when Vicky Ravenclaw cut me off. I don't care how old he is, she said coldly. I will not have a student like him sully the Ravenclaw name. My breath hitched. I could not afford to lose control here. Please, Miss Ravenclaw, I tried again, my voice laced with gentle reasoning. We must give him a chance to redeem himself. That's Lady Ravenclaw to you. Her voice was sharp, cutting through my words like a blade. She continued, her expression unrelenting. I don't care what you choose to do with him after he leaves this office, but after tonight, he will never step foot in Hogwarts again. Rage flared within me. How dare she? I was Albus Dumbledore, no mere child would defy me. But I forced my anger down. I had to remain composed. Lady Ravenclaw, I said, shifting my tone to disappointment instead, surely you would not destroy a young man's education over a simple prank? You are a Ravenclaw, you understand the value of learning. A final attempt. A psychological strike, one aimed at her pride, at her heritage. But the look in her eyes sent a shiver down my spine. She knew. She had predicted my every move. Just like she had during the board meeting. Just like when she removed Severus. And then, she spoke. It wasn't a prank, Professor. Her words dripped with venom. He drugged my friend. He would have taken advantage of her if I hadn't stopped him. This wasn't a prank, this was an assault. The final nail in the coffin. The room fell into silence. There was nothing I could say. I exhaled slowly. Fine. Let him be arrested. He was a pureblood, the courts would side with him. Especially over a half-blood like Nymphadora, whose mother had already been disowned. I sighed dramatically, letting disappointment color my features. Ha! I am truly disappointed in you, Lady Ravenclaw. I never thought you would destroy a young man's future. Tonks hesitated, shifting uncomfortably. Good. A seed of doubt planted. But it wasn't enough. Vicky Ravenclaw had outmaneuvered me. As they turned to leave, I forced myself to remain composed. The Aurors led Charlie away, and I watched as my control over Hogwarts slipped further from my grasp. The moment they were gone, I spun toward the Flu network. If Charlie had Amortentia on him, then there was only one person who could have brewed it. Molly Weasley. I needed to warn her. I grabbed a handful of Flu powder, tossing it into the flames. Molly, it's urgent. Open the Flu, I'm coming over. The flames flared, and Molly's voice responded. Of course, Professor. And just like that, I stepped through.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
The trial of Charlie Weasley proceeded just like I have thought it would. I just hope Nemuri doesn't pulls out an Obito to correct this rotten world. Even though she is currently gone into enchanting stuff, but the risk is still there. Yeah, if she wants to go Obito in this world, then I would obviously support her because this world truly needs some salvation. So, how is your progress? I asked Nemuri, who was tirelessly working on enchantments. Since Nemuri is 17, she has stopped using the aging potion. I am still learning and experimenting with some simple enchantments. I have still a long way to go before I can make something similar to my ring, Nemuri said, while her head was still buried in the huge tome she has been reading till now. It has been just a week since the trial and Nemuri had started to learn this new genre. This made me really proud and shocked that she gave up reading porn temporarily to learn enchanting. The incident to her best friend being drugged must have impacted her massively. She now wants to make something like her lady ring, not all the functions, she just wants to replicate the mental protections in the lady ring she wears, and Momo have been helping her with the project. If she is able to finish this, then it would be really helpful because we would also stop needing the neutralizing potions during our time in Hogwarts. For now, it's okay. We can't force our way through or it might cause some accident. I don't want to blow up my face during enchanting after all, Momo replied from the side. She was also studying a huge tome. It was a grimoire to be exact. It wasn't one of my objectives to learn enchanting, but I won't dare to say that if learned, it won't be overpowered. But I wanted to avoid it because it was really dangerous. Accidents happen, and if they happen during enchanting, then losing a hand is just small accident because most times someone loses their whole upper body. That is why I am present here, so if any accidents happen I can protect Nemuri and Momo using my Aegis shield. Rumi was Rumi, so she was busy with her physical training as usual. Now that I think of it, it's really surprising how quickly the time passes. Wow, it has been 7 years. 7 fucking years since we have come to this world. In 2 more months we would be starting Hogwarts. I have finished most of the things I wanted to do and my training has been also going on smoothly. The girls also have been working tirelessly and now they have progressed leaps and bounds. I think it would be really great to take a small break, and even if Momo doesn't show it, but I know she misses her parents and Eri. I shouldn't say that as I also miss my mom and dad. Then it's decided that I will be going to MHA World for a small break. Girls, I think we should take a break. All of us have been working really hard since we have arrived in this world, I said, breaking out both Nemuri and Momo from their studies. But where? Let's go to Japan. I really miss the Sakura Blossom, Momo said. Yay, let's go Japan. I want to get some Japanese porn for my collection, Nemuri said in an excited voice while stars formed in her eyes. Even though I clearly heard Nemuri, I decided to ignore her. A pervert is always a pervert and Nemuri is a super pervert, after all. Well, then, let's inform Rumi. We would be going tomorrow, I said, and Momo pulled out her phone and called Rumi. They wanted to visit Japan. In a way we will be going to Japan, so I didn't try to correct their mistake. Rumi also got happy when she learned that we would be visiting Japan for a vacation before we start Hogwarts. The rest of the day passed in a quick pace. All 4 of us were really excited for the vacation. We decided not to have sex because we would be leaving early in the morning. So, the 3 of them just cuddled together in the bed. We woke up next day really early and entered the shower together. Even though Nemuri wanted a quick shag, but she was stopped by the 3 of us. We quickly got ready. Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri started to brace themselves for the uncomfort they would feel due to long-distance portkaya, but a portal appeared right in front of us. Seeing the portal, Momo was the first one to react. Momo immediately turned towards me and pulled me into a tight embrace. This is really a good surprise, Momo whispered into my ears. Soon the 2-way turned into a 4-way hug. Nemuri and Rumi also joined the hug. Nemuri made a comment about how she was going to sharpen her memory with modern porn, but like always we ignored her. The 4 of us quickly entered the portal and we were back in the backyard of Yayo Rosa compound. It was evening here. This air is really polluted. Rumi took a deep breath and frowned. We were already back in our old body and the clothes on our body also grew. God's magic is really powerful. All of us immediately walked inside the house and Momo went looking for her mom and dad while I went towards my house. Nemuri and Rumi decided to follow me. I don't know how much time passed since we left this world, but I don't think that this world was in status. I knocked on the door and after a few seconds my mom opened the door. I greeted her with my usual smile on my face. How are you, Mom? I asked her, but my mom didn't answer and pulled me into her motherly hug. She didn't cry, so I guess not much time has passed. I am so happy that you came back, but I still didn't expect you to come back so quickly, my mom said while looking at me. Now, I really want to know how much time has passed here. Nov, L, B /JNN. How much time has passed since we left this world? I asked her. It has been a month since you left, so how was your new world? My mom said while bringing me inside our house and said with a gentle smile on her face. So, only a month has passed her while we were there for about 7 years. The new world is nice. We were there for 7 years even though only a month passed here, I said. My mom was quite surprised and shocked that 7 years has passed while only a month passed in this world. My mom was about to something, but she was pulled into a hug by Nemuri. Gah. My mom grunted out while trying to get out of the hug but found out Nemuri was too strong for her escape. Mom, your best daughter-in-law has returned, Nemuri said in an excited voice, completely ignoring the dead look my mom was giving her. Seeing no way out, my mom finally returned Nemuri's hug. Even though my mom somewhat accepted Nemuri as her daughter-in-law, she was still somewhat uncomfortable. It's really amusing to see their interaction. Nemuri finally allowed my mom to let go. Rumi was the next to hug her. My mom was quite okay with her, so she happily accepted Rumer's hug. After that the 4 of us sat down and started to chat about the interesting things we found in HP World. Even though we kept all the sad and depressing things from her, my mom was also excited learning that magic was real. Apparently when she was small she believed in magic. Soon, Dad also arrived and was surprised to see that I was back. After that I chatted with Dad while the Yayo Rosas came to our house. Momo was hugging Eri all the time and wanted to keep her away from Nemuri. Everyone in the house unanimously agreed with Momo, which made Nemuri pout, but unfortunately she wasn't able to do anything. Nemuri and Rumi helped in the kitchen while the whole family decided to have a family dinner in our house. Even though our house wasn't that big, but our new dining table was really big. After graduation from UA High, I became a pro hero, so I upgraded the furniture in our house. I wanted to change house, but my mom and dad really liked it here, so the idea of changing house have to be thrown out of the window. We really enjoyed our time. Momo was really happy to meet her parents and Eri after 7 years. I was also same way. We decided to stay here for 2 weeks here. I knew from God that time won't pass in HP World when we stay here. After the family dinner we chatted about several stuff before we finally decided to call it a day. Just like Rio and others have thought, the economy of magical Britain really collapsed. Nemuri had arranged a meeting for the peoples who wanted to discuss new terms, but most of them entailed giving her a home husband. Some offered men were so old that even original Nemuri had to call them granddad. Many saw that Nemuri rejecting all the men offered, so they thought that she might be a witch's witch, so they started to offer women. Nemuri rejected them too. By the end of the meeting, Nemuri was wondering that she shouldn't have bothered with this meeting at all. Since the meeting didn't go like the indebtors wanted, they had to pay all the money they owed to the Ravenclaws. That left most of them to shambles. The ones who were left with money, they had to close their business because their remaining funds were not enough to run the business. The prominent families who owed the Ravenclaws money, they also had to empty the most part of their vaults to return the money. They enjoyed the money till now since the Ravenclaws were extinct and there was no one to claim all those money, and now they had to pay not only the money but interest on top of that. That made them bleed. Only a few families were spared from this situation, like the Weasleys, Bones, Longbottoms, and Potters. They were rich enough themselves that they didn't have to borrow any money from the Ravenclaws. Families like Blacks were unlucky. Unfortunately, Sirius had to give up a lot of his fortunes to pay off the debt of his family, not that he minded in the slightest. In fact, he looked quite happy while handing over the money to Ravenclaws. Malfoys have arrived in Britain before Ravenclaws were gone, so they had to borrow money so that they can establish their family here, and they had to pay dearly for that now. Carrows, Crabs, Goyles, Crouch, Lestrange, Notts, Rosiers, Selwyns, Traverse, and Yaxleys also paid dearly because of this debt collection. Many of their businesses just went out like that. Lestrange's and Traverse whole vault wasn't even enough to pay off the debts, so some of their properties were also seized. Now that the Lestranges were all off to the Death's Realm, no one was able to complain. Torquil Traverse made a lot of racket, but there wasn't anything he could have done. Yeah, he tried spouting about Nemuri being a half-blood, but no one wanted to support him on this useless campaign, as even they lost a lot. They wanted Lady Ravenclaw as their enemy. Gaunts were dirt poor when they died off, so Nemuri got nothing from the Gaunts. So, Rio's aim was achieved. He wanted the Death Eaters to run on coffers, and now he achieved that. There was a simple reason to do this. Rio knew that Moldy Short's gonna be back and he would be raising another war. After he can't kill Moldy Shorts, and Rio had doubts that Harry would be kill him when he rises up. No matter how much Harry trains, he can't bridge the gap of raw strength in between them. No matter what kind of monster Tom was, but no one would argue that Tom isn't a strong wizard on par with Dumbles. And even if Harry somehow closes the gap of raw strength between the two of them, he will still lack the experience Tom has. Now, even if Harry was getting trained by Sirius, but he was worlds apart from Tom's power. In the books, Harry survived a lot of confrontations between them, but Rio knows that Lady Luck's role was in there somewhere. If Rio was in Tom's place, then he would have killed Harry just in first year, as Rio always believed in nipping in the bud before it blooms. So, now when the matter of wars, you need money to raise them. Now, from what Rio knew, Moldy Shorts didn't claim Slytherin's heirship, so he didn't money from there. Gaunts were poorer than Weasleys, so Gaunts are also crosses off. So, Tommy Boy got his funds from his followers. Now, almost all of his followers had their pockets clean out. After all, you can't raise a war on empty pockets. Rio could have specifically pointed out the Death Eaters and taken the debts from their families, but he wanted to empty Dumbledore's pockets too. If no side had any money, then no side would be able to push the other. The members of Order of Phoenix also lost a huge amount of money. And Rio always wanted to collapse the economy of some place, and this was such a nice chance to ever give up. Now, when the whole magical Britain was facing a dark time because their economy collapsed, the people responsible for this were sitting near the fireplace, cuddled together in their vacation home on the snowy mountains of Russia. POV Rio, Edgar. After we came back here from MHA World after enjoying 2 weeks of break in our original world, I decided to continue the break and came to our vacation home in Russia. Neither of the girls have been to any vacation on mountains, so here we were. This was our last day here. We would be going back. I have already read about the dark times in Britain, but I don't care in the slightest. Why the hell would I do that? This works really great for my plans. But, some articles on Nemuri printed by the Daily Prophet were not nice. Now that I think of it, most magicals are sheep and believe whatever shit written on the paper, or the smear campaign on Harry in his fifth wouldn't have worked. Nemuri, I need you to do something, I said, looking down on Nemuri, who was cuddling over me. She was by my left side. She immediately lifted her head and looked towards me with a stupid grin on her face. I don't know why she even had that expression on her face. She might been having some perverted thoughts and found them interesting. Yeah, what is it? Nemuri asked me. By the Daily Prophet, I need to control the information source of magical Britain, I said, while Nemuri got a confused look on her face. If this is because of the things they wrote about me, then you don't have to. Nemuri started to speak, but Momo cut her off. No, it's because magical people are sheep and they blindly believe whatever tripe or shit they write on their paper. It would be really nice to have control over that. And now you could, but the whole business dirt cheap. Now that everything related to the economy has collapsed, Momo, who was on my right side, corrected Nemuri. Oh, okay. I will arrange a meeting with their boss after we get back to Britain, Nemuri said, and the stupid grin came back on her face. Only by that I knew that she went back to her perverted little world. POV Nemuri, Vicky. After having a month of nice vacation, I was finally back in Britain. Well, actually it was only 2 weeks because the time when we were in our original world time was frozen here, and we enjoyed only 2 weeks in our vacation home of Russia. Today, I was gonna bring Tonks over to Castle Ravenclaw for a small tour, so Rio, Momo, and Rumi were in our mundane flat. Finally getting dressed in mundane clothes, I operated out of the castle and arrived right out of the Tonks residence. It's just like I remembered. I went up to their door and was about to knock, but the door opened. It was Tonks who opened the door. She must have waiting right in front of the door. How long you have been waiting here? I asked her, giving her a blank stare. Tonks had the decency to blush due to her embarrassment because her hair changed slightly red. Sometimes she is just an easy book to read. Tonks finally gathered all her bearings. I don't know what you are talking about. I heard someone operating, so I came to check, Tonks said, trying to make up a decent lie. Yeah, right, then let's go going, but let me greet Mr. and Mrs. Tonks first, I said the first part in a blank tone. Well, my mom is out for groceries while my dad is in his office, Tonks said, and grabbed my hand and pulled me inside. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Now, spill up, how do you know Magneto? Tonks asked in a whispering tone. First let me off to Castle Ravenclaw, we can talk freely there, I said to that. Tonks nodded. I extended my hand, which she grabbed on. Hold tightly, this is gonna be rough, I said, and sighed along upright, taking Tonks with me. We arrived right outside the castle gates and Tonks sprawled on her ass, OPP's arse, due to the distance. Tonks? Are you okay there? I asked in a smug grin. Tonks just glared at me while getting up from the ground and dusted off her pants. You did that intentionally? Tonks exclaimed at me and continued glaring. Oh, I don't know, what are you talking about, I said, and gestured her towards the front. Tonks gave me another stink eye and looked what I was showing her. Her eyes grew wide as much as possible and her jaw hanged open. Don't catch a fly with that, I said, and closed her mouth. I poured my magic in the ring and the huge metal opened wide and I walked in. I heard Tonks coupled down and entered the premises while following me. While walking down path, Tonks was completely silent. She was looking all around like a small kid. We finally arrived right in front of the gates when Tonks grabbed my arm, stopping me. I looked at her and she was looking at me with a myriad of expressions. I read the paper, she finally spoke. Yeah, so what about it? I don't care what they write about me, I said, and waved my hand. No, I am asking why you did that, Tonks said with a serious voice, but she continued. You know, you made the whole magical Britain your enemy, right? Tonks said, to which I just nodded my head. Then why? Tonks asked me in complete bewilderment. Magneto asked me. I was saying, but before I could finish she cut me off. Why? What's your connection with him? I don't think it's still enough to make whole magical Britain your enemy, Tonks said with a serious voice. There is huge plot behind that, and some of us are fighting to stop it. Magneto might seem to be the bad guy, but it's actually the opposite, or else Amelia Bones and your parents won't have joined our cause, I said to Tonks. Tonks was really shocked and surprised that her parents have joined Magneto's side, and Amelia Bones joining him was much more surprising. Tonks have read about Amelia Bones because she wanted to know her future department head. Then tell me what this plot is. After some minutes passed, Tonks finally spoke up with determination filled in her eyes. I grabbed Tonks' shoulder and operated both of us to our garden. I gestured her towards the seat and I sat down opposite to her. Well, this goes back to the year of 1980. With that the tale started. While Nemuri was off to meet Tonks and give her a small tour in Castle Ravenclaw, I was thinking about making my next evil, ahem, nice and good plans. Now, the news of Harry Potter leaving Britain would be coming out. From what I know, Harry would be attending either Beauxbatons or Drumstrang. So, I could easily manipulate the information and make Dumbles take the whole blame for Harry leaving Britain permanently. But even if I own the Daily Prophet, that is really hard to do because there is no information to begin with. Yes, everyone knows that Dumbles is the one who is responsible for Harry now, and Dumbles is hiding their hero for now, so they would ask questions and rage on Dumbles, but he could just pass it off lightly. But if the whole truth comes out about Harry's childhood, then that is a completely different matter. I am sure that he would at least lose one of his positions, and it would be massive blow to his reputation. Now, I know only person who will be able to excite the public more with her words, and she has a reputation of destroying reputations with her vicious articles. The name of the person is Rita Skeeter, the illegal waterbed El Animagus. I know she is vicious with her articles, that's why she would be the best for this situation. Yeah, she could turn on me with any given chance, that is why I would be making her take an unbreakable vow one way or other. So, Rita Skeeter it is. Now, let's think about the most troublesome Death Eaters. Lucius Malfoy is my #1 priority, but I am conflicted. Should I kill him now and rip off the memory related to diary from his mind, or wait for my second year when he willingly gives away the diary and after that kill him? Ah, so many choices, so little time. Alas, I should get my plan moving with Rita Skeeter. I would also need her help to announce that 3 more Ravenclaw heirs are found by inheritance test. The time of hiding is gone. Now, each of the girls are strong enough to fight Dumbles and come on top. I quickly got up and opened my trunk. My armor is there along with aging potions. I quickly gulped down the potion and changed into my armor. I walked out of my trunk and went to look for Momo. I found Momo in front of a huge wall-sized LED TV, obviously made by her powers, and she was playing a game on a PS5. This is also made by her. Ah, it's quite nice to see that she is doing something else than reading tomes and grimoires. Where's Rumi? I asked her. Momo paused the game and looked at me. Oh, she went out jogging. Where are you going? Momo answered and asked me, looking curious. Because every time I went out in this armor I usually make some news. I am going to visit Harry. I need his help make one of my plans work, I said, to which Momo nodded and went back to playing. After getting that done, I operated out of the flat and appeared in the backyard of Black Vacation Home. Harry's head immediately popped out of the window and waved at me. After a few seconds Harry and Sirius both walked out of the house. Good morning, Harry. How is it going, Sirius? I greeted both of them, to which both of them greeted back. Since it was early morning we decided to sit outside and I conjured 3 chairs and a table right between us. Harry, I will be needing your help with something I said, to which both Harry and Sirius were slightly surprised, but Harry still nodded his head. Wait, would you mind if I get someone else? This would be a big move that would shake up what's remaining of magical Britain, I said, to which both Sirius and Harry agreed. Seeing them agree, I immediately operated out and appeared outside the Bones Manor. It's time to get bonesy, and irking her is just a bonus. I walked through the wards casually like they didn't even exist, and immediately the door opened and an irritated Amelia came out. I hate you, can't you come like a normal person? Amelia asked while glaring at me. But where would be any fun in that, I said, and 2 veins popped on Amelia's head. Amelia, we would be going somewhere. I will be waiting here, I said to her. This made her lose her irritation and nodded her head. She immediately went inside. It has been a few minutes and I was still waiting down here getting bored, so I pulled out my phone and started to browse pictures. Goddamn, did she find out that we are going to meet her unmarried husband? Only after a few seconds she came out in her usual Madame Bones attire. She looked at my phone and I could see curiousness in her eyes, but I put it in my pocket. So where are we going? Amelia asked me, giving up her curiosity. To meet your unmarried husband, I said in a jolly voice. This made Amelia give me blank stare, but before she could say anything I placed my hand on her shoulder. Wait. Only this came out of her mouth before she found herself in a completely different surroundings. Amelia. Sirius said, quite surprised and scared, while Amelia head whisked towards the voice and glared at him without answering and huffed. Her face was now pointing towards the sky. She portrayed a pure blood witch masterfully. How surprising. I didn't know you could make a pose like that, I said, commenting. That's not it. Amelia exclaimed, completely out of her usual stern persona, but how her relationship is with me, it was quite usual. Amelia. I know. Sirius started to say, but Amelia just huffed and looked away. Even though it was really amusing to see their interaction, I decided to put a stop to it for now because there were more important topic at our hand now. Sirius, you can chat with her all you want, but we have much more important stuff to talk about now. Amelia, please take a seat, I said. This brought back both Amelia and Sirius down to earth. Amelia quickly got her professional look and sat down on the chair I conjured for her. She quickly greeted Harry. Sirius, seeing that there was no option, sat down. So, what did you needed my help with? Harry asked me. This made both Amelia and Sirius turn their heads towards me. I want you to give an interview about your childhood with the Drursleys, I said, and immediately got an answer. No, not happening. Harry had barely forgotten that hell, and I won't let him live up those memories again, Sirius said with a serious face. But I kept my eyes on Harry, who was still thinking. But why? How would it help you? Harry finally asked. I guess you won't be attending Hogwarts, right? I asked Harry, to which he nodded his head. I planning to go to Beauxbatons, Harry said, to which I nodded my head. Now, from next month Hogwarts is starting, so news will be out that you have left Britain and went to France. Dumbles will be blamed, but he could still do damage control, saying that you were not safe here, so he sent you to Beauxbatons. I was saying, but Amelia pitched in and gave her thoughts on the topic. Yes, this would somewhat ruin his reputation, and questions will be asked if he is senile or not, but he would come out unscathed more or less. But from how Mr. Black reacted, I expect that Harry's childhood wasn't happy as we were made to believe, right? Amelia finished making her point. Hearing her, Harry just snorted while both me and Sirius nodded out heads. But if we release the whole story via Harry's interview, then it would make the wrath of whole Britain come down on Albus Dumbledore, because he becomes the sole reason why Harry left Britain and hates this place. With the current situation of magical Britain, Dumbledore will be unable to do a lot and lose much of his support, I said with a happy voice. Hearing me, Harry nodded his head. Fine. I will give the interview, Harry said, but Sirius looked unsure. Nov. L.B//JNN. Are you sure, pup? You never talked about it. Sirius began to say with clear concern for Harry in his voice, but Harry pitched in. Yes, Sirius. I need to speak about it sometime, and from what Magneto plans, this will be a good time, Harry said with clear determination in his voice. It's good and all, but who are you going to use? Anonymous source wouldn't work, you know, Amelia said, looking at me. Of course I know that. I already have someone in my mind. So, what do you think about Rita Skeeter? I asked the group. No way in hell I will let that bitch anywhere near Harry, Sirius said with a determined voice. Ignore the idiot. I completely agree with you that if you want to ruin someone, then Rita Skeeter would be the best, but are you sure that she won't betray us or you and turn on us? Amelia said, completely ignoring Sirius, even calling him an idiot. Hey, I am not an idiot, Sirius protested, but he was again ignored. Yes. I plan to make her take an unbreakable vow, I said, to which Amelia looked quite skeptic. From what I know about that woman, she would never take even a normal oath, and you can't use Imperious Curse to make someone take an unbreakable vow. Magic itself won't let you. So what's your plan? Amelia asked me. I never ever imagined that head of the DMLE would not mind someone using an unforgivable, Sirius said, and yet he was again ignored. You don't have to worry. Pain can sometimes be a nice motivation, I said, to which Amelia nodded her head. Hey, stop ignoring me, both of you. Sirius screamed, but still got no reaction from us. Then Cruciatus Curse it is. Well, I don't mind. Not that I can stop you. Would you mind if I accompany you? After all, I want to see her reaction when she sees me with you, Amelia said, and a sadistic smile appeared on her face. Perhaps you hate that woman? I asked Amelia. I have never expected that she would want to come with me when I use some motivation methods for someone to join my merry band. I don't hate her. I loathe her whole being, Amelia said while gritting her teeth. Wow, that bug must have done something really bad to get on Amelia's bad side. Sure. I will take you back now. I will pick you up before I visit my next victim, ahem ally. Both of you stay up. I will come with Rita Skeeter later, I said and grabbed Amelia's shoulder but didn't apparate. I gestured towards Sirius, to which she shook her head. After getting confirmation that she didn't want to talk with Sirius, I apparatted out and appeared in front of Bones Manor with Amelia. It was already night and I went back to Amelia's office and brought her here with me. Both of us were currently standing over the building of Daily Prophet. She is a late-night worker. She collects all the stories and scoops she can during the whole day and then comes back here to add spice in them, I said to Amelia. Now, how did I know that? Because I ripped the information from some random guy who has been working in the Daily Prophet for about more than 13 years. I didn't tell Amelia that because she didn't need to know, but I think she had an idea. Looks like your information was right, Amelia said, pointed towards a blonde woman. My information is never wrong, you know. I pay extra attention while collecting details, I said and looked towards Rita Skeeter, who finally entered the building. Yes, of course, after all you like to rip out information from people's heads, right? Amelia said and gave me a stink eye. Looks like Amelia did have an idea how I collected information. Well, who cares if she knows or not? But how were you sure that she won't use flu? Amelia asked me, looking quite confused. I unfolded an invisibility cloak and handed it over to Amelia. She is a gossiper. She likes to gossip, so she always travels on foot if not apparenting. For your information, I also ripped this little bit of information from someone's mind, I said, and Amelia muttered something about innocent people and all and put on the invisibility cloak. With my powers, I was still keeping a notice of where Rita was currently in the building. After waiting for a few minutes, she was completely alone, and from her position I guess this was her office. Usually I would have just walked through the place like I own it, but this time I decided to sneak in because if someone saw me taking Rita Skeeter, then they would know that she or her stories were compromised, and I can't let that happen. I gestured Amelia with my hand to follow him. I slowly floated in the air and made Amelia float behind me. I heard a small yelp. Hee. I will tease her later with that. Both me and Amelia finally arrived by Rita's office window. Her back was towards the window. She was happily humming some song while writing something. She must be planning to ruin someone. Now that I think of it, the invisibility cloak was completely unnecessary. Well, it's better to have it on hand rather than needing it and not having it. I placed my hand on Amelia's shoulder and used Flash Step to teleport inside Rita's office without tripping the wards. I quickly cast my usual wards along with the strongest silencing charms and notice me not charms around the room. I was behind her and she was currently writing her enchantingly nasty story, so she didn't notice me. Hello Rita, it's nice to meet you. I said, finally breaking the silence, and Rita jumped up, fell on her table due to the scare. She somehow managed to pull herself off and pointed her wand towards me. This was the moment she finally saw me and her face paled, making her look like devoid of blood. Magneto, what are you doing here? Rita stuttered but somehow gathered her unusual journalist courage and asked me. Yeah, you see, I read some of your stories and I thought that I should personally pay you a visit, I said while looking around her office. I didn't seem to pay any attention to her. Amelia was still under her invisibility cloak, so Rita only saw me. You see, I like your talent and I find myself in immediate need of your expertise. I hope you can understand, right? I said, asserting the point of joining me. I would never join a Dark Lord. Everyone will know I would be missing if you kill me, or do something to me. You can't, Imperious, because someone would find out and report it to Amelia Bones. At first Rita stuttered and then with a smug face proclaimed. I don't know how the brain of magical people work, they are really fucking daft. Are you perhaps speaking about this Amelia Bones? I said ANS with a dramatic manner. Amelia pulled off her invisibility cloak. Rita's eyes grew completely wide and started at Amelia with a hanging jaw. It's nice to meet you, Miss Skeeter. I look forward to what you are going to write next, Amelia said in a stern voice. How? Rita asked Amelia in a horrified voice. Did she already believe that this was Amelia? In this world anyone can change face with a polyjuice potion, and she didn't thought that this Amelia could be a fake one? Yup, there is no hope of magical Britain. You don't need to know, Amelia said and kept glaring at Rita. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Fine, what I have to do? Rita asked, turning her head towards me. She must be really daft if she thinks that I would just let her go. Take an unbreakable vow, I said in a joy tone. This made Rita even more horrified. No, I won't do that. You can't make me, Rita said, looking completely serious. See, I told you, Amelia said from my side. Yeah, but remember what I told you, I said and pulled my wand and pointed it towards Rita. This made Rita go pale again, but the spell I cast almost made her soul leave her body. Crucio, as soon as the spell hit Rita, she dropped on the ground and started to write in pain while screaming. Tears started to flow down her eyes. After 5 seconds I finally lifted the spell and Rita stopped screaming. She was still on the floor and was breathing heavily. I will take the vow. Tell me what to say. Rita finally caught her breath and whispered. See, pain is the best motivator, I said, looking at Amelia in a happy voice, showing her my point. A tick mark appeared on her head. Now, the problem was any oaths she takes using my name is useless because there is no way I am tell her my real name. I don't mind Amelia knowing it since I trust her now, but it's completely different in Rita's case. Amelia, I think it would be a lot better if she comes under your wing because I won't be always available so she could find a loophole and write shit about your department, I said to Amelia. At first she looked surprised but then a small smile appeared on her face. Amelia really hates Rita. Amelia pulled out a parchment from Rita's table and wrote down the oath. Rita took the paper and made an unbreakable vow to Amelia. Amelia immediately gave her some commands that she should not write or tell or say anything related to this night to others. Amelia was a good choice as she closed off all the loopholes the bug could have used to escape. Now, Rita, I have 2 awesome pieces of story for you. The first one, you can print tomorrow, but the next should be published on September 1st, I said, and I could immediately see Rita's eyes started to sparkle. I just crocheted her for goodness sake, and she is like this. Are all magical people this weird? 3 new Ravenclaw heirs are found. They would be starting Hogwarts this year. Edgar Ravenclaw, Alice Ravenclaw, and Roxanne Ravenclaw. Make them appear in a nice image. I would appreciate that. After all, Ravenclaws are my allies, I said. Hearing me, Amelia wasn't surprised that Ravenclaws were my allies, but she did react when I said that 3 Ravenclaw heirs are found. Rita was completely different story. She was already writing down everything with stars in her eyes. She didn't even use her quick quill. Surprising. Now, what's the next news? Rita asked me, slightly excited. We have to go somewhere else to get you that story. With that, Amelia grabbed Rita's shoulder while I grabbed Amelia's and operated out. Ha, Harry Potter. Rita was the first one to speak up after arriving inside the Black Mansion in France. Rita Skeeter, I give you an exclusive interview with Harry Potter, I said in a dramatic manner, to which Amelia just snorted. Sirius didn't know what to make of it and Harry just gave me a blank stare. So, what was the magic you used to make me float? Amelia asked me when I took her back to Bones Manor. It wasn't a magic, it's kind of my natural power. I was kind of born with it, I said. I just hope that she gives up on that. No matter how much she tries, no one can learn this magic. I see. So what's your real name? Are you ever going to tell me that? Amelia asked, looking at me intently. Honestly, I have wondered how long I could hide it from her, but she seemed to have found out. It's not that I mind. Amelia is a smart witch, so it would be kind of disappointing if she didn't figure it out. After all, I gave her a lot of signs. Edgar Ravenclaw, I said. Well, now that she had asked it and we have known each other for about 5 years now, I know I can trust her. Amelia was completely surprised when she heard me, but that didn't last for long as she went into her thoughts. You are pretty amazing if you can take a magical oath with a fake name. So how old are you exactly? Amelia asked me with a knowing smile. She must have some idea about my age. I am 11. I am going to attend Hogwarts from this term, I said, and Amelia just nodded her head in confirmation. Now, a lot of people would call me stupid for revealing all these secrets to her, but Amelia is one of my strongest ally, and if she knows the truth she would be able to support me openly. I am not naive that I would think that everything in Hogwarts would like I have planned. Some could still attack me even with my Ravenclaw title. After all, we would be dirtying a noble name. Amelia could give me her support during a wizard's duel. After all, deaths are pretty common in those. And seeing Amelia's reaction, she must have reached the same conclusion. She connected the dots as soon as I have told her my name. She was there when I gave the information to Rita Skeeter about Ravenclaw heirs. Just one more question. That means when you first appeared you were only 6 years old? How did you have so much information? Amelia asked me, quite curious. There is no way in hell I would tell her that I am from another world, so Nemuri had to take responsibility for this. Vicky found out the plot. She was a small kid when Potters were killed and Harry Potter became the boy who lived. Vicky saw everything happening that night. We lived in Gordic Hollow at that time, from what Vicky told me. She really became curious and started researching. I don't know how she did, but she did. I was just 1 year old at that time. I pushed all the responsibilities of Nemuri. I guess Nemuri won't mind. Amelia didn't say anything and just nodded her head. I used legilimency and found that she believed my story. Then, you are also behind the economy collapse, right? Amelia asked me. Ding ding ding, and we have a winner? I needed to take the money from Death Eaters. After all, you can't raise a war on empty pockets, I said, and finally got up from my seat. But you know that a lot of businesses have closed down because of that. It would be problematic for our society, Amelia said in a stern voice. Yes, don't worry, I am going to use that to place Muggleborns and Half-Bloods there through Vicky. This time the Purebloods won't be able to do anything because if they try to protest then they are losing an important business, I said. Thank God I am wearing a mask or my vicious smile would have scared Amelia. I guess that would be good. So what's next? She spoke with clear determination in her voice. For now, recruit any trusty Aurors. They shouldn't be Dumbledore supporters or pureblood supremacists, I said. That would be kind of hard as Grey supports are really small in Auror Force, Amelia spoke looking dejected. Numbers don't matter. I just want to have a few more hands when needed. I guess I will be going. It's quite late now, I said while Amelia nodded to me. After that I operated out. The next day came early as when I returned I found my 3 lovers waiting for me in the bed. Well, it's quite easy to guess what happened after that. We only went to sleep after the sun was up. I was the one to wake up first. Rumi was over my chest while Nemuri was on my right and Momo was on my left. This was a heavenly sight. I honestly didn't want to get out, but I had to. It was already noon. With some effort I slipped out of the tangled mess of limbs and used Scourgify to clean them. After shower and getting dressed I directly went to the kitchen and started to prepare breakfast for my girls and myself, much to the elf's charging. Only after I let Lipsy help me with cooking she allowed me to stay in the kitchen. After some time Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri also arrived on the table and patiently waited for breakfast. Hey, they wrote about us in the paper, suddenly Rumi said while reading the paper. I was already setting the table too. I looked from her side and saw the huge article Rita Skeeter wrote on us. 3 more Ravenclaw heirs found. I wasn't so much interested in what she had written, so I just skimmed through the article and found it up to the standard I wanted it to be. Rita had really tried hard to show us in a good light, and if I know anything about this world, the sheep would immediately gulp this down their throats. You did this right? Momo asked me. Yep, this was really important, now that I have planned not to hide anymore. This would give us much more power than simple half-bloods or pure-bloods, I said. So, Nemuri, did Tonks agree to join my cause of greater good? I asked, looking towards Nemuri. Yes, she did. After knowing the truth, she didn't have much option, Nemuri said, to which I just nodded my head. Just like that, it caused another storm in magical Britain, and this made everyone forget about asking questions about Harry Potter for now, as they automatically expected him to arrive now that 3 more Ravenclaw heirs are found. Honestly, I didn't know how the people of magical Britain reached up to that conclusion. It's pretty stupid. With Albus Dumbledore. Not everyone was happy with this outcome though. One of that person was Albus Dumbledore. Before the news came about the 3 new Ravenclaw heirs, he was thinking about damage control. Losing his control over the wards and portraits was a huge blow to him. He thought he had to withstand this 1 more year and Vicky Ravenclaw would be out of Hogwarts and he would be given back the control of wards. But now, it didn't seem that it was going to happen, as 3 new Ravenclaw heirs were coming and Hogwarts herself to give priority to Ravenclaw heirs even if he had control of the wards. Albus Dumbledore was not stupid and neither confounded like Minerva McGonagall. He knew that it couldn't be simple, as all 4 heirs had been living together when Minerva took the letter to them. He had already got the information from Minerva about that. According to her, the girl named Alice Croft, well, now Ravenclaw was a shy and nervous girl, so could use that girl as a spy for their group. According to Albus Dumbledore, it would be easy, as any Muggle-born student always viewed him as a hero and leader of light who could do nothing wrong, and with a slight effort he was sure that he could get Alice Ravenclaw under his control. He had to do this, or who will. After all, everything he did was for the greater good. This was the only sunshine he had for now, but what he didn't know that Alice, Momo, acted in that way under Rio's plans. Rio had already imagined that if Alice acted like that, Dumbledore would surely try to get control over Momo, and Momo was smart enough to be a double spy. It was risky but doable because of Momo's mastery in occlumency. She could easily feed Dumbledore fake thoughts after all. Dumbledore had many plans but can't be used now, as Vicky Ravenclaw has the control over wards. He had plans to bring the Philosopher's Stone and Mirror of Erised here to bait Tom, but he can't bring something like Philosopher's Stone or Mirror of Erised here, as the wards would automatically inform Vicky Ravenclaw. He also had plans to bring Harry here and test him against Tom, but now all those plans were for naught, as he had no clue where Harry was. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Days passed just like that, and by each passing day Albus Dumbledore was getting more and more worried. People were still believing that Harry Potter would start Hogwarts this year and he would save them from Magneto, the new Dark Lord. Dumbledore had made several plans to come out of this whole mess with minimum damage. Several of them were already put into potion, so by the time when September 1st finally arrived, Albus Dumbledore was quite ready to deal with this mess. Using his connections, he had found out where Harry was going. He was really disappointed to know that it was Beau's Batons. He tried his very best to find out where Harry and Sirius lived, but no one knew, so he had to give up for now. But he was Albus Dumbledore. He would get Harry in Hogwarts one way or other. After all, everything he was doing was for the greater good. Albus was finally brought out of his thoughts when the Daily Prophet arrived. The owl dropped the paper on his table and flew away. Albus picked up the paper with a smile on his face, but as soon as he saw the huge title on the front page, he felt like the ground beneath his feet caved in. Boy Who Lived, Britain's Hero Leaves Britain Due to Abuse. All the well-laid plans made by Albus Dumbledore to get out this shitty mess was immediately shattered. I opened my eyes when I felt someone shaking me. I opened my eyes and found Momo. She seemed that she was to speak something by shut her up by kissing her. Only after a few seconds we stopped kissing and separated. Come on, you need to get up. Hogwarts is starting today, Momo said with a gentle smile on her face. Though I had other plans. Both of us were in our child forms, so nothing naughty was going to happen. My hand snaked around her waist and pulled her over me. But I don't want to. Let's cuddle, I said, to which Momo pouted cutely. Don't be a prat. A lot of your plans will derail if you don't get up, Momo said and kissed my cheek. Yeah, right, plans. Plans are important. Even though I want stay here and cuddle, I can't. While I was in my thoughts, Momo got a mischievous idea and started to tickle me. Ha. I am getting up. I said and jumped away from her. We decided to take a shower together, saving water and all. Rumi was in the training room and Nemuri had left early to visit Tonks' residence to give Tonks the enchanted bracelet. Momo and Nemuri have succeeded in making bracelets like Nemuri's lady ring, with mind protections. They wanted to do with a ring, but they weren't skilled enough to put so many functions in a ring, so they went for the next best thing, a bracelet. After shower, we quickly got ready and went to have breakfast. Lipsy and Nixie went out of their way and made a huge breakfast for us. If Momo wasn't here, then I was sure that won't be able to finish the food. After a few minutes, Rumi joined us for the breakfast. Rumi sat down by my right side, but not before giving me a kiss. While having breakfast, Nixie popped in and placed the Daily Prophet on the table and operated out. I quickly picked up the paper. After all, I had to see Rita's piece of work. As soon as I opened the front page, a huge grin appeared on my face. Boy who lived, Britain's hero leaves Britain due to abuse. I quickly skimmed through the whole article, and I have to say Rita have her skills. I handed the paper to Momo, who was looking quite curious. She didn't skim through the article like me, but she read the whole damn thing. Rumi wasn't interested, so Momo just put away the paper. I really pity him. It's really good that you saved him, Momo said, looking at me. This article would make Albus Dumbledore lose Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump position. I was sure of this because Rita added a nice line in the article: during the dark times when a Dark Lord is roaming free, Harry Potter is driven out of magical Britain because of Albus Dumbledore. Hee. I have to say Rita Skeeter really have some spark, but I can't even imagine what Dumbledore is feeling since he is the villain here. After breakfast we decided to pack our trunks. Our trunks weren't big like Nemuri's, but they were still big. Now, we weren't Weasleys as we needed to pack our trunks just before leaving, but since we still had a lot of time in the morning, we had decided to leave it for morning. Finally getting our trunks packed, we were ready to leave. So, are we going to apparate? Rumi asked me. Nope, there are Aurors stationed in platform 9/3/4 and we don't have license. We will apparate to our flat and take a cab from there, I said. Rumi just nodded her head. Momo and Rumi both had their secondary wands. That was trace-free. I had decided to keep using my legacy wand because honestly I didn't need one, and even this wand wasn't my perfect fit, but it still got the job done, and that was enough for Hogwarts. We shrunk down our trunks and put them in our pockets. After that, the three of us apparat into our flat. We quickly left our flat and Momo hailed a cab. Telling him to take us to King's Cross station, we decided to lean back. It didn't take much time to reach the King's Cross station. Paying the driver money, we quickly left. I kept scanning through the crowds to meet anyone from Harry's years, but unfortunately I didn't see any of them. But I was quite sure that I would meet Hermione Granger. We quickly arrived in front of the wall between platform 9 and 10. This looks a real wall though, Rumi said while carefully looking at the wall. N/O/Vel/B/Jn.C//OM. Yes, magic can make a lot of things possible, Momo said. So, are you ready? I asked, and both Momo and Rumi nodded their heads. I grabbed both of their hands and walked forward. It was a strange feeling, like walking through spider webs. After crossing the wall, it was another sight, the red steam engine. The whole station was filled with adults who have come here to send their kids to Hogwarts. It was a good scene, even though many of them were already looking at us with contempt. Well, I don't mind them because they won't be alive in a few years. From what I heard from Amelia, Gregory Goyle SNR was already out. He was going to be my first target to gut. The three of us got on the train completely ignoring the looks. This made them glare at us. It was still quite early, so we easily found an empty compartment. This looks good, Momo said while sat down on the seat. Yes, I have to say that magical people really know how to spend money, Rumi said. Hearing both of them, it was quite odd as we lived in a huge castle. Looks like they have forgotten, so I decided to jerk their memory. We live in a castle though, I said, but it seemed useless as Rumi was looking outside and Momo had already pulled out her tome on enchantments. I finally gave up and decided to sit down. I didn't wait for Nemuri as she would definitely find me. I wonder if she will bring Tonks with her or not. I quickly got bored, so I started to play with a galleon like I did with coins in MHA World. I don't care if anyone sees me doing this or not. Just like I have thought, Nemuri arrived along Tonks. Tonks was quite surprised that Nemuri brought her to a compartment with 3 first years. Did you read the paper, Vicky? I asked her. Yeah. I have to say that Rita Skeeter went quite easy on me, Nemuri said, and kissed my cheek and sat down beside me. Tonks still stood at the door looking quite surprised. I decided to greet her. It's nice to meet you again, just Tonks. Tonks looked really confused. I am hurt that you don't remember me. Myself, Edgar Maxwell. Well, Ravenclaw now, I said to her. Tonks' mind went completely blank. Wait. What the hell is going on? Wasn't Edgar your boyfriend? Tonks asked Nemuri. Yes, that's him. He was using aging potion at that time, Nemuri said, and this made Tonks even more bewildered and face contorted. Vicky? I didn't think you would so depraved to date your own brother, Tonks said, almost screaming. Hearing Tonks, everything went silent in the compartment until the four of burst out laughing. Tonks was even more confused now. Well, Tonks, none of us are siblings. We are just Ravenclaw heirs, Nemuri said, and pulled down Tonks to sit beside her. I pointed my wand towards the door and closed it. Ha ha ha. Tonks, your face was golden just now, but all 3 of us love him. Nemuri said, pointing towards both Momo and Rumi. Wait. Let me think for a second, Tonks said, and went completely silent. Seeing that, all 4 us again burst out laughing. Tonks just gave all of us a glare and started to pout cutely. So, what does it even work? All 3 of you love just one guy, Tonks asked, completely confused. Well, he is a great guy and beast on the bed, so it's quite easy for him, Nemuri said with a perverted grin. Tonks was a smart girl, so she decided to ignore Nemuri, looked towards Momo and Rumi for an answer. Well, it's quite complicated, but now that we have gotten used to it, it works nicely, Momo said, the best answer she could think of at this moment. Finally the train departed from platform 9/3/4 towards the Hogsmeade station. Well, what Alice said, it's complicated, but now that we have gotten used to it, it works, and he loves the 3 of us equally, Rumi said, and went back to look outside the window. After that, Tonks kept asking us several questions, to which Momo and Rumi answered to their best abilities. I don't even know why I ignored from this whole conversation while I was main character here. Nemuri was making perverted comments from time to time. I cast a strong notice me not and silencing charm on the door and decided to lay my head on Nemuri's shoulder as I wasn't welcome in their chat. Nemuri used this chance and pulled my head and made my head lay on her lap. Wow, lap pillow? Just like that. I went to sleep. Thank God, my notice me not charm and silencing charm was good enough for anyone to ignore us. Honestly, while I was laying my head over Nemuri's heavenly thighs, there is no way in hell that I was gonna get interrupted by that blonde ferret. Though I really wanted to meet Hermione Granger, it was just my curiousness, nothing more, nothing less. If she somehow becomes my friend, then I might try to help her with her attitude. It might help her in the future, but otherwise I am not gonna go out my way to help her. By the time Tonks stopped asking questions, I could easily say that she was already halfway into my harem. I don't know how or why that happened, but that did. Tonks kept staring at me. Not that I mind Tonks, she is an awesome girl and I would happily get together with her, but I still one whole year. Nothing needs to be done in just one day. We were finally arriving nearing Hogsmeade station, so all of us decided to get changed. With majority being the girls, I decided to leave them the room to get changed while I went to the bathroom to get changed. I am a gentleman after all. Quickly getting changed into my school robes, I returned in front of the room, waited for the girls to finish changing and allow me inside again. I used Nemuri's spell to get out of clothes and wear them. It was really fast. Only after a few minutes the door opened and I walked inside. The scene inside was quite amusing as Tonks' hair was completely fiery red and was glaring at Nemuri, while Nemuri was looking away whistling. So, what happened? I asked curiously, whispering into Momo's ears. Oh, it's just Vicky didn't teach Tonks the spell to change clothes, Momo said, and I immediately understood the situation. Well, I decided to stay out of best friend's business. We finally arrived at Hogsmeade station. As soon as we got down the train we heard the loud booming voice of the half-giant Hagrid. He is nice guy but too much fanboy of Bumbledork. First yours this way, Hagrid was shouting. Honestly, it was a really weird accent. The first years quickly gathered in front of him. From the corner of my eyes I saw Nemuri and Tonks head for the Threstle-drawn carriages. Hagrid lead us towards the boats. 4 students per boats, Hagrid said, and climbed into a boat. The half-giant alone filled up the whole boat. Me, Momo and Rumi were in the middle of the group. The 3 of us climbed into a boat and the 4th place was Ronald Weasley. Why the fuck I didn't notice he was going to get in our boat. I would have stunned him and left him in Hogsmeade. Now, why the hell this jealous git is alone? Yeah, Harry isn't here and everyone tolerated Ickle Ronikins because of Harry's presence. Hello, my name is Roland Weasley. It's too bad that Harry Potter decided to leave Britain or I was going to be his best friend. Ronald spouted without stopping. Rumi immediately understood what I was going to do and placed her hand on my thigh. I was this close to banishing this stupid fuck into the Black Lake. Momo was also really disturbed hearing him proclaim things like that. It was similar to what Creeps said. Oh, hello. My name is Alice Ravenclaw. Momo somehow gathered her bearings and introduced herself meekly. Momo, you don't have to act in front of this stupid fuck. Ravenclaw? That means you are into reading books. Ron exclaimed loudly, making everyone around us turn their heads towards us. Ron looked completely horrified, thinking that he met a person who read books. Yeah, I like reading books, Momo said again, going into acting. Ron immediately looked towards me and Rumi. We didn't say anything anymore. Ron was by my side and if Rumi was signaling me not to throw Ron into the lake, then I would have long thrown into the lake. Eveon lower your heads, Hagrid's loud voice was heard again. But honestly, we are just 11-year-old kids, why the hell we would need to lower our heads while we were so smaller than him. Any adult humans also won't have any problem. The site of the castle of Hogwarts came into our view for the first time. If nothing else, this site is really awesome. Wow, it's beautiful, Rumi said nonchalantly. Finally, because of the sight, Ron was silent. We finally arrived at the shore and Hagrid led us through the huge doors of the castle. We finally arrived at a giant hall where Old Man Gi was already waiting. Professor? I brought the first years, Hagrid said to McGonagall, who just nodded her head and looked towards us. Thank you, Hagrid, you can leave, McGonagall said in a stern voice. Hagrid nodded his head and left. McGonagall again turned her head towards the first years and spoke all of maintain order and discipline and wait here. The sorting ceremony will start shortly, McGonagall said and walked inside, leaving the first years in here. Hearing the sorting ceremony, everyone was slightly nervous and scared. Ravenclaw, a voice called out. The 3 of us turned out head and found Draco Malfoy was the one who called us. He trekked towards us like a peacock and was flanked by his butt buddies from the 2 sides. Hearing him, everyone was looking towards us now. I hope that you would prefer to choose the right crowd, unlike the Lady Ravenclaw who had chosen Mediocrity above us, Draco Malfoy said while looking upwards. His nose was pointing up, like a young rich master of any cultivation novel. My lips started to twitch. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to laugh so hard. Finally, Rumi was able to hold it back anymore and burst out laughing. Because of her, I also burst out laughing. Only Momo was the one who was giggling. Haha, that was a good one. I didn't know Malfoys were comedians. Please, carry on, tell us another more joke, I said, breathing heavily. After all, I laughed really hard. The hall became completely silent. Nobody said anything. Draco Malfoy was shaking by now. I could clearly see his face turning purple. How dare you? How dare you, half-breed? Do you know who Malfoys are? Draco Malfoy said with venom in his voice. Yeah, I know who Malfoys are. They still owe us nearly 1 million galleons. I still remember you, father, when he came to the meeting asking Vicky for a new negotiation, I said in a thinking manner. By this time I was really surprised that even after insulting Draco he didn't pull out his wand. Quite surprising. Maybe his daddy dearest have told him not to make enemy of us. My daddy will hear of this? This isn't the end of it, Draco said and walked away along with his butt buddies. Yeah sure, don't forget to tell him that the interest is increasing, I said. Hearing me, Draco gave me a last look and snorted. Bloody brilliant? That was awesome. You showed Malfoy his place. From now you are my friend. Suddenly Ron popped in front me. Sorry, but I am fine without you, I said and decided to walk away. Ron looked really displeased hearing me. He wanted to say something but the ghosts appeared scaring most of the kids, so stopping Ron while I silently moved away from him. I was finally able to see a bushy-haired girl. Hermione Granger. After some time McGonagall arrived back and sent away the ghosts and led us towards the Great Hall. Entering the Great Hall was another of nice experience. I looked at the head table and found that Bumbledore is missing. Amelia had already informed me that Albus feckin' too many names Dumbledore was called to answer before the whole Wizengamot. Amelia has been sure that Bumbledore would surely lose Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump position. McGonagall made all the first years stand at the side. The hat began to sing. I kept looking around. Quirrell was still here, but I don't know if the Philosopher's Stone is hidden in this school this time around or not. Since Quirrell was wearing a turban, I would consider that he is possessed. The hat finally fished its disgusting song. McGonagall stood beside the three-legged stool and on a huge parchment. Abbott, Hannah, McGonagall called out, and a girl from our group walked towards the stool and sat on it. McGonagall placed the hat on top of her head. Only a few seconds passed and the hat called out Hufflepuff. McGonagall continued to call the students. While this was happening, I was scanning Quirrell's head. I didn't dive too deep into his mind, just his surface thoughts, or he could have noticed me. He really wanted Harry to be here so he could abuse him. Hermione Granger, unlike the story, was sorted into Ravenclaw. After all, this time there wasn't a Harry Potter for her to connect with. The rest of the sorting went normally. Finally the time for Alphabet R arrived. Ravenclaw, Alice, McGonagall said, and the whole hall became completely silent. Momo acted her part and meekly walked up to the stool and sat down, and McGonagall put the hat on her head. Not even second passed before the hat shouted Ravenclaw. The hat must have a function to sort all Ravenclaws into Ravenclaw. Hearing that, the whole Ravenclaw table burst into cheers. Momo meekly went to the Ravenclaw table and sat down. Ravenclaw, Edgar, McGonagall called out. I finally walked up to the stool and sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on my head. Another Ravenclaw heir, interesting. Of course you would go into Ravenclaw New York default, I heard a voice inside my head. I was completely sure that the hat didn't even try to breach my shields and made the announcement because I was a Ravenclaw heir. N/O/vel/b/c/om. Ravenclaw. The hat shouted, even if the hat spoke for a few seconds, but outside only a single second passed. I got up from the stool and the Ravenclaw table burst into cheers. I walked up to their table and sat down beside Momo. Ravenclaw, Roxanne, McGonagall called out Rumi's name. Rumi confidently walked up to the stool and sat down. McGonagall placed the hat on her head and the hat again shouted Ravenclaw. The Ravenclaw table again burst into shouts and cheers, and Rumi walked up to our table and sat down beside me. The sorting ceremony continued and finally ended. McGonagall went to the head's table and stood up. First I wanted to say that Forbidden Forest is very dangerous, so it's forbidden. Under no conditions students should enter the forest. Secondly, the list of banned objects is set up. Please, check the list. Now, I have taken enough time and I am sure all of you must be hungry, so I won't take any more of your time, McGonagall said and looked around. Let the feast begin, McGonagall said and sat down. The food appeared on the tables, surprising all the first-year students. With that, the day was finally over. After the dinner, a lot of Ravenclaws were asking us several questions. Finally, Nemuri arrived and shooed everyone away. Honestly, I didn't mind answering a few questions, but they to be in order. The prefects led us towards the Ravenclaw dorms. Apparently, unlike the other dorms, the entrance didn't have a password, except we needed to solve a riddle to gain entrance. But none of our group needed to solve any riddle or anything. As Ravenclaw heirs, the door would automatically open for us. We were introduced to the head of our house, Phileas Flitwick. The dude was quite nice. He told us some simple rules. He was quite interested in the three of us and asked us to meet with him tomorrow. After that, the prefects pointed us towards boys and girls dorms. Every one of us will get our own personal room. I was quite happy that it was like this. I finally found my room as my name was written on the door. Just like I had thought, Nemuri, Momo, and Rumi sneaked into my room. Anyone can guess what happened after that. The next day we received our schedule during breakfast. Albus had returned now. He didn't look good at all. He looked like he had lost last night's sleep. Even though I wanted nothing more than entering his mind, I somehow stopped myself because this was not a place to do that. Finally, the Daily Prophet arrived and the Great Hall turned completely silent and everyone was staring at OL Dumbles after reading the headlines on the front page. The students from Slytherin were really pleased. Gryffindors were the ones who called it unfair, and the rest didn't bother to make any comments on the topic. And just like I had thought and Amelia told me, Albus lost his 2 political positions. He is no more a Chief Warlock and Supreme Mugwump in ICW. Since Dumbledore family didn't have a seat in Wizengamot, he was also thrown out of Wizengamot. Of course he wasn't able to claim to be proxy for Potters because Sirius Black held that position. My plan worked much better than I had imagined. Many people are calling to throw out Dumbledore from his headmaster position within just a day. But Dumbledore needs to be here, no for future plot or anything. Since I can't kill him, I like him to stay right in front of me. After all, I believe in what Sun Tzu said, keep your friends close and your enemies closer. I also need surf through his mind so that I can locate Snape's location. I am sure the old goat is hiding him somewhere. Well, the days kept on passing just like that. Vicky gave a warning to O.L. Bumbledork that she would be doing a review of his time in Hogwarts. But she didn't do anything except digging out some old documents. She also knew that I wanted Dumbledore to be in here rather than running around outside the school. I have to say that this new Hogwarts is interesting. A lot had changed since Dumbles lost the complete control of the school. Day after day Nemuri was quietly and subtly stripping off Dumble's powers and giving them to the forehead of the houses. Nemuri also made an announcement and made Bethesda babbling the new heads of Greyfeeders as Minerva McGonagall had 3 positions and she was getting buried under the pressure. Now, a very few cases of bullying was reported and none of them went unpunished. Even though both Slytherins and Greyfeeders held their anger, they didn't cause any trouble anymore because of the severe punishments. They all wanted to avoid them, and now everyone in the school knew that you won't get away with anything like you did previously. Dumbledore had become just a puppet figure by now, and all of the professors knew that. Dumbledore also knew that bit from I had learnt by reading his surface thoughts is that he was bidding his time for now. After all, this was Nemuri's last year and he was sure that he would be able to get back control after Nemuri leaves the school. He was just bidding his time for now. According to him, even if he wouldn't get the full control of wards, he was sure that he would get some powers back from the professors. Well, good luck to him. Now, let's talk about classes. All the classes were completely boring. Well, they were boring because I already knew everything. The same was Rumi and Momo too. McGonagall even named Momo Transportation Prodigy even though Momo showed her bare minimum skill. The worst class was Defense Against the Dark Arts because Quirrell kept stuttering. Nemuri was not happy with this idiot in the slightest, and honestly she shouldn't be. Nemuri had made her decision that she was going to throw out Quirrell, but I stopped her saying that I will kill him. But this brought us a problem that even if we got someone good for this position, he won't be able to stay longer than 1 year because the position was cursed. If the position is cursed, then why don't make a new position and name is just defense? I think that it will work, Rumi suddenly said. And just like that, we found the solution for a problem Dumbles wasn't able to solve for more than 2 decades. Now, let's finish taking about other classes. Astronomy was good. Pretty backward though. I called it good because Aurora Sinistra tried her best to teach the students, and she was really happy when Nemuri provided new data about stars and spooky stuff she gathered from the mundane world. Next, herbology. This was class honestly I wanted to avoid. Nothing against plants or tree, but this wasn't something I wanted to spend my time with. This was Rumi's favorite class. We always had this class with Hufflepuffs. Potions was great. I am going to be honest, but I lacked the knowledge related to potions. Yes, if someone gave me instructions I would surely able to brew it, but without them I wouldn't fare too good. No matter what was Slughorn inside or outside the class, he was a great teacher, that was fucking sure. Flying class was good too, nothing bad. I can fly without magic or anything, so it wasn't interesting for me. Momo was able to fly in her animagus form, so she wasn't interested in the class too. But it was completely different for Rumi, who always loved flying. I still remember the first time I took her flying during the Hosu incident. History of Magic was boring as hell and Nemuri tried to exorcise it but for some reason unable to do it. So, she decided to hire someone new and get a completely new classroom for History of Magic, and Bins can keep on droning on his own. Now, let's talk about friends. Tonks and I were getting closer by each passing weeks. Well, she was in 7th year and I was in my 1st year, so it was quite difficult for me to spend time with her, though we got the whole group together whenever we could. Hermione Granger was bossy know-it-all, so for now I kept my distance from her. For apparently no reason she saw me and Momo as her rival in classes. Momo found it nice and competed with her. Since there was no Philosopher's Stone in the school this time, they didn't need the defenses, so there was no troll incident in Halloween where Hermione would get squashed with the Trolls Club. And since our charms was also with Hufflepuffs, Ron Weasley didn't comment on Hermione. Even though I had similar image of her, but I am much older than her if I add my age from MHA world, and honestly Hermione was just an 11-year-old girl, and she has a lot of time, you grow up and change. So, are you sure that Quirrell is in his room? I asked Nemuri, who was laying on my bed. Even though she was naked, we didn't do anything. She loved to stay naked as she was an exhibitionist. Nemuri, hearing me, closed her eyes and concentrated. I just checked the wards and he is there. Don't worry, I turned off the alarm in that area so no one will notice. Not even the old goat, Nemuri said, and planted her nose in my pillow and started to sniff. Well, she is ultimately a pervert. I quickly left the room and cast a strong notice me not charm on the door, as I don't want someone random to enter my room. After all, no doors had good locks on the doors. I moved through the corridors quickly and arrived in front of Quirrell's office. I wasn't using my adult form or even my armor, though my robes were filled with iron sand. I cast a silencing charm on my foot and used my powers to unlock the door. As soon as I opened the door, 2 stunning spells were coming in my direction. The spells were used in a quick succession. If I didn't know that Quirrell was stuttering fool on his own accord, then I would have never believed this. My hand covered in lightning swatted away the spells. Hello Tom. How are you? I said in a calm voice. Quirrell was completely surprised to see me swat away the stunning spells, but someone who was sticking in the back of his head was even more shocked. Get rid of him. Kill him now. A voice was heard in the room, but it wasn't of Quirrell. I knew it was the dark wanker, but before Quirrell could even point his wand towards me again, my wand whisked towards him. Crucio, a single word came out of my mouth and Quirrell dropped on the ground and started to scream in pain. There was a second voice screaming too. After half a minute passed, I finally lifted the spell and Quirrell started to breathe heavily. Tom, how was it? Did you like it? I asked him, but he didn't seem to be in position to answer. Instead of answering, his wand whisked in my direction. Avada Kedavra, Quirrell shouted, and a green light escaped his wand. I just sidestepped to avoid the spell which passed by my side. Petrificus Totalis, I hit him with the petrifying spell. After all, I didn't want him to try AK me again. Tom, you are really stupid. Avada Kedavra, really? So stupid, I said while shaking my head. There were 12 syllables in Avada Kedavra. I know it can't be blocked, but still it's a slow spell. Fiend Fire. 9 syllables, much faster and unblockable like AK. There were many good spells to kill someone other than AK, like Blood Boiling Curse, Organ Expelling Curse, or Intral Expelling Spell, Rotting Curse, etc. I moved right in front of petrified Quirrell and cast the Rotting Curse on Quirrell. His skin immediately started to darken and wrinkle, and immediately a dark smoke came out of his head and escaped from the window. With that done, I walked out of the room and used Rupture to remove any and all traces from the room. Everything in the room completely vaporized. With that done, I walked away from that place. N/O/vel/b//n.c//om. I think he ran away when he found out that he was going to thrown out, I said, and looked around towards everyone to see their reaction. But I think that something else must have happened to him. Dumbledore began to say, haha, he thinks that someone has killed him. That is why he is insisting on this matter. Fine, let's consider you are right. Then what happened to him? All of you here know that no student can leave the school without notifying me. Teachers can use their personal floor to leave, or they can directly walk out of the school. So, even if something happened to him, how did everything disappeared without leaving any trace? Please don't tell me that any student is capable of doing that. Even with control of all these wards, I won't be able to do that, I said heatedly. Dumbledore just gaped hearing me and tried to formulate something. Albus, I think she is right. Everything can't vanish in thin air if magic isn't involved, and I'm quite sure that without mastery over a subject you can't do that. Phileas spoke up his mind. Of course. I also completely agree with Lady Ravenclaw, Slughorn said while frantically nodding his head. Heh, he would always support me. After all, I am a famous member of his slug club. Then, I think we should move on to the next topic of this meeting, Lady Ravenclaw, Minerva said in her ever-stern face. Yes, from today defense against dark arts subject is being shafted. In its place there is going to be a new subject simply being called defense. I have arranged someone to teach this subject. He will arrive by evening, I said, and waited for everyone to completely understand. Seeing that nobody protested. Dumbledore wanted to protest, but he somehow stopped himself. For some odd reason I am unable to exorcise the ghost of Bins. Well, no matter. I have employed someone else to teach this subject to students, I said, and waited for this to sink in. Nobody said anything to protest anything. Only person unhappy with these changes was Albus Dumbledore. Well, he can fuck himself for the greater good. POV Rio, Edgar. Time kept passing on. Everyone was so excited due to the new teachers that they forgot about the disappearance of Quirrell. The new teacher for defense was Alastair Moody. I have no fucking idea how Nemuri was able to get Moody to teach in school. Whenever I asked her, she just smiled, saying it's a secret. I just hope that she didn't use the Imperious Curse. Her magic is really strong, so there are no signs that would show that Moody is under the Imperious Curse. Whatever, I let it go. Simon McCarthy was the history teacher Nemuri got. This was the first time I have heard his name, but the thing is, he is really knowledge in history, and he is the first person who I know to have any WT in history of magic. The magical world education teacher Quiddinjigger was an old guy. He family didn't have any seat in Wisengamot, but the thing is that he knew all about the traditions of wizarding world. Time kept passing just like, and finally the last day of first year arrived, and similarly Nemuri's and Tonk's last day in school. They would graduate from Hogwarts tomorrow. Throughout this whole year Tonks and me were now close friends. Yeah, throughout the year we hung out together. This year Nemuri was extremely busy, so she had to leave Hogwarts from time to time because of her ladyship and Wisengamot business. She also had to manage the business we owned or we got our hands on throughout the debt collection. Hermione Granger was somewhat between acquaintance and friend. We talked about some time from time to time, but most of the time she would try to give us a piece of her mind. Rumi would always ignore her. Momo sometimes heard her but let it go. I was similar like Momo. I liked to speak with the bushy-haired girl, but whenever she went on ranting it got annoying. Next was Draco Malfoy. From time to time he came to trout around, but every time he was smacked down, so before he ran away he gave the last sentence, "My father will hear of this." He doesn't need to wait longer though. I will wait until the second year starts. If Lucy doesn't give Ickle Ginny the diary, I will kill the guy. Even if he gives her the diary, he would have lived out his use and I would still kill him. Walksher Edgar Tonks waved at me and sat down beside me. I was in library, reading about some really dark subjects. It was on a book on blood magic. Of course this book wasn't from the library. This book was too dangerous to be even placed in the restricted section. I used Transfiguration to bring this book in. Just learning some stuff. So how are you, Tonks? After all, this is your last day in Hogwarts. I spoke to Tonks, who was leaning in my book. Ha, you know if anyone sees you reading this then you is gonna land in Azkaban with several life sentences. Merlin's left testicles, how the hell did you even get your hand on a book like this? Tonks asked me looking rather disturbed. Don't worry, I won't get caught. If I don't get caught then it's completely fine. As for where I got this book, it's from the library in one of our castle. From what I understand the castle was used by some dark lord, I said, and Tonks who just gave me a blank stare. Fine, fine, just don't use these magic on someone. Will this spell really turn someone's blood into acid? Tonks asked me slightly disgusted. I don't know. Wanna try this spell on Lucy Malfoy? I asked Tonks excitedly. No thanks. I pass though you can try this on him, Tonks said looking slightly green. Fine, your loss, so what's up? I asked Tonks. Well, I have to be. After all I can't stay here. I want to become an Auror, so where are Roxanne and Alice? Tonks asked me looking around. Oh, Alice is in her room working on some compressed weights for physical training. You know how Roxanne is with exercising, so she is helping Alice, I said. Hearing me, a huge grin appeared on Tonks' face. Heh, so you are alone? Then I can have my wicked ways with you and no one will stop me. Tonks said, me wiggling her eyebrows and her hair kept changing color. Who knows? I said with a gentle smile on my face. I really want to see if you really live up to what Vicky says, Tonks said and squeezed my hand. You know that I am possessive, right? Vicky must have told you, I said and closed my book and got up. Oh, yes she did. Though I would have liked a few dates but I am really horny, Tonks said and followed me out of the library. We quickly arrived in Ravenclaw dorms and Tonks silently followed me. Entering my room I fired off several spells on the door and entered my trunk. I used the stripping spell and got out of my clothes. Grabbing a vial of aging potion I gulped down. I was completely naked and hard now and slowly walked out of the trunk and Tonks was waiting on the bed, all her robes gone. She was just in her underwear. I have to say her stripped knickers were really cute. Looking at my body and member, Tonks's blushed and her hair turned bright red. Her eyes went down and kept staring at my dick and whistled. I guess you like what you see, right? I asked walking over to Tonks. Oh, yes, I guess Vicky wasn't lying about your body, Tonks said and whistled again. I quickly leaned down and sealed Tonks's lips with mine and leaned down on her. Tonks slowly laid down on the bed while I got on top of her. It's not too late to go back now. If we continue you would only belong to me. I won't let you go, I whispered in her eyes and gently groped her boobs. Ah, stop ranting and let's continue, Tonks spoke in an husky voice. I took her approval and snapped opened her bra which quickly joined the pile of robes near the floor. I took her tits in my hands and started to pinch and play gently with them. Tonks's moans kept growing louder and louder. I took her right boob in mouth and started suck on it while biting it from time to time. Tonks was really amateur. She was a putty in my hands in just a few seconds. With only this much her body started to spasm and she reached her orgasm. Tonks looked away from me completely embarrassed. I slowly turned her face towards me and stared into her eyes. What happened, Tonks? I asked in her gentle voice. She seemed really insecure. It must be because she came so soon. You don't have to worry. It's you first time. Don't worry and let me pleasure you, I said while slowly kissing her and my left hand finally slid down her knickers founding her sacred garden. I slowly removed her knickers and a bush was above her honey pot. I have to say Tonks' curtains matched her drapes because they also changed color. I sniffed her pussy and gave a lick. You smell and taste really good, Tonks. I can't stop myself. Let me eat you up, I said. That Tonks' face lit up like a Christmas tree, though I didn't see that I was already eating her up. Don't say something embarrassing like that. But keep doing that. It feels so good, Tonks said within her moans. Cliffcon, I am back. Teehee. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I slowly pushed forward myself, breaking apart Tonks's barrier. Tears escaped from the corner of Tonks's eyes. To ease her pain I immediately placed my lips on hers and started to caress her body to take away her mind from pain through pleasure. I stayed like that without moving so that Tonks could adjusted. After all, this was her first time. I am fine. You can move now, Tonks said between the kisses and started to rock her hip to show that she was ready. Seeing that she was ready I started to move slowly. You are so tight. Nymphaedra, I grunted out. Don't call me that. Tonks exclaimed between her moans of pleasures. It was amusing to see how she reacts to her name even while having sex for the first time. With an amused smile on my face I bit down on her right nipple. Tonks threw head back in pleasure. Yes, just like that. Faster. Tonks started to moan louder and her started to change colors. One thrust her hair was pink and next thrust her hair was bright red. It was really amusing to see. Then how about Dora? I can call you that, right? I asked her between the thrusts. Tonks didn't seem to think for long. Then Dora it is. I would allow you. Now stop talking. I am really close, Tonks. Dora said with lust clear in her eyes. Yes ma'am, I said and increased my speed and started to play with her boobs with my left hand while I smacked my ass with my right ass. Just as I smacked, Dora reached her climax and her walls tightened on my dick, wanting to milk me for everything it was worth for. After 3 thrusts I too came inside her. Feeling my hot cum inside her, Dora came again and dropped on the bed and her hair changed into brown. I laid down beside her, spooned her and brought her close to me. That was amazing. Now I completely agree with Vicky. I really have been missing the actual action, Dora said while caressing my hair. Glad you liked it, I said and caressed her naked back. Dora shivered in pleasure. I was hard again in an instant. Dora felt something poking her in her thigh and looked down and surprised to see that I was already hard. Now, I am sure why you need a harem, but you owe me several dates, Mr. Dora said while she grabbed my hardened member and started to stroke it. After gathering her breath and slowly climbed on top of me, slowly pushed my dick inside her. I will on top this time, Dora said and leaned down to kiss me. Sure my lady, I said and started to match Dora's rhythm of thrusts. We continued for another round before Dora was completely exhausted and fell asleep beside me. I pulled her over my chest and pulled out my phone from my robes and about to text Nemuri, Momo, and Rumi when suddenly the door opened and Nemuri walked in. Behind her were Momo and Rumi. Honey, when I am here you have nothing. Nemuri stopped right in middle when she saw a naked Dora sleeping beside me who was also similarly naked. Nemuri's grin immediately turned lecherous. My, looks like someone had fun, Nemuri said and licked her lips, and before anyone could blink she was naked and already jumped into the bed. Momo and Rumi shrugged and went inside my trunk to get the aging potion. And with that I knew that night was going to be really long. The next day was quite a task as we had continuous sex even after sun was up. In middle of the night Dora woke up and joined us in our session of debauchery. In the morning only all four of my lovers including Dora were walking funny, but Momo and Rumi took a potion which took away the soreness sneakily while Nemuri and Dora were busy with a quickie in the morning. All five of us had our breakfast in our room. But we still had to walk up to the train, so a lot of students saw Nemuri and Dora walking funny. My mum is so gonna kill me, Dora whined while rubbing her hips. I think you should have avoided the quicken this morning, Rumi pointed out. But it was so heavenly, Dora said and gave in a hungry look. Don't worry Tonks, you mum will just think that her daughter has grew up, Nemuri said cackling in mad glee. After all, Nemuri never minded if others saw her walking funny because of intense sex. She was more proud to show her lover's powers in bed. Dora just glared at her best friend. Hey, I think that's enough. Alice, why don't you give Dora and Vicky the potion, I said to Momo who had her head buried in a tome. Vicky's and Dora's immediately shot towards Momo who had a smug grin on her face and started to rummage through her side bag. She took out 2 vials with sky blue potion in them and handed them to Vicky and Dora. Take the potion, it will relieve your soreness, Momo said with a smug face. She was trying too hard not to gloat. You had this and made me walk funny all this way, Dora exclaimed and gave Momo an irritated glare. It was so embarrassing. Dora said again. This made both me, Rumi, and Momo burst out laughing. I hate all of you, Dora said and started to pout while her hair turned yellow. No you don't, the 4 of us said at the same time, and this made pout intensify. Haha, what's so embarrassing? I noticed so many girls were looking at us with jealousy in their eyes. They should know that how good our lover is in bed, Nemuri said and started to laugh. Sorry, Dora, it was just a prank, I said and pulled her into a kiss. We were only brought out of our kiss when someone knocked on our door. I immediately pulled out of the kiss and signaled Momo, who put away her tome in the side back. I don't Hermione get interested in the book and found out that it was related to blood magic. Nemuri opened the door and found Hermione Granger. I knew it must be her because she is our only friend outside of our group who would come looking for us. Yes, it could have been Draco, but he would have come along with his butt buddies. You know students aren't allowed to lock the doors, Hermione huffed. Yeah, ick little Granger, we get it, Nemuri said clearly annoyed. So, what's up, Hermione? I asked her. Hermione seemed to fidget for a second before she finally gathered her courage. Can I sit here? She asked nervously. Because Harry isn't here. Hermione doesn't seems to have to any friends except us. Yes, you can sit with us, Momo answered her with a smile on a face. Well, it's no biggie, we just won't be able to snog. Well, we can do it later. Hermione is rude, but she is a nice girl or she wouldn't have supported Harry through all of his escapes and adventures. Because of her love in books and upbringing she is like this. Momo started to chat with Hermione who looked really excited and happy. Nemuri and Dora were annoyed, but Nemuri just shrugged and went to sleep. I whispered into Dora's ear that I would come day after tomorrow for a date. Do you know what is a legacy wand? I heard Professor Flitwick mention it one time, Hermione asked Momo. Well, it's a wand that belonged to your ancestor. Legacy wands are famous for not having trace, so a lot of children from pure blood families use them, Momo explained. I guess, Momo really is good in studies and teaching others. I wonder if she would have become a teacher in MHA world or not. But that's unfair, Hermione exclaimed. Well, if you read Laws of Magical Britain then you would found a lot of things are unfair. Do you know that even with new wands that have trace function, a lot of pure blood families use wards which render the trace useless, Momo said, and Hermione was about to burst out again when Momo raised her hand to shut her up. Here, take this pamphlet, contact them and they could make a ward around your house if you want, then you too would be able to do magic in home even with trace, Momo said, and an excited Hermione immediately grabbed the pamphlet from her hands with stars in her eyes. Hermione immediately jumped on Momo and gave her a Hermione patented bone-crushing hug. After some hours passed we finally arrived in platform 9/3/4. I gave Dora another kiss before she went to look for her mom and dad. I wanted to meet with Mr. and Mrs. Tonks, but Dora thought that we should go on a few dates before meeting. While Dora walked out, the 4 of us used Portkea and whisked away to Castle Ravenclaw. With that our first year was finally over. Wait, let me get this clear. Now you want me to take over the magical market? Nemuri spoke and looked at me incredulously. Of course, after we crushed the economy of magical Britain, a lot of companies and shops have closed, and we have also acquired several facilities to clear the debt. I want to restart them. Use your connection to reach out to Muggleborns who are thinking of leaving magical Britain, I said. Nemuri heard and thought for a few moments before nodding her head. Okay, even if I agree to do that, you know it's going to be too tiring thing for me to do on my own. Nemuri started to say after she picked up the list of businesses we owned. I raised my hand to stop her. You don't have to worry about that, love. Momo and I will sit by your side and help you. You just had to use your connection and contact all the graduates of this year, I said. Nemuri looked at me and pouted and nodded her head. It has been just one day we came back from Hogwarts. Nemuri wanted to follow Dora and join Auror Corps, but when she saw all the duties she needed to do, she sulked for a few hours before I decided to make it up to her. Of course it was some sexual play. So, after another round of foursome, I asked Momo to make the list of business we owned and the ones we have acquired. Of course this time I helped her, but even with the two of us it took us a lot of time. After the decision was made, Nemuri quickly started to write letters. She immediately demanded our help because there were lots of letters needed to be sent. No matter how purebloods prounce their status, Muggleborns and half-bloods make more than 80% of the student body. So, Momo, me and Rumi started to help Nemuri with the letters. With the four of us it took us about 10 minutes. We wrote only one letter and duplicated it with magic, and only after that we wrote down the recipients' names. Nemuri collected the letters and brought out to Diagon Alley. To deliver so many letters we needed to use public owl service. POV narrator. Only 3 days have passed and several replies have started to come. All the Muggleborns and half-bloods are interested, no exception, as they have graduated and already found out that Muggleborns are not welcome in the magical world after they graduate. The situation with the half-bloods wasn't that bad, but they were also discriminated as they weren't pure-bloods. The difference was only small. To the supremacists who owned the government of magical Britain, half-bloods were slightly above the Muggleborns because according to them half-bloods were already tainted with dirty blood. So, half-bloods face the same problem as the Muggleborns do. Days kept passing. Finally, 1 week was finally over and everyone replied to Nemuri's letter. There was another direction in the letter that if they any other Muggleborns or half-bloods who would like to work in Ravenclaw business, then others can also contact us through Owl Post, and they did. A lot of shops which Muggleborns as laborers and workers were now unemployed because the purebloods had to sell their establishment to settle their debts to Ravenclaws. Seeing that there were now enough job applicants that they would be able to start working. But if this happens, then there is going to be a slight problem, not slight, a huge problem. The purebloods won't be happy. They weren't happy before with the shops or factories that employed Muggleborns and half-bloods and avoided visiting those shops if they can avoid it, but now, if this goes through, then more than 85% of business establishments would have Muggleborns and half-blood employees. And purebloods would never accept this, until there is going to be a strong alliance between a few strong families. Well, Rio had already a plan, but before anything related to alliance could happen they needed get employees. POV Rio, Edgar. We hired Gringotts to select appropriate wizards and witches for appropriate positions. The only condition was that the people they employees should be either Muggleborns or half-bloods. I washed our hands from that responsibility, and now I was planning to make another chaos. After all, Gregory Goyle SNR had been released, and honestly I wanted to pay him a visit and make an example of him. After all, he tried to kill him. Killing someone in this delicate time would be definitely good for my objective. I wrote a letter to Sirius and Amelia to get some time so that we could arrange an alliance. After all, Blacks were in most ancient and most noble house, Potters were ancient and noble house, Bones were also ancient and noble house, we Ravenclaws were also most ancient and most noble house like Blacks, though our power and political standing was several levels above them. Suddenly the flu flared up and Dora walked out, but unfortunately she tripped and face landed on the floor. Fuck it. Dora cursed and got up and cursed. I swear every flu out there is to get me, Dora said and pouted cutely while walking towards me. How are you, Dora? How was your exam? I asked Dora. I was already in my adult form as I had a mission of killing someone. Dora walked up to me and kissed passionately. Well, I have been fine as see, but every stool and flu are out there to get me, Dora said and pouted again. I have to say, she was way better than any other of her year mates with a wand, obviously except Nemuri, but when it came to balance, well, just say that she is good with balance as much as Nemuri was with modesty or decency. Like, what the hell? How can a person trip on a flat floor without any turns or anything? Maybe it is something of a side effect of her metamorphagus powers. Well, you just have to practice harder. So, how was your exam? I tried to soothe Dora's battered ego and asked about her exam. It was good. I am not so sure about the theory, but then practical examiner was shitty. He lost his bloody wand before he could even fire 2 spells. Who the hell employs such an incompetent fool like that? Dora said while twirling her wand and ranted about her examiner. Of course they are incompetent because Amelia lacks funds and can't have a competent examiner. Dora finally put her wand in her back pocket. I got up from my chair and pulled Dora in my arms using my power. Dora yelped because of the sudden force. I pulled out her wand out of her back pocket. Dora, don't keep your wand in your back pocket if you don't want to lose your arse. Well, I don't want to lose it. I love that arse, I said and smacked her ass. Dora slightly blushed and looked abashed. Use this. I used my power and opened a nearby cupboard and handed Dora a wand holster. Dora's eyebrows shot up immediately seeing the wand holster. How the hell did you get your hands on these? These are only available if you are an Auror and you can't buy them no matter how much money you have, Dora said, looking completely pale. Well, having Amelia is a nice friend, and when I asked a wand holster for my lovely wannabe Auror, she gave me this, along with several others. You don't have to worry. No one would ask you anything. Well, most purebloods are stupid, so they won't even know what kind of holsters these are, I said, and started to open my shirt and opened the trunk where I kept my armor. Thanks a lot, and if I get caught then I am dragging you down with me. Wait, why are you stripping? Not that I mind the show. Dora fired off several questions. Again. You are most welcome. Well, I have to pay a visit to someone you know. After all, he tried to kill me last time I visited Wisengamot, I said, and used my powers to wear my armor. Whoa, that was cool. Well, as I not an Auror now, I can't do anything, I guess. Dora shrugged and tripped on the nearby table. Damn, furnitures. They are going to be death of me, Dora said, and kicked the table food. I just chuckled seeing the display. Well, honestly, I was quite amused. So, where are the other? Dora spoke, finally calming down now that she wasn't angry on the table. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. They are getting ready for their girls' night out. Dixie, show her the way, I replied. Momo decided to have a night out roomie, and Nemuri immediately agreed, so Dora was also invited. I called Dixie to show Dora the way where the others were. Yes, Master Edgary, Dixie will show clumsy Tonksy the way, Dixie said, and gestured Dora to follow her. Hey, I am not clumsy, Dora exclaimed in shame as a house elf made a joke on her. Says the person who trips on flat floor, I said, and received a burning glare from Dora. Take care, Dora, be safe. With that said, I operat out and appeared in front of a 2-story house. I cast my signature wards before I tore through the wards. These wards were lethal and were set to cause pain. Anyone who crosses these wards with permission would feel a pain similar to Cruciatus' curse, but I wasn't affected by them and walked up to the door and ripped the door apart. Immediately 2 unforgivages went sent in my direction, which I swatted away with my Aegis shield. TCH. 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 That's not how you welcome someone. I walked inside the house wiggling my finger and saw a family of 3 scooted in a corner. Before anyone could say or do, I stunned the kid and wife and Cruciode Goyle SNR, who screamed out on top of his lungs. I returned to Castle Ravenclaw after an hour from Diagon Alley after I mounted the head of Gregory Goyle SNR in scream-filled center of the alley. I wanted to send a message, and I don't think there would any better way. A month passed just like that in a blink. Dora was accepted in Auror Academy, but this time she wasn't taken by Moody. After all, Moody was now our defense professor, though currently he was reaching at the Auror Academy as a guest lecturer. I wonder how surprised Old Goat would be when he finds that Moody is still the defense professor. I have finally mastered teleportation via lightning, and honestly it was sick. When I was able to do it for the first time, I squealed like a little girl, and I ain't ashamed of it. Thankfully, at that time only Momo was in the training room, so after coaxing her with a promise of ice cream date, she decided to forget that incident. Rumi had already mastered her animagus form, Nemuri, and Momo were still working on it. But at this moment OT wasn't a priority for either of them, as both of them were learning enchanting. And I didn't have any talent in this department, so I decided to give it up and move on with other things. I continued to learn any spells I could get my hands on. My progress with Parceltongue was also coming along nicely. I would say I could hold decent conversations now with any snakes. Well, Amelia wasn't happy with me, as Public was raising fingers on her department. What can I do? After all, I can't hand over myself to Amelia. We had also finally zed out alliance when we met together. We visited Sirius's house, and I took Mamuri with me, as she is the one who could officiate the alliance, as she is the leader of the Ravenclaws. And like I had imagined, we got some protests because we were only hiring Muggleborns and half-bloods for our all establishments. But the protests weren't at the level of what I was expecting. Honestly, I would say that it was dealt with rather easily. Only a few supremacists were protesting. It could have something to do with the message I wanted to say. Are you ready? I was finally brought out of my thoughts when Rumi called me. We were going to Diagon Alley to shop for our school supplies. Momo, Rumi, and me, all 3 of us have grown up, but because of the fitting charms in our robes, it won't be a problem for us to use them for 2nd year. We only needed to shop for potion ingredients and books. I was so glad that Lockhart wasn't hired this time, or I might have killed him because of his stupidity. But I also felt bad for myself, as I wasn't able to kill that Ponce, bringing his deeds to the light, destroying his reputation, which would also drag the whiskered wanker's name through the mud. Ah, such a loss. Nevertheless, I a good boy, so I decided to give it up. Maybe sometime later I would get the chance to gut him like a pig. Yes, I am ready. Where are Alice and Dora? I asked, looking towards Nemuri, who was reading a erotic magazine. Alice is getting ready, and Dora. Nemuri was about to say, but Dora walked out of the washroom while tripping. Dora cursed the floor like usual and came down to sit with us. Well, here she is, Nemuri said and licked her lips. After some time Momo also joined us, and all 5 of us operat to Diagon Alley. Whistle, the alley looks really empty, don't you think, Vicky? Dora asked, looking around. Well, it should be. After all, our honey decided to pike someone's head right in the middle of Diagon Alley, so everyone must be still scared, Nemuri made her point, to which Momo nodded. I just don't understand one thing. I was reading about last war and it's completely out of my understanding. How can only 200 people dominate the whole magical Britain like they did? Momo asked in a bland voice. Yes, they are sheep, cowards, or whatever you want to say. Remember when Edgar beat up OL Twinkles and hanged up in the middle of here? Did anyone try to stop him or fire of any spell? They just kept watching and huddled together, Rumi said with clear disgust in her voice. Then 1 month ago when he piked the head, did anyone try to stop him? No? Why would they do it? That's just plain stupid. They don't have a spirit to fight. Honestly, I am gonna have fun breaking their spirits. Rumi spoke again and spat on the ground in disgust. And forget the times when he invaded the ministry like he owned the place. What did they do? Nothing. He invaded the place again like nothing. Momo made another point. Well, I think all of us got the point. Let's get over with the shopping and get back, I said, and 4 girls nodded, hearing me. Within 1 hour we were done with the shopping, so we quickly went to the ice cream parlor. There is no way that I would miss any chance to visit that place. There is nothing that would replace my love for ice cream. The person who had the idea must have been sent by God, like he sent me. Days kept passing like that and it was already September 1st. Dora wasn't able to visit last month because she had to live in the dorms of the Auror Academy. Apparently, Fudge with his infinite wisdom had decided to hire Aurors as soon as possible because of the terror Magneto was causing. So, to complete the Auror training so quickly, they needed to live in that place without any leaves. Though the 4 of us spent the last month in a rather lax manner, and Nemuri seemed that she wanted to empty all the jizz I had. After all, she couldn't visit Hogwarts, so she would be able to scratch her itch on her own. She didn't seem to be happy. But she was visiting Hogwarts today to hand over the wards to OL Twinkles, but she won't give him full control, and the 3 would also have the control while I would be able to control them completely. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. We quickly port-keyed into the platform 934. Since everyone already knew that we were Ravenclaws, now there was no longer need to hide. We arrived at the platform and saw parents all around looking at us, but this time neither of them looked at us with disgust. Rio, I gotta go and meet that old goat. See ya later, Nemuri said, and apparat to Hogwarts. Well, let's go get a compartment for ourselves, Rumi said, walking forward. Both Momo and me silently agreed with her, so we quickly followed her. Finding an empty compartment wasn't hard at all. This makes you wonder how desperate Ron was to become Harry's friend. Well, that won't be happening in this world. We closed the door and sat down. Only after a few seconds someone knocked on the door. I used my power and opened the door to find 2 Ravenclaws. Lisa Turpin and Michael Corner. Both of them were in our years. They were friends with Momo. For me and Rumi they were just good acquaintances. Can we sit here? Corner asked, slightly nervous. Well, I don't have any problem with either of them. Both of them are good. Yeah, sure, we don't mind, I said, and leaned back in the seat. Both of them immediately smiled and added down-biced Momo and started to discuss about studies. Typical Ravenclaws. After some time before the train left, Hermione also joined our group. Rumi was resting her head on my shoulder. Both of us were relaxing while the 4 of them chatted happily about studies. Well, I have to say this life is good. Thinking this I fell asleep. No? And that's final? I have seen what you did when you had full control of the wards, and I am not going to let that repeat again. You will get the partial control of the wards like every head of house would. Now, I was saying when Dumbles roared in anger and cut me off. Everyone present in the room except me flinched due to the anger radiating from Dumbledore, and he also started to release his magical power. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. My eyes turned immediately cold. So OL Twinkles want to play the game like this. Then so be it. I also released my magical power, which easily suppressed Fumbledurk's magical power. Bumbledore was taken aback, along with everyone present in the room. You will do as I say or I will throw you out like I did to your pet Death Eater, and don't try to compete me in strength. You might know more spells than me, but you will lose in sheer raw power, I coldly said to Dumbledore, who didn't show any outward reaction and kept looking at me with a calculative look. I already had my wand in my hands. After all, I won't let him attack me, and even if he does I want to be ready. A few seconds of silence passed, but nobody said anything. I finally stopped releasing my magical power and decided to break the silence. Now, as I was saying, I want weekly reports from all head of the houses. I don't want this school to go back to its previous state, and bullies should be given harsh punishments, I said, and looked around. Except Dumbles, everyone nodded their heads. Good. Now, I gotta go after all. I have several establishments to handle, I said, waving at the professors, and walked out of the room. Hey, if Dumbles believed even for a moment that I would have handed him full control over the wards, then he must have been dreaming. I handed him control over some wards, but now he won't be able to spy through ghosts and the portraits. He also won't be able to order the house elves to do anything outside of their duties. Now, all the head of the houses and Dumbles would be notified if someone casts any kind of lethal spells. Now, I know Dumbles could force the head of the houses to do his bidding, but I won't hold on to that for too much, as I sure that Horace and Flitwick won't listen to Dumbles, and from what I have seen last year, old Minnie Gi also won't listen to him. She was really hurt when the article about Harry came out, and for months Minnie kept glaring at OL Twinkles. Now, even if he forces the head of the houses to listen to him, he can't do that to Rio or my sister wives. After all, the 3 of them had full control of the wards. They could spy through the portraits and ghosts. They would also know when someone casts a lethal spell with whole Hogwarts, so if Dumbles forces other not to take any action, then I can put my foot down when I receive the weekly reports. Well, whatever. Now that I am free, I am gonna finish my porn collection. Hee hee. In Headmaster's office, Albus released a disappointed sigh. I cannot tell you all how much I am disappointed in young Vicky. Why won't see the reason, Albus said in his disappointed grandfatherly tone while shaking his head. And what reason it might be, Albus? Minerva asked with a stern face. She wasn't happy with Albus, wasn't happy at all. Her hero worship is now completely gone and now she sees for what Albus truly is. Flitwick and Pomona were also interested to hear Albus's reason. Horace looked really uninterested as he had some idea how Albus liked to play this game. After all, Horace knew Albus since way back. I am trying to teach Vicky that she must learn to forgive or we might push the students too far. They might seek out the dark side, Albus said in a regretting voice. Seeing that no one say anything, Albus thought his plan working, so he decided to continue. Young Vicky, she holds too much power in young age and I assume you all know that power corrupts absolutely. Not able to forgive is the first sign that you are going dark, Albus said in a sad and solemn voice. But inside Albus was really happy. He was sure that this was working as this method had never failed him before. After all, he is the greatest wizard alive. He is Albus Dumbledore. If he says someone is going dark, then he or she is. But alas, this wasn't Albus's time. Albus's hopes were shattered when the 2 of 4 head of the houses burst out laughing. Yes, sure Albus, when anyone don't listen to you then they must be going dark, right? Then, I am too going dark as I completely agree with Vicky Ravenclaw. Bullies must be punished harshly, Minerva said after she finished laughing. After finished speaking her thoughts she walked out of the room. Albus was stunned silent. He knew that Minerva was angry with him because of Harry and she blamed herself. But Albus was sure that like always Minerva would see the reason behind his actions. Yeah, Albus, I know how you work. I am completely familiar with your methods, after all I have seen you the longest. Horace was the second person to laugh on Albus. He finally got up shaking his head and walked out of the room. Albus, no matter how much I give it a thought I am unable to find you are right. I completely despise the bullies and I completely agree with Lady Ravenclaw's views and methods, Phileas said and left the room. He didn't laugh out like Minerva and Horace, but he completely agreed with Lady Ravenclaw, Minerva, and Horace. He believed that bullies must be dealt with an iron fist. Professor, I would leaving too. Pomona didn't know what to say. She decided to leave the room quickly. She also followed Phileas and left the room. Albus was the only one left in the room. He sat there completely stunned and shocked. He couldn't even believe how quickly he was starting to lose trust, and this won't do. Albus knew that he might be powerful, but without his blind supporters he was just a strong wizard. Strong but alone, and only being strong didn't matter much in these situations. This won't do. Albus needed to do something to gain back the trust he had lost, or how would he be able to lead Harry to his destiny? He was the only one who could defeat Tom and lead Magical Britain to greatness. What he was doing was for the greater good. Why would everyone be so hard and not listen his great wisdom? Albus looked at his old friend, Fox. Fox trilled, trying to cheer up Albus, but unfortunately it wasn't working. Now, it was a misconception that phoenixes were light creatures. Apparently they were not. They were like any other familiars. You have to bond with them like you did with any other familiars. Albus knew about this and he knew how wrong everyone was, but he didn't correct anything. After all, this was the method he used to become the leader of light. Albus went deep into his thoughts, trying to make plans how to bring Harry back and gain back his popularity. Suddenly an image of fiery goblet appeared in his mind. A small and gentle smile appeared on his face. While Albus was busy with his plans, he didn't notice a portrait was watching him. If Albus had looked intently, then he wouldn't have found that one portrait was not the original and have been changed with something else. Alas, Albus didn't thought to pay too much attention to it, since all portraits were completely useless to him now. POV Rio, Edgar. I finally separated by connection from the portrait. Yes, this portrait was placed by Nemuri during the holidays. With full control of the wards, she operated directly into OL Twinkle's office and changed one of the oldest portraits with a copy, but this portrait was slightly different. When a meeting would transpire, I would receive a notification in my phone, and through magic I would be able to connect with the portrait and see everything going in there. Yes, I went to sleep previously, but Rumi woke me up when I received a notification. In this world no one except had mobiles as of now, and even if they did, they didn't have notifications like iPhones and Androids. In MHA world, Rumi wouldn't have bothered with a notification, but in this world it is quite important. So she woke me up. After seeing the notification, I quickly connected with the portrait so spy on the meeting. Yes, Dumbles could be thrown out, but I need him here so that he can start the Triwizard Tournament. After all, it is going to be a scandal and there is no one else who would allow Triwizard Tournament to happen, and if the tournament doesn't happen, then I would have no idea when Voldybaby would get his body, and this would be a good chance to get rid of Moldshorts too. Let's see what happens. Ride to the castle was a completely different experience this time. Threstal drawn carriages. It felt like we have arrived in some medieval time period, though it's quite similar with all the supremacy and bigotry. So, you are saying that these carriages aren't magically drawn? Lisa Turpin was still with. She asked us in a voice that showed that she wasn't sure if she could believe us. I believe they are called Threstles. They can only be seen by someone who have seen death closely, Rumi said and leaned back in her seat. Hermione, Lisa, and Michael looked completely horrified to hear this. Oh, don't worry, but they aren't bad creatures. They are really nice and caring, I said while looking outside the window. Alice, can you see them too? Hermione asked Momo. Momo didn't reply but shook her head in denial. We didn't talk much for the rest of the ride. Getting off the carriages, we were quickly headed towards the Great Hall. This time we were brought in via a different path. I looked up to the head table and found a grandfatherly-looking Dumbles with his damn twinkles in his eyes. This isn't good. His eyes are twinkling means that he must have planned something. Oh well, I will see what he has planned later. We walked down to the Ravenclaw table and sat down beside each other. Momo took my right side while Rumi was on my left side. After some time McGonagall walked in the Great Hall followed by a bunch of Fristies. My eyes immediately scanned the crowd and found its target. Ginevra Molly Weasley. As of now, no dark artifacts have entered the castle, neither Ginevra herself was carrying anything. So, it was quite clear that dear old Lucy had decided not to use his master's precious artifact to cause chaos since Harry Potter wasn't here. I felt someone's gaze on me and immediately my eyes searched for the person the gaze belonged to and found a dreamy-looking dirty blonde-haired girl staring at me with her silver eyes. She had a huge grin on her face, then she turned her gaze on Momo and then on Rumi. Looks like we have a firstie admirer, Rumi said under her breath. Momo didn't hear Rumi so she didn't give her a reply, but I am quite sure that Luna isn't our admirer. In the series, she is well eccentric. But her insight and knowledge about some stuff were point on. I also noticed the Luna kept looking at us from time to time. Minerva quickly started the sorting and like the story, Ginevra was sorted into Jiffeaters while Luna Lovegood was sorted into Ravenclaw. Immediately after her sorting was done she skipped down to table and sat down right in front of us. I don't know if she sees something in us or not, but when I think about her in the story she was bullied throughout all the years. At least I won't let that happen even if she doesn't becomes my friend. But seeing her here I think that she will be our friend. Now with the sorting done, Fumbledork decided to say some words and the food appeared on the tables. Seeing that Luna didn't say anything we all started to eat. Hello Otherworlders, how do you do? Luna asked us in dreamy voice. Momo immediately choked on her good and started to chuff. Rumi completely froze and stilled. I was also frozen in shock and surprise. How the hell she is able to find that out? Does she really have some powers which lets her see the world in other perspective? What do you mean by that, Miss Lovegood? I asked her politely. Honestly, I don't want this getting this out. While asking her I quickly cast a silencing charm around us. Oh, that you came from Otherworld. Nice meeting you, I am Luna Lovegood. Please call me Luna, Luna said while nodding her head in a sage manner. But how the hell, what can she even see? But how? I don't think I looking anything different from the others. Suddenly Momo squeaked out the question from my side, giving up all the pres tenses. Well, she must be curious. Frizzitperts told me, Luna said like a matter of fact. I don't even know what they are, but I am sure that they must be different from Nargles and Raxperts. Momo was completely bewildered and speechless. Rumi decided not to intervene in this conversation. If you don't mind, can I ask what they are? I asked Luna, trying not to make her feel offended, but I really wanted to hear her explanation. Oh, they are a species of invisible creatures that can read the essence of the world, Luna said while nodding her head. Do they give pudding for dessert? Luna asked us without giving us a chance to say anything. No, I don't think they do, I said, and Luna looked immediately saddened. It's so sad, Luna said and started to eat her food. I felt someone poking me from the right side and found Momo gesturing towards Luna. Luna, if you don't mind, can you please keep this secret, us being Otherworlders? I asked her. I know she isn't a girl who would babble her mouth. She is pure and gentle girl with a single bad bone in her body. I can do that, Luna said and returned to her food. Momo didn't know what to say anymore and Rumi had long returned to eating her food. I whispered something in Momo's ears and she immediately conjured 2 cups. I took them and pushed them towards Luna. Luna, you said you wanted pudding, I said. Luna immediately looked towards the cups and her eyes shined in excitement. Are they for me? Luna asked, gesturing on herself. I nodded my head and Luna happily accepted the pudding. Thank you, nobody ever gave me anything, Luna said and started to eat pudding, forgetting her food. Don't worry Luna, you are our friend and it's natural for friends. Of course if you want to be our friends, I said with a gentle smile on my face. I never had any friends, everyone called me loony and ran away from me. I would love to be your friend, Luna said while she already finished 1 pudding cup and was about to open the second. Luna, you need to eat food, you can eat pudding later, I said. Though Luna pouted, she began eating her food again, but her eyes were fixated on the pudding cup. Dinner was quickly over, Luna happily devoured the pudding. After dinner, Dumbles gave his tribe speech which most of the people ignored. Now, that I wonder, last year anything related to Norbert never happened. Did the absence of Harry mess up the timeline so much? Could be. After all, this world is dependent on him and him not being here must have brought huge changes. We returned to the Ravenclaw dorms. The first years were shown the way by the 5th year prefects. We were behind them. The 3 of us stayed at the back with a silencing charm and a strong notice me not charm. Was that safe? Our secret could be out. Momo asked me, completely worried. You don't have to worry, she is a nice girl. You will see. Well, she is eccentric but she is nice, I said and pulled both Momo and Rumi towards me by their waist. She seemed quite nice even though weird, Rumi said, trying to make a point. She has some powers that lets see the world in some other perspective, Momo said while muttering. That's my girl. I never said anything to powers, but she herself reached to this conclusion. I didn't say anything and nodded my head. We finally entered the dorms and the first years were shown to their dorms. We decided not to delve into carnal desires for tonight, since it has been a long day, but that didn't mean we can't cuddle together in the bed. Momo and Rumi arrived in my room during the night using flash step. If they wanted they could have apparat, but neither of them liked the feeling of apparition, so they decided not to use that for short distance travels. Quickly getting undressed, we cuddled in the bed. I closed my eyes and took the full control of Hogwarts wards and activated animagus locating wards. Now that I was connected with the wards, I quickly scanned the Greyfeeder dorms but found that Horcrux wasn't here. Even though I checked this previously, I wanted to be sure after all. I didn't want to visit Lucy for nothing. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. But, before anything, I again checked Slytherin dorms. After all, Lucy doesn't know what that thing is, so he can give that to his own son. Fortunately, the artifact wasn't in Slytherin dorms. I said fortunate because now I can pay dear old Lucy a visit. At least this gives me a nice excuse. It has been 2 months since the new term started. Nothing really great happened except a few Slytherins landed themselves in month-long detentions with just a single incident of bullying. The same was with the Weasley twins. They were okay, but except that I honestly care about them. Apparently, after the term started, they pulled a prank, and like always their target was Slytherins. The first was a prank as it didn't cause any harm and everyone laughed and giggled. So, they were let off by Mini GI, but this gave them more courage and pulled another prank, but this time it was on Slytherin first ties. The prank made them bawl out their eyes. Due to this, the twins landed themselves in a month-long detention. OL Twinkles tried to overturn the detention on his golden lions, but Mini GI growled on him like a lioness whose tail was being stepped on. OL Twinkles knew what was good for him, so he immediately sat down. Mini GI even called the Mama Weasley and gave her a warning. The next day the twins got a howler. Luna was pure like an angel. What more can say about her? She was the most gentle soul I have the blessing to ever meet. Momo and Rumi also agreed with me on that. Luna has become our good friend. I can happily say that she was my second friend in Hogwarts. First was Dora, but now that's a different relationship. Luna was avoided like a plague by other of her classmates or dorm mates, so I always ask Luna to stay with our group, which she happily does. Just give her a pudding and she will forget all the worries of the world. She had also taken our individual interview for her father's magazine The Quibbler. Our interview was published and this made her magazine a lot more popular, seeing that dear old Rita sent a message through Amelia asking for an interview. I told her that we can do that after Christmas. Now, 2 stupid girls still tried to bully Luna even after they knew that she was our good friend. They stopped when they weren't able to enter the Ravenclaw dorms for 2 days straight. Even if other students opened the door for them, they weren't immediately thrown out of the dorms. Of course, we Ravenclaws were the prime suspects for this. The 3 of us were even called into Flitwick's office, but we just behaved like we knew nothing. Flitwick's expression was priceless. Everyone in the staff knew we were responsible but weren't able to punish us because they didn't have any prof. I know, a stupid reason, but I have no reason to say that out loud and earn detention. OL Twinkles even called us in his office. The conversation was kind of, "Edgar my boy, how are you?" Then, "Edgar my boy, is there anything you know about the problem with the entrance with Ravenclaw dorms?" After several questions like this, he finally let us go since the conversation was going nowhere. He tried to compulse me and the girls. Didn't work. We didn't look into his eyes, so no passive leglimency. He even gave us lemon drops laced with mind-altering potions. Didn't work. He became frustrated and let us go. The bracelets made by Namuri and Momo protected us from the compulsions and lemon drops. Well, OL Twinkle's time will come. I will let him free reign, well as reign he can muster for now. We found another thing, that Luna was really good at keeping our secrets. She didn't even bother when Rumi once became careless and blurted out about killing dear old Lucy. Luna just wished me luck and went back on reading on a book of magical creatures. This was 1 month ago. Well, even if I wanted to kill Lucy, I needed the location of their house. So, tonight I finally found the ferret bouncing around in the halls around the Ice Princess of Slytherin, prancing about how great he was, how great his father was, how much money her had. The ferret was already telling her how lucky she was that he had taken any interest in her. She should already get on her knees in front of her, how he would pleasure her in the bed. The girl in question, the Ice Princess of Slytherin, looked at him like he was a bug waiting to be squashed under her heels. Honestly, if I would in her place, then I would long crocheted him or used castration hacks. I have to say, I have come to admire her level of patience. I silently stayed disillusioned. After all, I can't rummage through the ferret's mind if the green grass is here. When I saw the ferret leave the Great Hall alone with his butt buddies, I followed him. This was the first time in 2 months, 2 fucking months, when he had left the Great Hall on his own, and now he had come here to push around like a ferret. The Ice Princess finally blew her gasket and in an flash stunned the ferret, who dropped on the floor like a sack of potatoes. "I would really like if you show yourself," Daphne said in her usual cold voice. "I am damn sure that nobody is around me because of my power, only the 3 of us are here. And I find it quite unbelievable that she found me out, but she did. It must be some artifact she is carrying with her. After all, she is a pure blood witch, and they could carry something that would alert them if someone is hiding around them. After all, no one wants to get surprised and taken advantage of, and Daphne Greengrass is the heiriest of Greengrass family." I decided to show myself and cancelled my disillusion and walked out of the shadow. Her face remained completely stoic. "She is really good in occlumency. How did you find me?" I asked her with unusual attitude. "That's none of your business. Now, why are you here? Do you also want to take advantage of me like this shit stain?" Daphne said coldly and pointed her wand at me. I didn't even phase. "You see, I don't like when someone answers me," I said with a smile and raised my hand towards her. Daphne sent a stupefy spell on me, which I swatted away with my other hand covered in lightning armor. I saw Daphne's eyes grew wide, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Imperio. I decided to go with the Imperious Curse. After all, if she has an artifact related with finding people, she could easily have another artifact which would protect her from her obliviation. As soon as the Imperious took place, her body became completely lax. I don't feel bad to do this, after all I don't care, but I can't have my cover blown like this. I know this girl would not go to Dumbles, but she would try to hold this over my head to use me. After all, she is a Slytherin. Now, answer, how did you find me? Do you have any artifact to protect you from obliviation? I said. I found you using an artifact. It lets me find if anyone around me. I have my Eris ring that protects me from obliviation, Daphne answered in a monotone voice, but she had a look of euphoria on her face, meaning she was well under my Imperious. Hand me your wand and any other wands if you are carrying, I said, and Daphne immediately handed me her wand and took out another wand from her right ankle and handed me. Seeing that she didn't move, I released her from Imperious Curse. Daphne's mask broke for the first time and backed away to the wall with a horrified look on her face. Make a magical vow that you will keep everything about me secret and I will let you go, without any harm, I said, and used her wand and wrote the vow in air, and threw her the second wand. The vow contained that she won't speak or write anything she saw or try to harm me or anyone near me. Daphne fearfully took the vow. I had to take this way because of her Eris ring. I can't take it off, and if she herself takes it off, her father would be notified. Ancient magics work just like that. With the vow done, I handed her the second wand and beamed at her with the brightest smile I could muster. Good girl, you are awesome. I know we could become friends, I said, and used my powers to pick up Malfoy. Daphne was gobsmacked seeing my wandless magic and stayed at the side. I revived the ferret. How dare! His rant froze when he saw me happily smiling at him. You, the ferret screamed. Yes, me. Now will you tell me where your house is? I asked him in a happy voice. Let me go, you half-breed. Malfoy screamed. Since he was frozen due to my powers, he wasn't able to get away from me or pull out his wand. I take that as a no. Leglimens, I said, and bashed his shields and rummaged through his mind. I quickly found everything I needed. The ferret was already screaming loud. After I got everything, I stopped the spell and pulled out of his mind. I also found that his ring didn't have a function like Daphne's. Obliviate, you were disturbing Miss Greengrass here. She didn't react to your tripe and you finally ran away like a bitch. You are saying that you were going to bitch about this to your dear father, I said to the glassy-eyed ferret, who walked away after I gave him the command. I was also about to walk away, but Daphne called me from back. What are you going to do? Daphne asked in a fearful look. Well, since I am a good boy, I will tell you. I am going to kill his father, I said with a smile. Daphne looked like she sucked a lemon when heard I am good boy. She can't say any of my secret to I am free to tell her. I have learned a lit about vows and oaths through research after all. After hearing that I am going to kill Lucius, she snorted like any typical pure-blood witch. Funny, but if you are able to kill him, then Greengrass family will owe you greatly, and as a heiress I promise to draw an alliance with Ravenclaw family. As a heiress I give you my word, Daphne said, and her ice princess mask was completely back. An alliance with the Greengrasses would be really helpful. After all, Greengrasses were neutral family even in the last war and always have been a grey family. Getting an alliance with them will also help some other families to get together with us. But why? How would it help your family? I asked curiously. After all, in story Draco married her sister. Lucius Malfoy is using his money to bribe the ministry and push my father into a corner. He wants to draw a marriage contract with our family. My father is currently holding back, but he won't be able to for long. If the marriage contract is drawn, then my Lucius will get 6 neutral families on his side in the voting block, Daphne said. Oh, okay, don't worry. You will get the good news tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Now bye. Don't try to freeze anyone, Ice Princess, I said while walking away from her and received a glare from her. I silently waited in my room after I returned from the nice meeting I had with the ferret and the Ice Princess. I was waiting for the clock to hit midnight. I would be leaving after that. After all, I don't want anyone knocking on my door and not finding me here. From anyone I mean Luna. She is the only one who comes and knocks on my door. Momo and Rumi always invite themselves in, and Nemuri was Nemuri. Nothing new there. So, even if Luna knows that I would be killing someone from Rumi's slip, I still don't want her to know. Momo and Rumi were both already asleep on my enlarged bed. All 3 of us were in our 12-year-old forms. After all, I needed to be somewhere, and when we start we can't stop ourselves until we are utterly satisfied. It was also good that tomorrow is Saturday, so no classes. I wonder if someone would be able to connect the dots with me, but honestly I won't hold too much hope. I thought, and a gentle smile appeared on my face. Only after a few seconds the reminder started to ring in my mobile. I turned off the alarm and picked up the vial of aging potion that was resting in front of me on the table. With a wave of my hand I was completely naked. With the clothes removed I gulped down the aging potion and my body started to age. With the transformation done, I quickly used my powers to don my armor. I checked the locking and noticed me not charm on the door. Seeing the charm still there and holding strong, I nodded at myself and used flash step to directly jump out of the wards. Without my armor I had to jump 2 times to travel the distance, but with my armor on, the distance I can cover with flash step increases severely. I brought up the memory of Malfoy Manor using Occlumency. The next moment I apparat right outside the wards of Malfoy Manor. I cast my usual anti-apparition and anti-port ki wards along with some other wards. I can't be lax. After all, I can't have them running away after I worked so hard to hunt down Lucy. With a huge vicious grin which was blocked because of my mask, I ripped right through the wards. Like late Goyle SNR, these wards were also lethal, but I walked right through them like nothing. I used my powers and sensed the persons inside and found 4 life signs, 2 adults and 2 house elves. I guess. I was quite surprised to see that Malfoy's didn't have 1 ounce of metal on their massive manor doors, quite disappointing. Even though I was disappointed, I didn't let it hold me down. Maybe I will blow up the whole manor later. Bombarda Maxima, the spell hit the door, and with a huge explosion, the doors were completely blown inside. I walked inside and looked around the manor. Well, yes. I have to say this is a nice manor. I located the 2 humans. They were hiding somewhere underground. Well, I knew it was basement, but I knew where the entrance of their basement was. I knew from the story that Lucy kept several dark trinkets in his basement. During the First Wars he also kept muggles there. I tried to find the entrance for Malfoy's basement for 2 minutes, then I decided it was enough and gave up. Good, if he wants to hide he can hide, but I am gonna bring his precious mansion down before I continue to find him. Let's see, what attack should I use? Fiend Fire? Shinra Tensei? Well, with both Fiend Fire and Shinra Tensei, I could kill Lucy and Narcissa without even greeting them. That won't do. Grudgingly I moved right on top of their life signs and iron sand started to come out of my armor. The iron sand started to forcefully dig into the floor while also ripping it up. After a few seconds all the preparations were done and I ripped apart the floor and find out a luxurious room. Narcissa was calmly sipping tea before I invited myself, and Lucy was pacing around. Both of them were quite surprised to see me, and from their expression they never imagined that I would find themselves. Well, hello. I would there that you manners are abysmal. How can you not invite you guest to tea, Lady Malfoy? Lucy, my boy. I am really disappointed in you, I said while shaking my head. Ha ha ha, acting like Albus is awesome? Fuck yeah. When I spoke, Lady Malfoy was completely shocked and then horrified. Well, Lucy was shocked, then horrified, and then enraged. He must have noticed that I was copying Albus Fumbledork. Lucy immediately raised his cane towards me, fired off AK. The spell was stopped by my iron sand wall. I jumped inside the room and looked at Lucy, who fired another spell, but it also met its previous fate. Lucy, my boy, I am so disappointed in you. I came to visit you for the greater good. I hope you understand, my boy, I said in a deep voice mimicking Dumble's, but inside I laughing. It was so hilarious. Lucy's face turned purple in rage and was starting daggers at me. His head immediately shot towards his wife. Don't gawk at him, you imbecile, and attack him, Lucy shouted. Narcissa immediately fumbled with her wand and fired off a stunning spell on me. I just swatted away the spell with my hand. Ah, such a loss. I tried to give you a second chance. You could have died painlessly, but no. You have to act like this, I said, still in my Dumble's act, and shook my head. I pointed my finger towards Lucy. Crucio, I said, and Lucy immediately dropped on the floor and started to scream on top of his lungs. I turned towards Narcissa, who yelped in fear. I don't remember her like this in the story. Is she a pathetic scaredy cat? Why did you support him? I asked her, giving up my act. Lucy was still under my Crucio. I cast a silencing charm on Lucy. Narcissa didn't speak and looked at calculating. Finally she sighed. I never supported him or the Dark Lord. Yes, I hate the Mudbloods and I would be always superior than them, but I never thought of torturing or killing them. What more option did I had? My family sold me to Lucius Malfoy, under a contract, so I could be a typical pure-blood wife. I couldn't make or give my own opinion, so I just stayed away but never joined the service of Dark Lord, Narcissa said, and stood proudly like any other pure-blood witch. I could see, she was scared, but A1 for acting. I am a black. I would never bow in front of someone who would brand his followers like a cattle, Narcissa said proudly, and now her chin and nose were pointing upwards like any other spoiled pure-blood princess. It was quite amusing, if I have to say something. I used Legilimency on her wandlessly and found out that she at least believed at what she was saying. Maybe I should let her go. She doesn't have a mark. Then run, go away from here after you take an oath that you won't go against me. By the time I leave there won't be anything left here. But know this, if I find you that you or your son took the dark mark in future, then I would be coming for you. I promise you that, I said, and used my wand to write the oath in air. Narcissa pointed her wand upwards and took the oath. With the oath done, I dropped the anti-Portkea ward and threw a Portkea to Narcissa. That would take you to St. Mungo's, I said, to which she nodded and activated the Portkea and was whisked away. Hehe, now with the oath done I will later force her to join my alliance when needed. Even if Narcissa is a supremacist, she truly believes that killing and torturing Muggle wouldn't do her any good. I finally turned towards Lucy, who was still writhing and screaming in pain. OPPs. I forgot to lift up the curse because of the silencing charm. I wonder when Lucy would snap under the curse. I put up the anti-Portkea ward again and cancelled the silencing charm on Lucy and lift up the Cruciatus curse. How do you feel? Does it feel nice? I asked, looking at Lucy. Please, mere mercy, Lucy whimpered on the floor. Hehe. Lucy is quite funny, cracking a joke at a time like this. Sorry, out of mercy. Crucio. Lucy again burst out in screams. After about 17 minutes Lucy's mind finally snapped. His eyes grew wide and started to drool. He no longer screamed when I kept him under the curse any longer. Well, 17 minutes. Nice, nice, now, I said, looking around and clasped my hands together. Shinra Tensei, fuck. I cursed loudly and kicked the ground. I am fucking idiot. How the hell did I let myself get carried on and not remember my main objective of coming here? Fuck. I again cursed inside me mind and looked at the complete wasteland that I was standing in the middle of. I can only smile wryly now. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I wonder if Lucy's body is still intact. Damn, even if his body is intact I really doubt that he would be alive. Then even if he was alive his mind was already snapped. I am pretty sure that I won't get anything from his mind except doodles and clouds. Huh? I am completely ashamed of myself. I guess, this is my hubris. I again looked at the desolate wasteland right in front of me. There is no way in hell I would ever find the diary if it's here. Rio my boy, I am so disappointed in myself. Guess, I have to work hard to find the diary. Soon, this place is going to be crawling with horrors. Well, it's not that I am sacred of them, but I just don't want anyone picking up the diary and taking it home to show that to his wife. Thinking all this stuff I quickly operated right outside Hogwarts wards and used flash step to appear in the dorms. I gave a look to sleeping forms of Momo and Rumi and again flash stepped, but this time I appeared on the 7th floor in front of the tapestry depicting the attempt of Barnabas and Barmy to teach the trolls ballet. Time to look for the tiara or the diadem of Ravenclaw. A/N. Guys, I am sorry but I don't know where the diadem is kept inside the room of hidden things. So, I am gonna have to make it with what I have. I quickly pulled out my memories from the stories and movies and with a little difficulty I had the Ravenclaw's diadem right in front me. Now, I know that I shouldn't pick it so I used levitation spell to pick up the diadem. I was about to flash step right out of the castle but froze on my steps when I felt someone cross the wards. Odd. I don't think anyone would be stupid to do that, except Dumbles. With decided that it could be only Fumbledork, I immediately flash stepped in the direction of OL Twinkles but only arrived before he was whisked away by his phoenix. Damn, there is no way in hell that I would be able to find where he went. I took a minute to calm myself down. Tonight was really unlucky for me. First I forgot to get the diary before I killed Lucy and blew apart the Malfoy Manor. Now I had to work more to get my hands on the diary. Now, I found OL Twinkles sneaking out of the castle but I can't follow because he had to use his damn phoenix. But don't worry. I will find out what he is up to now that I know he is sneaking out. I sighed and operated back to Malfoy Manor, well where it used to be. Like I had thought the place was now crawling with horrors. Oh, Amelia is also here. Fudge must have pissed his pants and ordered all horrors to come here. I feel really bad for them. Maybe I should apologize to them. I quickly took flight and rose up in the air. Like this I could get a better idea where the damn diary is. I quickly cast several spells on the diadem and found out it was tainted with a foreign component. I focused on the taint and used an ancient spell. The spell would reveal if some other objects around you have the same magical signature or not. With this I could easily find the diary if dear old Lucy kept it in his manor. This spell was a dark spell. A lot of spells were marked as dark spells in magical Britain, that is why several other countries think of this country as a joke. And, the reason for all these spells being dark is obviously the great Albus Dumbledore. I wonder if OL Twinkles would declare the levitation spell a dark spell if I kill someone using that. Well, that's a thought for later time because I have found a similar magical signature. But using the ancient spell has a downside. This revealed my position to every auror down there. And I have to say I am really disappointed. All of them except only a few almost shat in their pants seeing me floating in the air. I immediately landed in the area where I had located the diary. I cleared the rubbles and finally found the diary. Now that I have these two things in my hands, what should I do? Should I use faint fire? But the cleansed diadem would be a nice gift for Momo. But now the problem is I have no fucking idea that even after cleansing them if they would work like they should. I can't take risk that if Momo places the diadem on her head and her head caves in. I shuddered once just for thinking that. I pulled out my wand and several spells were sent in my direction. All of them stopped by the rubble that was lying around. I turned towards the group of aurors and spoke in a happy voice. Would you please wait? I have to deal with something. I will entertain you guys right after that, I said and pointed my wand towards the diadem and diary. Faint fire. As soon as the words came out of my mouth, a Leviathan made of fire erupted from the tip of my wand and engulfed the diary and diadem completely. A loud screech was heard throughout. After a few seconds the whole fire disappeared like nothing. Yep, now that's done. Now, please tell me how I can help you gentlemen, I said in an happy voice. Amelia cleared her throat and glared at me. And ladies, I said, and Amelia's glare immediately softened. What happened to Malfoy Manor? Kingsley Shacklebolt asked me. He was by Amelia's side. I didn't like the design, you know, and how can that sick fuck not have metal in his door? It irked me, so I decided to get rid of the manor, I said while nodding my head like I was stating a fact. I heard several gasps around. A young auror even peed his pants. Sorry for scaring you, lad. Madam Bones, you should get more strong-willed aurors. If you don't mind I can help you, I said in a gentle voice. Amelia didn't know what to say anymore. She was just shocked out of her mind. Dark Lord Magneto? You are under arrest for the murder of Lucius Malfoy. Suddenly an auror spoke up full of pride and arrogance. I gave him a nice look and remembered his name is John Dawlish. Fudge's auror dog. Dawlish, my boy, Lucius Malfoy needed to die. After all, everything is for the greater good. I again mimicked Albus Dumbledore. No matter, I can't. That this is really catchy. Dawlish's face turned red in rage and shot off several spells at me. Well, I didn't care, and Aegis Shield appeared in front of me and stopped all the spells. Dawlish, my boy, I am so disappointed in you. I have so many hopes for you, but you became Fudge's dog. I am disappointed to say this, but you have gone dark, my boy, I said while shaking my head in disappointment. I clearly saw several Aurors somehow stopping themselves from laughing out loud, barely. Amelia's face had already contorted trying to stop her laugh, but she was kind of failing. The rest of the Aurors were completely bewildered at our exchange. Arg. Dawlish screamed in rage and started to sending spells after spells at me, but none of them got him any desired results. I was finally fed up and shot him a lightning bolt and knocked him out. Well, it was quite fun while it lasted, but I am bored now. I am gonna go, bye, I said while waving, and Flash stepped out of that place. I didn't want to waste an untraceable portkaya, and apparition can be traced. So, I decided to get out of the area first, which I did using Flash Step. I finally appeared at quite a distance away from Malfoy Manor, where it used to be. Now that I was at a safe distance, I operated out and appeared right outside of Hogwarts wards. I again Flash stepped and appeared inside my room. It was already quite late, so I quickly got out of my armor and stored it inside the trunk. Without even bothering, I climbed into the bed and settled myself in between Momo and Rumi. I finally fell asleep thinking how interesting tomorrow would be. Well, the next day wasn't like I had thought, but it's not that I was complaining. I wished to see how the ferret reacted when he received the news of his father's untimely death. But unfortunately, the ferret wasn't here. The rumor was that someone has taken him away from Hogwarts. I would have believed that it was Severus Snape, but that wasn't the case. After all, he can't enter Hogwarts grounds no matter what. He won't be able to enter the wards if he tries. I will hunt him later, there is still time. Finally, the Daily Prophet arrived, and right on the front news, the news about the death of upstanding citizen Lucius Malfoy. The whole front page was filled with tripe about how Magneto killed Lucius Malfoy, a good and upstanding citizen of the society, and destroyed their manor. Only on the second page there was some news about Narcissa's survival. Apparently, some mud was also thrown on Narcissa, as she has decided to make no comments on the death of her beloved husband. She in fact looked quite indifferent when the Aurors had asked for her statement. Well, Rita is always known to get her hands on stories or scandals she should possibly never get close to. This time she did that too, as she had written the exact statements given by now widow Lady Malfoy. The whole room broke out as whispers and murmurs. After all, something like this doesn't happen regularly. The teachers didn't bother to say anything or do about this. I laid my eyes back on the paper that Amelia was also getting some heat from the moron Fudge, as our dear old Lucy was dear friend and advisor of the minister. But Amelia was also a good politician, at least it clearly seemed from her statement. I am really ashamed to even admit this, but I have a duty to the people of magical Britain, so I won't shy away from revealing the truth. Last night me, along with 21 other Aurors, confronted Magneto after we arrived at the site of crime. But it was clear that even with the 22 of us together, we were not able to get Magneto take us seriously, as I have clearly stated in the reports, and all of us has returned safely except Auror John Dawlish, who was apparently knocked out by Dark Lord Magneto. I have truly come to believe that Dark Lord Magneto can only be defeated by Harry Potter, the hero of Wizarding Britain, as he had previously defeated you-know-who. But we all know that our hero has left our country because of the abuse he had to go through because of Albus Dumbledore. We all know that Albus can't defeat Dark Lord Magneto. He no longer has the power, but he is clearly the reason why Harry Potter has decided to abandon magical Britain. I sincerely hope that Harry Potter would someday forgive us for the mistake of one man who was too arrogant and blind and return to us. That's all, thank you. I am sure that this article would lead Amelia being criticized by light families who were still avid supporters of Albus Dumbledore. Of course, I received regular reports of Wizengamot sessions from Nemuri, Amelia, and Sirius, who was managing both Potter and Black seats in the Wizengamot. And honestly, I was disgusted and appalled to see that still about half of Wizengamot worshipped the ground Albus Dumbledore walked on. Yes, he was voted out of the positions of Chief Warlock of Wizengamot and Supreme Mugwump of ICW, but that was only because the public outrage. Most of the families had even openly stated that Dumbledore must have a reason to do it. Though there were some light families who blamed Albus and were angry with him, but they believed that Albus's age must be finally catching up to him. They named this as Albus's first failure and chucked it under the rug only a few months after the news of Harry Potter leaving Britain came out in the Daily Prophet. Ruining Albus would be too much fun, no argument there, and everyone in our alliance agreed on that. But I had decided to wait for the right moment to strike the blow. After all, I want it to be so severe that he would be destroyed and even his memory would bring disgust to people. There was another thing I needed to take care of before I needed to take care of Albus. Too many names. Fumbledore, his phoenix. As long he his phoenix, I can't stop him from running away or from him arriving at unwanted places at bad times. I wonder if I could permanently kill a phoenix. There must be some dark wards or spells that could get rid of the problem of our resident phoenix that was bonded with OL Twinkles. I also needed to figure out where our dear old headmaster was going on his late night prowls. I needed to find out what kind of hideous plans he was brewing. After all, he was being forced into a corner, and I know how someone can react when they are cornered. I finally pulled myself out of my thoughts and looked over at the head table. OL Fumbles looked like he was having a severe case of constipation after sucking a lemon drop. Ugh, disgusted with thought I inflicted myself with, I face-palmed. You know, you should avoid Blumberins. They are really nasty creatures, Luna said to me. She was sitting exactly opposite to me, which happily devouring the second serving of pudding she was able to coax out of Momo. Firstly, I had no idea what in the world were Blumberins, but secondly, I was quite sure that Luna could give me a nice explanation on the eccentric creature. Momo was also interested to know the description of these new creatures. Rumi didn't even react as she has given up long ago to figure out Luna for the sake of her sanity. Of course, Rumi never thought that Luna was crazy or insane, but she found that all these extra knowledges about these eccentric creatures to be out of her understanding. Rumi reached a conclusion that Luna was gifted and stopped thinking after that. Luna, can you tell me what these blumberins are? I asked Luna, who immediately got excited that I was interested. Well, they are small bugs that would fly around your head and give you disturbing thoughts and images. I am quite glad that you lost them, Luna said in a happy voice and went back to her pudding treat. I was certainly disturbed over the fact that bugs flying around my head could give me disturbing thoughts and images. I looked over to Momo, who just shrugged her shoulders and went back to her breakfast. I also decided to do the same, as Luna has grown up to us and we have gotten quite used to her. The rest of the day was pretty normal until before dinner Daphne Greengrass handed me a note asking to arrange a meeting between Lady Ravenclaw and her father. From the note I understood that she had found that there was connection between Magneto and Ravenclaw family, but she didn't inform anything about that to her father. I wasn't even worried about this fact after all. She can't even tell her father about our meeting the previous night because of the magical oath she took. I smiled happily now that we were getting 6 more votes on the voting block, and I along with Momo was quite sure that this would slowly bring more parties to our alliance. After all, most of the businesses were now owned by us. Yay, even the Greengrass alliance was a surprise, but I have to say that this was a good one. Time skip 4 months. It has been 4 months since I have killed dear old Lucy, and I have to say I gained a cunning ally through this. Narcissa Malfoy was the most cunning and business-minded woman I had ever seen. And others in our alliance completely agreed on that matter. The alliance with Greengrasses were ironed out quite easily as they didn't ask about a lot. Their business was related to food. They had massive farms and fields supplying foods to the population magical Britain and some part of magical France. Yes, there were still some parts or some families where the food came from other sources, but mostly came from the farms of Greengrass, reason they were named Greengrass. They wanted to use our channels to minimize the transport cost so that they could maximize their profit. Until now Lucius Malfoy was using whatever power he had left to oppress their business. Apparently, they had previously used some of the businesses we have acquired to do their business, but that went out of the window as those businesses were handed over to our family before we shut them down. Yes, we have started to employ workers for our businesses, but it would take time to start all of them. Dear old Lucy used this chance to jump on Greengrass, but after his timely death Greengrasses happily agreed to form an alliance with us. With decided to let them have shares in those companies as long as the employees were either Muggleborns and half-bloods. As Greengrass has always been neutral family, they happily agreed with the terms. After sorting out the Greengrass alliance, I finally decided to pay a visit to Narcissa Malfoy as Magneto. I told her my plan, and her exact words were, "This is how purebloods should think. If we kill all Muggleborns and half-bloods, then who would work for us? Purebloods? Huh?" I told that blonde Ponce Lucius that I refused to lower my standing and work like a common peasant. Did he listen? No? He went to kneel in front of a man. Disgusting. I could only smile wryly under my mask. Narcissa happily joined the alliance, and I gave her the same deal as the Greengrass, and she happily agreed, though it was in a pureblood manner. Draco had tried to dissuade her by calling blood traitor when he found out that she was joining our alliance. Narcissa just smiled and hexed Draco in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. She even warned him that if didn't give up his disgusting behavior, then she would marry someone else and find some way to get rid of him. After she left, the Great Hall was completely silent until it broke out in massive roars of laughter. Nov. L. B /JNN. Only within 4 months Narcissa was able to make her own company through the money she had in vaults and earned in these months, and all of us in the alliance have the agree that her business was most flourishing. Because of the magical oath, I knew that she would never betray me, and from what I have seen she was really happy with her current life. But with good and bad things come in package. Some of the dark families have started to oppose our every move in Wisengamot. Though they were currently unsuccessful, but they were steadily gathering supporters. Their leader was not Senior, who had claimed the Imperious defense like dear old Lucy and got out of trouble. He was also the most vocal against Narcissa for betraying their cause. Narcissa didn't even give him a thought as she was living her life. Though Draco was now a joke in Slytherin house, he still had the support of Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, Knott, and several others, as they had similar aim. That was to attack us inside the school when no one was looking. They only met with failures, but it was still annoying. I was sure that they or their fathers would pull some stunt in near future. Well, I will see when I cross that bridge. Well, I chatted enough about the stuff going on political side and business side. Well, Dora is still busy with her Auror training and won't be able to come back to get a leave until she completes her training. Well, she regularly texts and calls us at night after her training ends, but honestly, I still miss her. With just a few weeks she kind of grew a place in my heart. I don't know if this fast-paced training would do any good to her. At least Amelia also thinks that this would be waste of time, as nothing like this should be half-baked. No matter, as soon as she finishes her Auror training and joins the rank of Aurors, I will ask Rumi to handle Dora's training. Nemuri would have been my first choice if Dora wasn't already corrupted enough into the world of depravity. No matter how much I love either Nemuri or Dora, I still don't want 2 Nemuris in my harem. It would be too much for me to handle. In these 4 months both Momo and Rumi had completed their animagus training, and now they can freely transform. At first, I felt slightly bad that I didn't have a talent for this particular skill, but now it doesn't matter to me any longer. I found it to be a quite problem to manage all the powers I already had, even with my pirated version of Zenkai Boost. Firstly, magnetokinesis. I have mastered almost everything I could have related to this power. Force field, Aegis shield, done. Control gravity, done. Well, I can already pull the shit Pain did, and I can move the tectonic plates as I want, but I don't want to cause mass destruction and death, so I let it be at this moment. Next is absorbing and creating electricity. I have also mastered that long ago. Metal morphing is also done. I can easily morph any metal into any form of my liking. Black holes and portals are also done with, but seriously I don't have the courage to jump inside one of them to find out if my portal is working or not. Some would say that I am a pussy for not having courage, but I call it bullshit. I am having a happy life with my loves of my life even with these missions, so please forgive me if I don't want to stick out my neck unnecessarily. I would happily say no thank you. It's not like I don't have other means of travel. The electromagnetic spectrum manipulation. The well is this shitty long and dangerous name. Well, this power is also the most dangerous ability of magnetokinesis. After all, it have to do stuff with electromagnetic radiation, and I don't want to dabble with anything related to radiation. Again, this power has the high priority of me kicking the bucket while mastering the powers. So, I decided to ignore this topic. Yes, I know that I might have to use this power sometime and would regret not mastering it now, but I ain't taking chances with my happy life. Now, Law of Lightning. From what I have researched along with Momo, that I haven't even scratched the surface of my powers. Currently I have only mastered lightning armor, transforming my whole body into lightning. With this I can avoid physical attacks, but I am not so lucky with magical attacks. After all, if stinging hex can hit me, then AK can also. The next power is converting my whole body into lighting and teleporting or traveling at the speed of lightning. Well, that's just it. Since I was already done with my parcel tongue, I invested these 4 months into ritual that would forcefully sever a familiar's bond with its master without harming the other. I needing to prepare this because I knew that Dark Mort had entered the chambers and used the basilisk to kill Myrtle and petrify students. So, I wasn't sure that if there was a connection or not. You should always make extra preparations if you know that things could go really awry. I had only 2 projects in the time period of these 4 months. First one was the ritual, and second, I looking for anything that could rid of a phoenix. I gave up training new powers and concentrated mastering all the powers I currently had up to a subconscious level. And these 4 months finally gave me a fruit. I found a way to kill a phoenix permanently, but the ritual is so sick that I decided to hide the book so that the girls don't ever find this book. I have read several dark and evil rituals with variation of sacrifices like virgin women and all, but this one was the sickest ritual I have read. I locked my every strand of memory related to that ritual in a trunk made of vibranium and stowed it away in a corner of my mind. I also find a way to prevent phoenix bypassing wards. Well, this was quite simple if you ask me. You just need to draw a ritual circle using bone dust. Any kind of bone dust could be used. I would happily use bone dust to ward my castle and other properties. Even if I had to murder innocents to get the bone dust, it would still be a lot less evil than the ritual I needed to use to kill a phoenix permanently. A/N. Guys, I don't exactly remember the name of the fanfic where I read about a ritual about how to kill a phoenix permanently. I am so glad that I don't remember the name of the fanfic. I still regret that against my better judgment I continued reading it. It was so disgusting and so many levels that I seriously consider the mental condition of the author. I hope none of you find that fanfic ever if it's still on fanfiction.net. The point is, I honestly don't think that ritual to kill a phoenix permanently could be anything not sick and disgusting. Nov. L. B//JNN. Now with the ritual prepared to sever the connection between familiar and its master, I only had to wait for OL Twinkles to leave the castle. Momo had found several monitoring and alarm charms in front of the entrance. Now, it was quite clear that Fumbledork already knew the entrance of Chamber of Secrets. I kind of suspect that he might have even known Tommy Boy entering there and releasing the Slytherin's beast in this castle, but if I had to consider this, then OL Twinkles made what Tommy Boy has become now. I know what happened between him and Gellert Grindelwald, and I have dug up lots of stuff with help of Rita. Rita was shaking in her boots and she nearly fainted when she found out what kind of chaos she could build with this story. Well, I happy for the bug. Now, back on the topic, what I found wasn't nice at all. If I put everything in order, then OL Twinkles knowingly sent Gellert Grindelwald down the path of Dark Lord and waited for the moment when everyone would come begging to him to act. That is exactly what has happened here. OL Twinkles hid inside Hogwarts while war was raging outside. When everyone went begging to him to act, he still waited. Only when Gellert has already lost his army and the Muggle side of war has already ended, Dumbles decided to take some action. So, it was pretty clear what happened here, and I have to say, Rita might be a bug, but she really has some guts. After she found out that Bumbledork didn't kill his dear ex-boyfriend Gellert Grindelwald and has stowed him away in Nurmengard, the prison Grindelwald had built himself, Rita gathered her courage and went to take an interview. Gellert Grindelwald was too happy to reveal every secret he knew about OL Twinkles, and what we had found from Grindelwald definitely pointed in the direction that OL Twinkles made Grindelwald a Dark Lord so he could defeat him and gain political power. Now, with all this new information, I was quite sure that dear old Tommy also must have been manipulated by the old goat. Rita researched everything she was able to get her hands on. She got into the archives of Daily Prophet. They had every record of unedited or uncut articles there that had been written since the year of 1945, the year in which Daily Prophet was established after Gellert Grindelwald was defeated. She dug up everything article she could get her hands on and found that it was true. It was OL Twinkles who allowed Tommy Boy to rise. For now, Rita was preparing her biggest hit with all this stuff she had. The days kept passing in a blink of an eye before it was already the last day of second year was already over. I was casually sitting in the roof of Astronomy Tower. In the story, Harry used to come here to clear his mind, and from what I have found, it works. It seriously works. Today was the best chance to visit the Chamber of Secrets as OL Twinkles was visiting and ICW meeting. Amelia had gathered the information from some of her friends that the meeting was something related to Triwizard Tournament. And OL Twinkles was only invited because he was the current headmaster of Hogwarts. He bypassed Nemuri's authority in this matter, and I myself stopped Nemuri from acting now. Apparently, there was something different about this tournament, and I think that it is starting too soon, but Amelia wasn't able to gather any more information regarding that matter as it was hush-hush. I blinked and a huge vicious grin appeared on my face as I felt OL Twinkles leave through the floor. I got up and stretched my body. Let's go and meet my new familiar, I said to myself, and got down from the tower. After seeing that OL Twinkles left the ground, I quickly made my way towards the Ravenclaw dorms, but I didn't need to reach there as I met Momo, Rumi and Luna in the way. They are also connected with the wards, so they must have felt OL Twinkles leave the Hogwarts grounds. I wasn't worried about Luna. I am damn sure that she won't betray my trust. Did you get everything? I asked, looking towards Momo. Yes, everything is ready, Momo said while gesturing towards the satchel she was carrying. Edgar, can I come too? Luna asked in a cheerful voice while she had a goofy grin on her face. Do you know what we are going to do? Before I could say anything, Rumi asked Luna curiously. Oh, yes. You are going to tame the Slytherin's beast. I wonder if you could find some other creatures there, Luna said as a matter of fact while nodding her head sagely. Rumi just nodded her head and backed away. Both me and Momo also decided no to care about this anymore. Then let's go, I said, mimicking an army officer. Luna giggled while Momo started chuckle and Rumi started to follow me with a gentle smile on her face. The four of us quickly arrived in the girls' loo on second floor. The ghost of Moaning Myrtle came to greet us, but when we said that we are going to take care of the creature that killed her, she immediately became happy and offered us her spot to share if we die. Luna happily thanked the ghost while Myrtle only received a dry reply from the rest of us. Rumi and me got near the sink while Momo cast every ward that could repel a wizard on the door so that we don't get disturbed in our endeavor. Me and Rumi quickly removed all the monitoring and alarm charms that were placed near the sink by OL Twinkles. It took us about 9 minutes to completely nullify all the charms. Well, that's done, so what's the password? Rumi said, huffing after we finished removing the charm. A/N, I am gonna use dollar for parcel townge. Dollar open dollar, I hissed at the sink, and the sink opened wide, making a gateway. The four of us peered down and found a slide filled with filth and grime. No, there is no way in hell that I way going down on that. Momo turned towards me and said with a stern face. This meant no nonsense or else. I had already thought of this before, as if the slide was only way, then Ginevra Weasley, who was possessed by Tommy Boy, would not be able to come back up. So, I decided to try something. Dollar stairs dollar, I hissed, and this actually worked as the stairs formed. They were still filled with filth and grime, but it was way better than the slide. Luna was about to head inside while skipping, but I decided to stop her, to which Luna pouted cutely but stayed behind me. I pulled out my wand and cast Lumos to light up the stairs. The girls followed my lead and all four of us started to descend. We finally arrived at the bottom and found a damp and dirt-filled room. The room was littered with skeletons of small animals. I expected a lot more from the legendary Chamber of Secrets, Rumi said in a disappointed voice. This isn't the Chamber of Secrets, it's down this path, Luna said, pointing towards some drag marks. Wow, she is definitely observant of her surroundings. I followed the drag marks on the ground with the girls following me from behind and finally arrived in front of the main opening of the chamber. The glinting jewels that the eyes of the carved snakes guarding the entrance made it easy for us to recognize that this was the real one. I again hissed in front of the gates, which made the doors slide open and finally grant us access to the Chamber of Secrets. Me and Momo used our wands and cast several light orbs that started to float around the room, lighting up the room brilliantly. The lights, when glowed around, we finally found the snake statues and statue of Salazar Slytherin himself. Marvelous, Momo whispered and started to look at the statues. It's true, watching it in the movie and real life is completely different experience. We found a basilisk skin about 30 feet long lying on a side near a statue. We looked around for some time looking for a secret room or something similar. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything in this room. Luna was disappointed that she didn't find anything to write about in Quibbler, but quickly became happy when she remembered that she still had to meet the basilisk. The three of us nodded to each other and started to draw the ritual circle on the ground. Luna looked at us with odd expression for a few minutes before she skipped around the room and started to draw sketches of the statues in the room. It took us quite some time to completely prepare the ritual circle. After that was done, we decided to check everything before letting the basilisk out. After the checks were done, and we confirmed that everything was perfect, we decided to call the basilisk. The girls hid behind the statues while I went in front of the statue of Salazar Slytherin and took a deep breath. Dollar, speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of Hogwarts $4, I hissed at the statue, and statue's mouth opened wide, making a huge path. I had to hold myself back from taking a peek down. $food. Master. Kill. $. A voice came from inside and slithering sound could be heard. I knew it was the basilisk and didn't want to risk my life and immediately backed away and hid behind a statue. Basilisk's voice kept getting louder and louder until I knew it was completely out. I peeked and saw the basilisk was still getting out of the mouth of Salazar Slytherin. The basilisk kept mumbling the words about food, master, and need to kill. I gave the signal to Momo, who nodded and activated the ritual circle. The basilisk hissed or screeched loudly in pain and started to trash around. Just after a few seconds everything calmed down and the basilisk went completely quiet. Come out? I can smell you, the snake hissed. Looks like it got back its sanity. Momo and Rumi looked at with uncertainty while Luna looked quite excited. I can't, I will die with your stare. I hissed back. I know, that's why I have closed my partial eyelid, now nothing will happen if you look at my eyes. You have my gratitude, you broke me out of that monster's grasp. The basilisk hissed back. I finally gathered some courage and stepped out from behind the shadow and found the basilisk was looking directly at me. Speaker, you have thanks, you broke the forceful bond between me and one Thomas Marvolo Riddle. He made me kill a student and petrify others while Salazar placed me here to keep the school safe as its last defense. The basilisk hissed, bowing down its huge head in front of me. Now that I have seen it from front, it's easily 80 feet. By this time the girls have come out of hiding and Luna had already started to pat the basilisk. The basilisk seemed to like the attention. N/O/vel/b//in.c//om. Speaker, I need to head outside to get some food. I have not eaten anything in last 70 years. The basilisk seemed to whine. But, honestly, I can't let this out anywhere near the school grounds. I am afraid you cannot. There are students outside the grounds and I don't want an accident and you could be hunted down. I hissed back. The basilisk looked devastated. But, I haven't been outside for so long, it's so boring in here. The basilisk hissed again. Luna was still hatting the basilisk. I can get a safe place for you, but you need to form a familiar bond with me. You can roam there freely and hunt as you wish. I hissed to the basilisk. The basilisk seemed to think for a few seconds before nodding its huge head. Momo handed me a nice rune-etched knife which I used to slice my hand. As soon as the blood flowed, I placed my hand on top of the basilisk's head. A faint glow surrounded both me and the basilisk and felt a bond form between me and the basilisk. What's your name? I asked the basilisk. Salazar always called me Miss Snaky. The basilisk said proudly. I immediately understood that Salazar's naming name was shit. But I was completely bewildered that the basilisk was a female. You are a female? You are so huge. I blurted out unknowingly. That's rude. I will let you know, I am beautiful and majestic. Miss Snaky hissed at me, looking slightly offended. I am sorry, it was rude of me. So, can I give you a new name? I asked the basilisk and I refused to call her Miss Snaky. You can, after all you are my new master. The basilisk hissed her answer. I thought for a few seconds before I decided to her name. Adela, I name you Adela, do you like it? I asked the basilisk. I like it? The name is perfect for my status. Adela said proudly and nodded her huge head. After that out of the way, I asked Momo to give me the portkaya which I had prepared beforehand to send Adela back in Castle Ravenclaw. I placed the portkaya on her and after telling her that this was going to be unpleasant, I activated it and Adela was whisked away. I called Dixie and Lipsy to take care of Adela. For the next 3 hours we continued looking around the chamber but didn't find anything, so with that we finally decided to head back. With that, second year was also over. A crowd was gathered inside a huge meeting room and even some amateur would be able to tell that everyone gathered here were pure-blood supremacists to the core. If someone like Amelia Bones or Alastair Moody would take a look inside here, then they would find that everyone present in this room has claimed the Imperious defense. But the topic of the meeting not a good one, it was completely clear with the atmosphere in the room. We need to do something about this and quick. Amicus Caro decided to say when he saw that the entire room was silent and was sulking even before they were speaking. A lot of family heads nodded their head in agreement with Amicus. Yes, we know, but we need to be careful with this too, Lord Smith said from the other side of the table. He wasn't a Death Eater, but he was a pure-blood supremacist to the core along with his family. After all, they still pride themselves to have a connection with Helga Hufflepuff. Of course, they weren't direct descendants, so they weren't able to claim ownership of Hogwarts like the Ravenclaws. Yes, if there was a direct descendant of Hufflepuff line, then the Ravenclaws would have to share Hogwarts with them. Both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff would have half control over it. But time is the one thing we don't have, Lord Smith. Lord Parkinson said, hearing Lord Smith's argument. Yes, he agreed that they needed to bide their time to gather more information, but time was the one thing that they didn't have. I completely agree with Lord Parkinson here. Time is the one thing we don't have. In last 3 years, how much have we lost? And just think how much are we losing by each passing moment. If this keeps going on, then within next year we would be nothing. Lord Knott spoke for the first time. His voice was solemn and filled with venom at the same time. So, what are we going to do now? Walden McNair asked. At this moment this was the most important question and no one expected McNair to ask such an important question. The problem was they can't attack the factories, as they have found out that none of the factories could be found. Some of them even forgot the location of those factories which Ravenclaws took over during the debt collection. They only had the location of shops and store, and no matter what they can't destroy them openly after all the glory days were gone when they would openly kill, torture, and destroy. There wasn't a Dark Lord this time after all. Even if they attacked the shops, they would gain nothing as each store was run by max of 5 Muggleborns or half-blood wizards. Yes, if they attacked all the stores and destroyed them, then it would have been a great blow to the Ravenclaws, but the problem was that they can't do that as they didn't a huge force to attack in such coordination, and a few months ago those damn Ravenclaws with their Merlin-damned alliance had passed a bill that would shopkeepers to retaliate with lethal force if someone attacks them, no matter who the attackers are. Nov. L. B//JNN. This bill was a sour topic for everyone in the room. They had heard some previous report that no matter how nonchalant, perverted, or aloof Lady Ravenclaw looked, she was a vicious politician and knew how to bend her words to get something done when needed. But they were wrong, as Lady Ravenclaw might have spoken those words, but they were taught her by someone else. When the bill was introduced, all of them were completely livid. All of them were thinking the same thing. How dare she take our right we get being a pureblood from us. But the argument Lady Ravenclaw gave shut them up, as if any one of them had protested then they would openly be insulting themselves, and there was no way in hell that their ego would let them do it. Lady Ravenclaw's words were, "I know upstanding and respectful citizens like you would never do anything like this. I am doing this because of thieves and other degenerates. All of the respectable members would be visiting these shops from time to time. We can't lower our standards, right?" It didn't need someone with 3-digit IQ to figure out what she was pointing at. And with this bill passed, Lady Ravenclaw donated a huge sum of money to Madame Bones for her department. So, the bill was passed, and here they were unable to attack the shops. We need to attack the Ravenclaws directly. Filthy mudblood scums don't know their standing in this world. They are the center of that filthy alliance of blood traitors. Electo Caro spat in blinding rage. No one in the room disagreed with her. For them it was true, as Ravenclaws were the easiest target, and if they were able to kill them, then the alliance they had made would collapse on their own. Yes, the factor that Muggleborns were able to claim the lordship of such a prestigious family was another blow to their pureblood ego. I have been making a plan since last 6 months regarding this matter, and last week I have finally found a solution, Lord Knott said in a smug voice and leaned down on the table. So, what is it? Be out with it, Yaxley said impatiently. Everyone else in the room shared his emotions, as they were also interested in hearing the plan. Let's say if we send a letter of challenge to Lady Ravenclaw saying that I or someone else in this room is wishing to challenge her to an wizard's duel. Lord Knott was saying, but he was cut off by Lord Parkinson impatiently. Yes, we all know that, but we all know that she has the Lady Ring which gives her magic, Lord Parkinson said. Are you scared of girl now? Jugsun mocked Lord Parkinson, and a shouting match began between Lord Parkinson and Jugsun. Finally, unable to hold back, Lord Knott silenced the room and began to tell his plan again. Yes, we would challenge her, but we would be adding a small clause about being a man and accept challenge. If she accepts, then instead of her the challenge will pass on to second-year student Edgar Ravenclaw. I have heard that Vicky Ravenclaw loves her family. Let's see what happens when she loses one. Lord Knott finished with a vicious smile on his face. Now, everyone in the room was smiling viciously. I don't want to ruin the fun, but they could reject the challenge, Lord Smith said. Hearing him, some of the group nodded their heads as they too agreed with him. That would be a welcome result too, as all of we know, wizarding duels are not issued lightly, and if you reject a challenge then you lose your image and honor. If Vicky Ravenclaw rejects the challenge, then she loses her honor, and I can say with guarantee that it would throw their alliance down. An internal power struggle, Lord Parkinson said in a happy voice, as he was already seeing all this happen in his mind. That would make implode them on their own. Lord Knott finished while nodding their head. So, who is going to challenge Vicky Ravenclaw? Walden McNair asked an important question again. After a few seconds of silence completely passed, everyone turned their eyes towards Lord Knott, who was already holding a letter in his hands. It would be me, of course. After all, I was the one who made the plan, Lord Knott said with a toothy grin. Nobody in the room rebutted him. Yes, anyone to defeat Ravenclaw family in a wizarding duel would gain some respect, but they decided to sit back and watch the show for the moment. With the decision done, Lord Knott sent the owl with the letter of challenge and other letter to Daily Prophet to let them know about the challenge. After all, they can't let this matter get buried. In an unknown island, POV Rio, Edgar. I looked at both of my sides and a huge goofy grin appeared on my face. After all, won't have a goofy grin if you would be getting a tan with your lovers on a private beach where all of you could be completely naked so that no tan marks are there. Currently there were only 5 people on this island. Me, obviously, Momo, Rumi, Nemuri, and Dora, who finished her training just a week ago and became a full-fledged junior Auror. She came to the island via Port Kea the day before yesterday. After the day I came back from Hogwarts, I decided to spend some gold and brought this small island near Costa Rica. After buying the island, me and Momo spent about 5 days to completely ward this island and made it completely unplottable. So, now owls would be able to find us here, but that could be a problem, so we decided to take mailbox from Gringotts, who were happy to provide their services, with a discount this time because our business was flourishing, which meant their own accounts were flourishing too. Suddenly the mailbox vibrated and Momo pulled out the letter without care. We weren't worried about curses or something on them, as the letter came through Gringotts, and in Gringotts they took their job seriously, no matter what. Momo opened the letter and with an amused smile she handed the letter to Nemuri. Nemuri read out the letter out loud, and she found it really stupid that they thought that she wouldn't find out that if she accepted the challenge Rio would be the one fighting. Of course, we knew wizarding people were stupid. What more do you expect from them? So, what do you say? Nemuri asked me. Accept it. What else? I should make an example of Lord Not after all. It's a rare chance to kill a lord legally and get away, I said with a gentle smile on my face. Just like Lord Not has assumed, the news about the wizard's duel hit the magical Britain like a thump. Most people were happy that the Ravenclaws were being pegged down. No matter how friendly they behaved, a lot of families, even the Greengrass, didn't like them, as they have also lost a huge amount of financial resources to pay back the debts they owed the Ravenclaw family. But for someone like Amelia Bones, who knew exactly who Edgar Ravenclaw was preparing for another shitstorm, but she was so glad that this time Edgar was going to kill someone legally. That meant she wasn't going to land herself in the heap of dragon dung. She would just sit in the audience and watch how easily Edgar Ravenclaw defeats Lord Not, and later she would enjoy a glass of premium sherry. Yes, it was a happy day for her. News about the acceptance of the duel was also published, and only this time it was openly written that it would be second-year Edgar Ravenclaw who was going to fight. Yes, Edgar's second has finished, but his third-year classes didn't start, so he was still a second year. Some were already sure that Ravenclaws were going to lose a family member, as no one with a sane mind would ever think that a second-year student could defeat a fully grown and experienced wizard. Narcissa was immediately worried and sent a letter to the Ravenclaws. She knew that if Ravenclaws were going to be taken out, then she would have to go back to her previous life. After all, Narcissa was a businesswoman, not a fighter, and she had no delusions that she would be able to fight everyone who was opposing her on her own. But the Greengrass side of the alliance was quite happy with the development. They were opportunist through and through. They don't like the Ravenclaws because of them they lost a lot of money, but they weren't going to act on it themselves, as they were business partners now. They decided to show that they supported Ravenclaws, and after the Ravenclaws lose, they would get everything they could get from the alliance, and they would try their best to become the leader. Yes, it would be quite hard with Amelia Bones and Sirius Black there, but it won't be a loss to at least try. Sirius and Harry also got worried, but they were reassured by both Vicky and Amelia that it would be completely fine. Sirius wasn't stupid. He exactly knew what would happen if the Ravenclaws lost. Their well-built alliance would implode because of internal struggle. But he also knew that something was up, as he knew Amelia wasn't delusional as she would think that a second year would win against Lord Not. He knew something was going on. The news of Ravenclaws inviting the ICW to officiate the duel was the next best news. The minister in other was Cornelius was angry on this, as he believed that no one should contact ICW without his own permission. But now, he can't do anything, as ICW was going to take the lead and the duel would take place between Lord Not and Edgar Ravenclaw in an ICW-assigned arena. But before any of that could happen, there was going to be a meeting between Lord Not and Edgar Ravenclaw on a neutral ground assigned by the ICW to decide the terms of the duel. POV Rio, Edgar. Tell me, why I am dressed in these robes. Fuck. This is so heavy, I whined as Momo and Nemuri were setting up my regal robes. I looked like a fucking peacock. I hated this at so many levels that I could outright kill Not today and be done with it. Stop whining, like a baby, and let us get you dressed, Momo said in a forceful voice. Well, I did only one thing I could do at the moment. I surrendered, as I clearly knew that I couldn't win against Momo. Yes, there was only one person to blame for this, Lord Not. Yes, I would enjoy killing him. Today, we were going to meet Lord Not on a neutral ground arranged by the ICW so that we could publicly decide the terms of the duel. I already knew what I wanted. I wanted his seat on Wizengamot and bring it into the Ravenclaw family. That would mean that we would have 2 votes from our family. But if I demand that, then he would be able to set the spell bans and winning condition. Not that I cared. If he chooses Unforgivables, then it's good for me, and it's pretty sure that he would try to kill me no matter what. After a few minutes, the girls were finally done, and I looked like a black-haired Draco Malfoy who forgot to smear his hair with hair products. At least I won't strut around like a peacock no matter what. It took nearly 2 hours for Momo and Nemuri to get ready. Throughout this whole ordeal, Dora was sniggering, looking at me, so from time to time I had to send a stinging hex at her, and that would make her glare at me. Don't be like that. Are you angry? Don't worry, Auntie Dora will make it go away, Dora said in a baby voice. Yeah, right. The clumsiest person on whole earth is bragging, I said with a blank face. It's not my fault that every piece of furniture wants to hurt me, Dora said with an embarrassed look on her face. But you get tripped on a flat floor, Rumi said dryly. Tonks just glared at Rumi while pouting. Finally, everyone was ready to leave, and I had given Dora a separate portkaya. After all, I don't want to announce my relationship with Dora on this stage. Dora would be beside Amelia while I would be discussing the terms. Soon after Dora used her portkaya, I also used my portkaya and was whisked away. The 4 of us found ourselves inside the ministry atrium, and a crowd was already gathered in between. So, this was the neutral place they decided to hold our meeting. Well, not that I cared. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. I looked around and saw that Lord Not was already there and was waiting among the other families that were opposing us in the Wizengamot. Soon a man in shiny blue robes who had an ICW logo on his uniform came to me, introduced himself, and asked me if I was ready to have the meeting. I agreed, and the same was happening with Lord Not, as I could see another ICW agent was talking with him. Both of us were brought to the center of the room. The crowd was filled with journalists, aurors, ministry officials, and almost every head of the family was here. I also saw OL Twinkles here. He was chatting up an old geezer in ICW robes. It's a pleasure to meet you, Lord Not, but I could only wish that it could be under some better circumstances. I decided to speak first. The whole crowd became silent after hearing me. After all, my greeting was a manner of mocking and everyone was now waiting to see how Lord Not would react. The sneer Lord Not had on his face deepened heavily. This is why Muggleborns shouldn't be allowed in our society. They don't even have the common courtesy to show respect to their betters, Lord Not said with clear disgust in his voice. Yeah sure geezer, can we get this over with, I said nonchalantly. The whole crowd gasped hearing me. Lord Not looked murderous. If glares could kill I would have burned to ashes long ago. I know that I shouldn't do this, but it was funny to see him boil like this. If he attacks now, he would lose by default after all. I won't be reacting to your taunts, they are beneath me. These clearly shows how much you have disgraced the name of the Ravenclaw family. Since I have issued the challenge you can choose either the terms or the stake, Lord Not said, and his sneer was gone with complete loathing. Stake, old man. I want your Wisengamot seat, I said, and the crowd gasped again. Fudge the moron immediately came running NG while sputtering. That can't happen. I won't allow this. Fudge finally uttered an intelligent sentence. That's not up to you. If Lord Not accepts then it would happen, and if he is too scared to accept then, I said, and let my sentence hanging. Lord Not looked to contemplate for a few moments. I agree, but if I win then your family is to sign a marriage contract with our family, Lord Not said. Oh, so he is taking that direction. Well, he is happy to try, but nothing would happen there. I immediately smiled and agreed. This made Lord Not smile viciously. Then, let us discuss about the spells bans, I said, and the crowd again became silent. No, bans, even the unforgivables are allowed, Lord Not said with a similar vicious smile on his face. Of course, sure, let it be that way. Then, the battle should be to death. Until one of us dies the battle will go on. Only one of us will leave the arena, I said with my gentle smile persona. Lord Not and everyone completely stilled hearing that I wanted a death battle, and I also accepted unforgivables to be allowed. Lord Not looked at me for a few moments before burst out laughing. A lot of families joined him while others looked at me with pity. Even the ICW agents looked at me with pity. Lord Not accepted, and it was decided that the duel will happen within the week. The rest of the week passed quite normally except some articles and speculations about me. For Rita's own sake she didn't write anything about me. I think that Amelia stopped her though. Well, I wouldn't care if she wrote some tripe about me. After all, that would lead people to underestimate me more and more. People are already underestimating me heavily, which is a good thing, I would say. After all, I wasn't going to fight as Magneto but as Edgar Ravenclaw. I can't Magneto's powers openly or it would be a dead giveaway about that. The fight is going to be public, and from what I have learned the fight would be broadcasted on Wizarding Wireless Network. Yes, I know that that is a radio channel or station, but OL Twinkles and several others are going to be present there, and honestly, I don't want anyone connecting the dots, ever. Throughout the week I kept practicing duels along with Dora, Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri. I tried to take all four of them together using only my magical capabilities. I was successful. Even with all the raw magical power Nemuri has, I was able to defeat the four of them together, but it was one of the most challenging and close call I ever had. Yes, it's true that none of us had used any kind of lethal spells, but it was still challenging. The rest of the time I kept practicing the string of lethal and dark spells along with light spells. Fiendfire was, is, and will be my all-time favorite spell. The spell can even burn through other curses and wards, shields. Practically Fiendfire engulfs all and everything in its path. Fiendfire and even burn through another Fiendfire cast by someone else. But only me and Nemuri have enough power to control it. Dora had some power, but she needs a lot more training before she can use the cursed fire. From my personal research, I have found out that Fiendfire can only be used by two kind of people. First, people who are utterly incompetent and complete idiot and fool to the core. Second, people like me and Nemuri who actually had enough magical power to cast it, control it, and mold it to our requirement. I am pretty sure that OL Twinkles can cast it if he wants, but he would never do it. OL Noseless can cast it and control it, and if Lady Bella was sane then she could too. I have dragged Dora to train along with me and taught her some obscure and deadly curses for her self-defense. Dora was reluctant to learn at first because she didn't want to get caught using dark magic and being branded as a dark lady. But she relented after I told her that if nobody recognizes the curse then it can't be a dark curse, and I wasn't asking her to use them. I was teaching them to her for emergency. I was finally able to teach her organ liquefying curse, skin melting curse, bone banisher curse, a curse that banishes all the bones from a human body, organ expelling curse, blood poison curse, blood acidic curse, blood drainer curse, and a lot more. Luna finally returned from her trip in Croatia. She and her father had gone to Croatia to look for new and eccentric magical creatures, namely Crumplehorn Snorkak. As soon as Luna returned, she wrote me a letter that she enjoyed the trip but was really disappointed that she didn't found Crumplehorn Snorkak. She also heard about my duel and was worried and wished me luck. I happily replied that she shouldn't lose hope in her ventures and I was going to be fine. Finally, the letter from ICW arrived just before the day of the duel along with Portkea. The duel was scheduled for 12 noon. We were instructed to arrive at the venue by 10 a.m. because of potion check. The arena was chosen to be in Sweden. There was no bar for carrying a secondary wand or any other kind of weapon, but potions were banned as per the ICW official rule. Yes, if our duel would have happened under the British ministry then we, the participants, had to decide beforehand if potions are allowed or not. After the letter arrived I could easily tell that the girls were quite nervous and they really have a good reason to be worried, so I can't blame any of them. This was my first wizard's duel and there were no spell bans. The problem was it was a magical duel and I had to fight magically. The night passed, the 5 of us slept together but nothing naughty happened except some making out and cuddling. Next morning, it was Dora who had to leave the earliest as Amelia Bones, or Bonesy as Dora liked to call, has assigned her as her guard. Amelia was taking Shacklebolt and Dora as her escort. The remaining 4 of us got ready. Thank God that I didn't have to wear some regal robes today and strut around like a peacock. Today I wore battle robes. The robes were really amazing. Neither of my girls knew, but I promised myself that I was going to wear battle robes if I had to wear any robes. At exactly 10 a.m., the portkey activated and the 4 of us were whisked away and appeared inside a regal-looking waiting room. The 4 of us landed with elegance, unlike some certain person all 4 of us knew. We found a middle-aged woman and a man dressed in ICW robes were already waiting for us in the room. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Welcome, Lady Ravenclaw, Mr. Ravenclaw, Miss Ravenclaw, and Miss Ravenclaw. The tests for potions would be starting soon. Mr. Ravenclaw, please follow me and Mr. Bull would lead you to the viewing box, the woman said. I nodded towards the girls. The girls followed the man named Bull while I followed the lady. I arrived in a tent. On my other side Lord Knot also entered the tent. He had his usual pure blood sneer on his face. There was a significant distance between us so that we can't attack or drug each other before the duel can start. Both me and Lord Knot were cleared for potions. They also tested for Muggle drugs, as they can at least boost your stamina and physical strength. Because of the tests included for Muggle drugs, the tests took long. It took us 1.5 hours to complete the tests. Now, some would say that wizards would never consider using Muggle drugs because they see Muggles lower than themselves, but it wasn't the case with ICW. They were the main association holding the statue of secrecy, so they have kept close eyes on the mundane world, especially after Grindelwald. So, they knew how far the Muggles have come and how technologically advanced they were. After the tests were done, both me and Lord Knot were led towards the arena. It was raised up platform surrounded by audience. The whole audience stand was covered with thick bulletproof glass, so neither our spells could reach them or they could interfere. I was quite surprised that they were using this. Curiously, I asked an ICW agent and he said that it was because the Unforgivables were involved or they would have used wards. Finally, the time of the anticipated duel arrived. I climbed up on the platform. From the other side Lord Knot climbed up with his usual pure blood sneer on his face. I turned my eyes away and looked at the crowd. I quickly found the girls as they were in the VIP box of some kind, while the Knot family was on the other VIP box. OL Twinkles was sitting in the crowd along with some old geezers of his own age. I was brought out of my musing when Lord Knot spoke up in his disgusting voice. I thought you would run away, brat, he said while the sneer on his face became more pronounced. Why would I do that? After all, I am getting a chance to kill someone legally for the first. I showed him a vicious smile. For a moment Lord Knot lost his sneer, but it returned the next second and he scowled. Are you two ready? The referee asked us with sonorous. Both me and Lord Knot looked in his direction and nodded our heads. Then, begin, the referee yelled. Both me and Lord Knot were already ready with our wands and neither of us needed to be told twice. Lord Knot began his assault on me with a flame whip which I easily dodged. I returned fired with Conf Ringo and Difindo. Lord Knot's eyes grew narrowed and had to duck down to dodge the curse as both of them were aimed on his neck. He didn't expect me to directly go for the kill. Lord Knot saw that and immediately fired several curses on me in a string. All of these curses were lethal. I swatted away the last 2 curses with mine while dodging the others. Seeing me occupied, Lord Knot fired off a killing curse which I easily moved out of the way of. There is another shortcoming of Unforgivables. They can't be cast silently, so you already know what's coming. In return, I sent several silently cast curses and this time his eyes grew wide and face became completely pale. I sent 5 curses and all 5 of them were dark, organ liquefying, blood boiling, organ expelling, entrails exploding and bone banisher. Lord Knot was able to dodge the 5 of them by a hair. I didn't give him time and cast eye gouging curse which hit him right on mark and his left eyeball exploded. Lord Knot grabbed the left side of his face and screamed in pain and dropped on the floor. He still had his wand in his hand. Any last word? I asked him in a mocking tone. He immediately raised his wand and only the first part of the killing curse came out of his mouth before he forgot the rest in fear. Avida seeing him starting to cast the killing curse, I also decided to use my favorite spell, Fiendfire, I said, and in fear Lord Knot forgot to even complete casting his spell. Before he could even blink his whole body was engulfed by a Leviathan made of flames. Favors others owed him so that they would let him enter to watch the duel. He was still quite shocked and surprised. After all, he couldn't even think why everyone was treating him like this. After all, he did everything for the greater good. Why can't anyone understand that? This made his conviction even stronger than only he. Albus Dumbledore could lead all these people who had lost their way and he would do it. After all, it was for the greater good. Albus was finally able to reach to his seat and sat down. He was quite surprised that instead of wards ICW were using some kind of glass to protect them, so he asking another old geezer who was sitting in front of him. That dude was a retired ICW worker. He quickly explained what this glass was and what it did. He was quite disturbed to know that they were using Muggle products openly like this. Yes, everyone knew him as Muggle Lover and darker families even called him Muggle Loving Fool. But in truth he didn't even care about any Muggles. In the retrospect he subtly allowed the purebloods to pass laws that would oppress the Muggleborns. He was the chief warlock for Merlin's sake. If he wanted, he could have stopped any of those laws from passing, but he didn't. After all, he wanted the wizarding world to stay like as it was without any developments. He had used most of his powers to let things stay like they were when he had any positions. But now it was clear that everything was different. He quietly sat down and contemplated over this topic, but he could do them later, as currently he only needed to get Harry Potter under his control. He had been making trips to Beau's Batons during night with the help of his phoenix, and he had found quite a lot about young Harry. It wasn't something hard. He used some compulsion charms along with his usual stupid grandfather persona and was able to get everything he needed. But he decided to bide his time now. He can't bring Harry Potter forcefully. Yes, he could memory wipe him and bring him here, but that could raise a lot of problems. That was the reason he was using his power as headmaster to push forward the Triwizard Tournament. He would put Harry's name in the goblet, and after that no one would be able to stop or protest Harry coming here. Yes, his name and reputation would get another hit, but he could withstand it. After all, everything he was doing was only for the greater good. He was damn sure that Tom would also want to use this chance to get Harry and would come out of his hiding. Finally, the duel was about to start. He looked at young Edgar with regret. After all, he could have used him to control the Ravenclaws. In retrospect, he could also use this chance to show Vicky the error of her ways. He was quite surprised to see how unfazed Edgar was when Lord Knot used the flame whip. He along with the crowd was completely stunned when Edgar returned the attack, and both attacks were deadly. What happened next was even more shocking and surprising for him. Not only Edgar was able to dodge all those curses and the killing curse, he returned the attack with his own set of even darker curses. This wasn't good. How can someone so young know these kinds of dark curses? He needed to talk with Edgar as soon as school started. He can't let this stay unattended. But it was literally the last straw when Edgar cast Fiend Fire. The whole crowd was completely stunned silent after that. No? How can someone control those cursed flames with such mastery? He needed to get Edgar under his control. POV Rio, Edgar. Ah, the stupid duel is finally over. I looked around the crowd and saw that everyone was stunned silent and all of them were afraid. I could clearly see fear in their eyes. I looked over to the referee, who was completely horrified to even declare the results. Not that I cared. After all, this duel was till death. Since even the ashes of Lord Knot were gone, the duel had finished. I used the insane control I had over Fiend Fire to put it off, and like I had thought, nothing was left here. Only the charred platform. I didn't wait for anyone to declare the results and quickly walked down the platform and returned towards the tent. The Mediwizard ran some diagnostics and let me pass. After that, I was led by ICW agents towards the room we had previously arrived. Nemuri informed me that she was handed the rights of Knot seat in the Wisengamot. With that done, we quickly decided to return. I wonder what kind of image they are going to paint me in now. Next Dark Lord or already Dark Lord or something similar. It's needed to see now. n/o/vel/b//in.c//om. The days went on like usual, and finally the September 1st arrived. Nothing monumental happened in the remaining days except we brought Luna for a trip in the Castle Ravenclaw. She was really happy and she liked the trip a lot. She enjoyed the whole day skipping around the castle. She is so sweet and innocent. I had also asked Amelia to get me some time turners. She told me she could only get 2 or 3, nothing more, as they are heavily controlled and managed by the Ministry. Yes, there were some time turners outside of Ministry's control, but it was only there because no one knew about them. If Hermione was caught with her time turner, then she would have been immediately shipped to Azkaban for possessing that. I wonder if Mini GI would still give her the time turner. And, just like I had thought, the Daily Prophet had called me a Dark Lord in Rising for about a week. Seeing that they are not getting reaction from me or the public, they stopped. I have no idea why the public stopped trusting them. Even if public reacted, I wouldn't have cared about it. With everything ready, we finally portkeyed into platform 9/3/4. All the eyes immediately turned in our direction, as I have made quite a name for myself. Most looked at me with fear in their eyes. I don't care anymore, as the Muggleborns and Half-Bloods are quite supportive of me. We quickly found an empty compartment and got inside. Like we knew, Luna joined us as soon as she boarded the train. Luna demanded her pudding treats and Momo gave her 2 cups of puddings, but with a stern warning. I sometimes wonder if Luna lives on pudding. So, Edgar, do you care for an exclusive interview with the Quibbler? Luna suddenly asked after she finished her pudding treat. No, let's meet in the common room later, I offered, to which she happily nodded and went back to read the Quibbler. I have seen her doing it regularly, so one day I asked why she reads her own paper. Apparently, she liked to read the Quibbler with a reader's perspective. I say that it is quite nice if she thinks like that. After some time we were joined by Hermione Granger, who immediately fired off several questions about me fighting someone in a death battle and how barbaric it was. Honestly, I was getting annoyed and Momo must have seen that, so Momo decided to intervene and explain the matter to Hermione. Yes, I understand that all these traditions are really old and should be stopped, but this doesn't give her any rights to insult someone else's traditions. She has to know that in different countries and different regions there are different traditions. Some are modern while some are backward. Yes, they should change, but as an outsider Hermione shouldn't insult them. Because of these reasons Muggleborns were mostly looked down in magical Britain. After some time, we were joined by Michael Corner, Lisa Turpin, and Terry Boot. Terry Boot became our friend during second year. He was also a nice guy. The current problem was Hermione, only. Sometimes she was really annoying. Honestly, I have started to wonder if it is worth it or not. After the dinner, the four of us, me, Momo, Rumi and Luna were directly heading towards the dormitories. A prefect informed me that Professor Flitwick had asked me to meet in Headmaster's office. The girls wanted to join in, including Luna, as she had never seen Headmaster's office and she was really curious. No need, I will be fine, and Luna, I will take you someday later. When Dumbles would have left the office, I said to the girls. Momo and Rumi nodded and agreed. Luna thought for a few seconds before happily nodding her head. After separating from the group, I went directly towards the headmaster's office. Professor Flitwick was already waiting for me there and was looking at me slightly warily. He must have seen the duel. I don't see any other reason that makes him wary of me. I won't put it past OL Twinkles that he had shown the memory of duel to everyone to get everyone against me. Hello, Professor, how have you been? I asked Flitwick. He was one of the professors I liked, and honestly, I didn't mind him getting wary of me as it would be common since I am near other students after all. It has been a calming and nice holiday, only Merlin knows how much I needed it. Now, let's go inside, the others are waiting, Flitwick said, returning to his usual quirky personality. Did he just say, others? Maybe all the professors or other head of the houses. I should have checked the portrait before coming here. Well, who cares? Flitwick gave a password to the gargoyle moved past. I could have gained access even without giving a password, but that would have drawn unnecessary attention towards me. Me and Flitwick arrived in front of the door and Flitwick was about to knock when come in was heard from inside. Of course, there are runes to notify him. I shrugged while Flitwick opened the door and I followed him inside. Like I had thought, only the head of the houses were here. Edgar, my boy, it's nice of you to join us. Please take a seat. OL Twinkles greeted me and offered me a seat. Honestly, I hate it when he says Edgar, my boy, and all. It's really annoying and gets on my nerves. Lemon drop. Dumbles asked me, gesturing towards the bowl containing lemon drops. No, thank you, and I would appreciate if you remain formal with me, I said and leaned back on the chair. Dumbles looked like he had eaten a sour lemon while Minnie Gi seemed her usual self. Hearing me, Slughorn had a huge grin on his face, and Flitwick and Sprout looked slightly worried. Can we skip these smaller details? I think there is something more important to discuss, Fumbledork said, trying to dismiss my argument. I decided not to give him a reply regarding this matter and the battle of wills began. None of us said anything. The first one to speak anything would lose. I know it's stupid, but it's kind of has a subconscious level of effect. Both me and Dumbles kept staring at each other. The other professors also knew what was happening and decided to stay out of it. I found it quite surprising that Minnie Gi didn't take the first chance to defend the old goat. Yes, I have heard from Nimuri that Minnie Gi and the other head of the houses have changed, but it seems that it was really true. Fumbledork finally sighed and shook his head in a disappointed grandfatherly manner. I am truly disappointed in you. I just wanted to ask, where did you learn the spells you used in the duel? Fumbledork said in a manner that I have done some crime or I have kicked his puppy. Honestly, I can't bring myself to care that you are disappointed in me, and Headmaster Dumbledore, I don't see that you have any right to know where I learned those spells, I said in a firm voice. I clearly saw a gleam appear in his eyes, even it was just for a moment. I clearly found that Slughorn didn't like Albus. Minnie Gi still had her stony expression on her face. Flitwick and Sprout were completely worried now, but they still didn't intervene and stayed back. You will find it well within my right to ask you that, as I am the headmaster of this school. OL Twinkles leaned on his table and said. The usual twinkles in his damn eyes was completely gone now. His grandfatherly tone was also gone as he spoke to me in hardened voice. No, if you do that, then you are interfering in the matters of a most ancient and most noble house's business. I don't a single scenario where you would end up with a good result, I said in my usual firm tone. Hearing me, Dumbles leaned back in his chair and seemed to contemplate something. Finally, he released a sigh and got ready to speak again. He was back in his grandfather act. I am afraid that you are going dark. You are so young and yet you blood on your hands. I am simply worried for you and the other students in this school, he said in a disappointed voice, and the damn eye twinkle was back. I am afraid you are wrong here, headmaster. It was a battle to death. It was either him and me, and truly believe me, I have 100 ways to kill someone using what you call light spell, and you don't have to worry about other students. After all, I have been here for 2 years and nothing have happened, I said while nodding my head. I let my words sink in his head. He was immediately alarmed that I could discuss about killing someone so easily. The other professors were also alarmed. Unable to keep quiet, Flitwick finally spoke up. Excuse me for interrupting, but you said you could kill someone with light spells. I kind of fail to understand it. Flitwick spoke, genuinely curious. I was somewhat disturbed hearing this. He is the professor of charms. He should know the spells himself. I knew that magical people are stupid, but this is something unimaginable. Minnie Gi, Sprout, and Slughorn also looked interested. Levitation spell, levitate someone in the air, about 20 meters and then stop the charm. Congrats, you have a dead body in your hands. Conjure a lance and banish it on someone. Diffindo on neck, Confrindo on neck, Bomarda on upper body, Reducto on head or neck. I can keep going if you want, I said. All the head of the houses looked completely dumbfounded along with the old goat. I am pretty sure that none of them had thought of using those spells like this, and I found it really disturbing. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Nobody in the room spoke for a few minutes. I was just using this time to look around the room. After all, the portrait I didn't have that kind of field of view. The professors and the headmaster contemplated for a few minutes before they decided to speak up. But still, I find it really hard to keep you in the school if you don't change your ways. It was OL Twinkles who spoke first. I found it really annoying. His need to control everyone is getting out of hands. I am sorry, headmaster, but I think you are mistaking something here, I said in my usual firm tone. OL Twinkles immediately got curious and leaned on the table looking quite interested at what I was going to say. You are forgetting that who owns the school, this is what I needed to say, and OL Twinkles leaned back on his chair looking completely lost and pale. Slughorn had a rather smug grin on his face. Mini GI looked at me appraisingly while Flitwick and Sprout looked really worried now. I used legilimency to read their surface thoughts, and found that their worry was genuine. They were worried what would happen if I happened to retaliate to some student's attack. You don't have to worry. I am not going to attack someone on my own, and if isn't for my safety I won't be attacking them. I would let the teachers decide their punishments, I said. This seemed to ease Mini GI, Flitwick, and Sprout, but Dumbles wasn't happy with just this, but he didn't seem to say anything more, at least not now, when he knew that he had already lost. If that's all, may I take my leave? I asked our respected headmaster, who reluctantly nodded his head when he found no support from the head of the houses. With that I got up and left his room. Immediately after walking past the gargoyle I flash-stepped into my room and activated the portrait to see if anything was going on or not. Apparently, after I left the room the others also walked out. Flashback end. The days kept going on without any more interruption from our esteemed headmaster. It was the final day of the term. The Christmas holidays was about to start tomorrow. There was an odd thing. I noticed that Theodore Knott, son of Lord Knott, have tried to approach me several times but have backed away seeing the others around me. I didn't know what he wanted, but he looked kind of nervous and both grateful, another thing to ponder on a later date. I groggily opened my eyes and found myself tangled in female limbs. I am the luckiest guy. What more can I say? 4 beautiful girls were sleeping along with me after a night of passion. From the sunlight it was clear that it was already noon. After all, the 5 of us went to sleep only after sun was already up. I untangled myself with quite some difficulty and got out of the bed. I covered the girls with a blanket and walked into the shower. After a nice and long relaxing shower, I finally got out and got changed into casual muggle clothes. Last night we had decided to stay in our flat, which was no under a Fidelius. Rumi was our secret keeper and only 4 people knew the secret, including Dora. I entered the kitchen and found a letter was waiting on the table. It was addressed to me. Several alarms went off in my head. First of all, a letter shouldn't be here, and secondly, no one should invite me. Before I even touched the letter I cast several diagnostics charms on it to check the contents. Seeing that everything was normal, I opened the letter and found that it was from Amelia. I was about to read the letter but my stomach rumbled loudly. I called Nixie and Lipsy to cook breakfast-styled lunch. After all, none of us had breakfast. I also found out that the letter arrived in the castle and Dixie delivered it here when found that all of us were still sleeping. I started to read the letter and found out that Amelia was inviting us to Bones Manor for Christmas. She was telling me that all of the members of our alliance were being invited. Well, I had nothing better to do, but I would still ask the girls before giving her a reply. Amelia was also giving a break to Dora. Did she have a shift now? Thinking about the girls, I should go and wake them up. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Fuck. I heard several screams from the room. It was clearly Dora. I heard a loud thump next. Bet she had tripped. I opened the door and entered the room to find Dora was pulling up a pair of jeans while rolling on the floor. She must have fallen tripped while wearing her pants. Is going commando is the new fashion? I asked Dora as she clearly wasn't wearing any knickers and was pulling up her jeans. Her head immediately snapped in my direction. I am surprised that she didn't get a whiplash due to that. Help me. I am already late for my shift. Dora said with puppy dog eyes. Don't worry. Amelia let you have a break today. She kind of guessed that you are going to be late for your shift, I said. It was true as it was written in the letter. At that time, I didn't know why it was, but it was apparently because she knew that Dora was going to be late. Dora finally released a sigh while I waved my hand and Dora was again out of her tangled jeans. Bonesy is really thoughtful, Dora said and dropped back on the bed. Yes, that she is, but it's already late. Get a shower, I am gonna wake up the others, I said to Dora, who groaned seeing that she would be unable to return to her sleep. She got up grumbling something about beast of a boyfriend. I gave her a smug grin before kissing her. She pouted because the kiss ended and entered the shower. She had already gotten used to us as she didn't close the shower door. I quickly woke up the others and after a round of morning kisses they also entered the shower and I went back to kitchen. Nixie and Lipsy have already placed the food on the table with a heating charm on them. I opened the Daily Prophet and started to check the news. Everything written there was almost shit. Yes, their stories are kind of truth, but they kind of make it up spicy on their own. The girls quickly joined me on the table. I asked them about the invitation. Dora also happily accepted, but she also invited us at her house on Boxing Day. Apparently, her mom had found out that she has a boyfriend and had nagged her until Dora agreed. But before any of that I needed to visit Sirius and Harry and take a report for them. From Amelia and Nemuri I have found several things about the Triwizard Tournament. The first thing is that this tournament is going to be different from any Triwizard tournaments happened previously. Apparently, there is going to be 6 participants this time. How the hell they are going to do that no one outside of the managers know for now. I can certainly say that they aren't going to confound the cup into believing that there are 6 schools and 1 student from each school. A/N. I have taken the idea from a fanfic called Black Princess Ascendant by Silently Watches. If you want you can check the fanfic, it is one of the nicest fanfics I have ever read. It is a fem/ along with normal relationship. Even tough the fanfic is really dark. I would say it's one of the best I have read. The fanfic is quadrology and it is completely finished. I am not going to say anything more here. If you don't want to read how the tournament happens in that fanfic then I would ask you to wait and see, but the events are going to be different. Well, for now, who cares? After breakfast or lunch, Dora decided to visit her mom and dad. The rest of us decided to return to the castle. After arriving in the castle, I went to visit Adela, who was very happy with her new home. She hunted some wild animals in a forest once a month. She told me that was apparently enough for her huge body. I have no idea how her metabolism works though. I also started a side project, making an armor for Adela that would protect her from a cockscrow. That sounded really bad, but I guess most of us understood what I wanted to say. 3 days passed since the Christmas holidays have started and I have warded all of my properties with the help of the elves and girls against phoenixes. I don't want a phoenix flaming into my castle, and from what I had found out, currently only 3 people own a phoenix as their familiar in the whole world. One is a Japanese old dude. He is very much older than Dumbles and could kill over any day now. Another guy is from India. He is rather young when compared to both Dumbles and Japanese old dude. This guy is only in his 60s, and lastly Dumbles, he is the most worrisome. Apparently, OL Twinkles thinks that he has the right to every information out there, and he could actually flame inside my castle or any other property to find any information regarding us. I won't put it past him doing just that. So with that done I was finally ready to visit Sirius and Harry. Wearing my armor, I portkeyed to France and then directly operated into Sirius's house. Since Sirius had added me into the wards didn't try to stop me. But, I personally think that I arrived here at wrong time since guests were here and everyone was looking at me. It was quite easy for me to recognize who these guests were, the Delacours. Fleur was in her 6th year and it was quite easy to recognize her. Sirius and Harry were gaping like a fish. I too didn't know what to say. The Delacours immediately pulled out their wands and pointed in my direction. A/N. I am gonna try to replicate their accent shown in the movies, but don't go too hard on me if this doesn't work. How are you? Ours is you enters here. It was the oldest lady of the group, Apolline Delacour. I really had a hard time to understand what she was saying, but seeing the situation it was quite easy to understand. You can call me Magneto, and I operate here if you wanted to know, I said in a cheerful voice in a manner that I was stating facts. The 2 adults and the 1 almost adult Delacour was completely dumbfounded. Bad time, Magneto. It is a really bad time for you to visit, Harry said while shaking his head. Yeah, I can see that. From next time I will drop a message before dropping by, I said in a sarcastic tone. You can't be serious. Sirius whined like a kid. Of course not. You are serious, I said. Yes, I decided to make a serious joke. Harry groaned and facepalmed while Sirius barked out in laughter. The Delacours didn't even know what to say anymore. They just stood at their initial place completely dumbfounded. Now, that's the cat out of the bag. Let me introduce you to everyone, Harry said, taking the lead. I have to say, he has grown up a lot. So, let me get this straight. This guy here is not an actual Dark Lord and he is currently trying to stop a Dark Lord maker. Jean Delacour, head of Delacour family, asked incredulously. From his looks he was completely bewildered, and honestly anyone in his place would be. I simply can't believe this. After all, he is such a great wizard. He was the one who killed and stopped the terror of Gellert Grindelwald, Apolline Delacour said while shaking her head. There is a mistake in your knowledge. The old goat never killed Grindelwald. After all, he was not able to kill his own lover. So, he did the next best thing. He stowed him away and threw the key. I was saying, but I was cut off by the youngest of the Delacours. Lies? How can we believe that you are telling the truth? Fleur said while huffing. Both his mother and father looked worried that I would retaliate. Of course not. I have heard that Lord Delacour here has quite a pull in the French ministry. Ask him make some checks in a prison named Nurmengard. You will find that a certain Dark Lord is there and who pays him visit frequently, I said in a mysterious manner. Jean Delacour was a smart man. He knew that there is no smoke without a fire. At this moment he might find it hard to believe, but there will be no harm in finding out the truth himself. No matter how enjoyable my day was, I think I should leave. After all, I ruined your day because of my own wrong timing. See ya. With that said, I quickly operated out of the black property. After that I portkeyed back into our castle. Damn, I didn't want the truth to be out so soon. Well, it won't be a consequence to my plans after all. No British wizards or witches would take a second of their day and look at any other newspaper, the Daily Prophet. Yes, the Quibbler grew really famous after I gave my interview, but that doesn't people would readily buy it. And still most of the people treat the magazine as a rag and they think that it is mostly filled with fantasy creatures and conspiracy theories. I have talked to Luna about this matter, but she seems fine regarding this matter. For her, it is completely fine paper and she won't change it for anything. Well, at least she is sure about that. So, the news of Gellert Grindelwald still being alive getting out in Britain is highly unlikely. Even if it gets out, there won't be a lot of problem. After all, it's already 3rd year and I won't need much more time to commence my plans. After all, the final papers about the Triwizard tournament are going to be signed in next month, and after that there won't be going back. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om Finally, Christmas arrived and most of the morning was spent opening gifts all of us received. After that, we spent the rest of day relaxing and enjoying each other's company. Nothing like sex happened. The 5 of us just sat on the roof under an umbrella with area-wide heating charm so the cold and snow doesn't bother us. After a nice and warm lunch, the 5 of us quickly got ready. After all, we were invited to Bones Manor. 3 of us were quite unhappy to wear robes, especially if the robes made us look like a peacock. Nemuri, Dora, and me were really unhappy that we have to wear robes and strut around like a peacock. At least me and Dora were. After all, Dora didn't like to pose in any pure blood manner. I also didn't like looking like a peacock. But Nemuri liked looking like a peacock. The reason she was unhappy because of robes were truly conservative. After all, she is an exhibitionist. Rumi didn't care a lot because she didn't need to wear these god-awful abominations for quite long. She herself accepted that she didn't mind sufferings for a few hours. Only, Momo was different as she completely liked this robe's fashion. It was new for her and like always she liked trying new things. I grabbed some flu power and threw them into the flu and called out Bones Manor and walked into the flu. I elegantly arrived in the Bones Manor and immediately met with the sights of several guests. Sirius and Harry were already here. The green grasses were here too. The girls quickly arrived after all and Dora in her usual elegance tripped and sprawled on the floor. Dora quickly got up grumbling about mean flus and all. Is that you, Nymphadora? Sirius saw Dora and immediately called her out after recognizing her. A/N, Sirius has been in contact with Andromeda and he had already reinstated her and her family back into the Black family, but Sirius wasn't able to meet Dora because of Hogwarts then her Auror training camp. Don't call me that. While dusting her robes, Dora exclaimed and turned her head towards her recent offender who dared to call her using her first name. Dora quickly recognized Sirius and greeted him but not before warning him about using her name. I noticed Amelia quickly heading towards us. Lady Ravenclaw, Merry Christmas, thank you for accepting the invitation. Everyone has been waiting for you. Amelia greeted us. She needed to greet Nemuri first, after all she was the family leader. Amelia clearly knew who the true family leader was, but if she greeted me first then she would have been insulting Nemuri and some might even connect the dots. After all, we can't have others finding that out now and not everyone in here were our friends, just allies. After that Amelia happily greeted us and found Dora bickering with Sirius. Thankfully both of them were silent enough not to disturb the others. Amelia sighed and shook her head before taking Nemuri to introduce to others. Momo, Rumi, and me decided to look around. We quickly found Susan Bones happily chatting away with her friend Hannah Abbott. Dowager Longbottom and Neville was also invited in the party along with several other Grey and Light families. After some time, Narcissa also showed up. Some didn't like her but nobody dared to say anything because she was a part of our alliance and most of the people in this room have seen my duel against Lord Knot and how easily I killed him. We were mostly left alone throughout the party. I have to say that Amelia didn't pull any punches and went all out for the party. From what I have heard from Susan, her auntie was doing this almost after 15 years. The food was just mind-blowing. Every lady asked Amelia for the recipes. We finally returned to Castle Ravenclaw. Not even few seconds passed before I arrived and I was already naked. I wasn't able to stand those ruddy robes anymore. Everyone except Momo did the same. We decided to take a mice bath before heading to bed. Nothing perverted was done between us except few teasing and touching. Nemuri had to be bound so that we can stop her. All of us were tired and wanted to just sleep. Also, we had to visit the Tonks household tomorrow. After bath, all of us crashed into the massive bed. Nemuri was still tied. Before going to spell I helped her getting a release. After that she happily went to sleep. The next day all of us woke up early and after completing all our morning rituals, we quickly got ready to visit the Tonks residence. From what Dora told me, Sirius and Harry are also going to be there. I wonder if I need to reveal that I am Magneto. I am also quite nervous if Dora's parents would accept me or not. No matter how heartless I am, these matters are really worrying. After getting ready we apparat into the backyard of Tonks residence. Come on. Let's go inside, Dora said and started to drag all of us inside. After walking inside, we found out that Dora's parents, Sirius, and Harry were already there waiting for us. How have you, Nymphadora? Mrs. Tonks asked and pulled Dora into a smothering hug. Dora's hair immediately turned red in embarrassment. Muyum, don't call me that, Dora whined while Mrs. Tonks just swiped away her daughter's request or concern. Sirius, who was snickering in amusement, yelped when a stinging hex hit him on his shin. I don't understand, Nymphadora, it's such a beautiful name, Mrs. Tonks said while looking at her daughter. Our group was also amused with the exchange going on. Ahem, why don't you introduce us to your friends? Mr. Tonks finally cleared his throat and asked Dora, who immediately got slightly nervous but still decided to carry on. This is Vicky Ravenclaw, you have met my best friend before, this is Alice Ravenclaw, this is Roxana Ravenclaw, and finally this is Edgar Ravenclaw, my boyfriend, Dora finished quite nervously. Mr. and Mrs. Tonks happily watched the introduction until it came to me. Mrs. Tonks looked really worried. I was also worried seeing them reacting like that. I don't know what I would do if they don't accept me. Why is being a Dark Lord easier than meeting girlfriend's parents? Both Mrs. and Mr. Tonks didn't say anything and looked around their house for a few moments until a smile appeared on both of their faces. Me along with the others were slightly confused with their reaction. Thank God the FBI isn't here, Mrs. Tonks said, releasing her breath. Did she just say that? A/N, sorry guys, I wasn't able to hold myself back from making the FBI joke. What happened in the Tonks residence was embarrassing in the least. Honestly, there is no way in hell that I would become so young in any other world. That shit ain't happening again. Fuck world and fuck plot. After that, the rest of the day was quite normal. Sirius made some more fun, but after getting hexed into backyard by Dora he decided to keep his mouth shut. Harry is a good boy, even if he grew up with Sirius he didn't say anything. Good for his health I guess. The rest of the day was spent quite normally, chatting and having fun and all. With the Boxing Day over, Dora had to return to her job. After all, you can't take too many leaves no matter who you are. Because of me Dora still got some leaves or still have to work even in Christmas Eve. Cops don't get too many holidays. A/N, type R for respect for cops and soldiers. I invested the rest of my holiday sneaking around ICW headquarters. It was so easy that I honestly didn't want to do it again. Even if these guys were much smarter than Ministry guys, they are still stupid. Yes, their wards were strong and they can't stop Imperio, so I casually impersonated a guy and let him get the structure of the building for me. I know I shouldn't do it, but I never said that I was someone good. Now, the reason I was doing this was so that I could find anything related to the Triwizard tournament. After all, because of the changes I wanted to gather all the information. And, I was at least impressed with security there. There were several trigger spells on the cabinets. If anyone without permission touches the file then the words will vanish. Nifty trick. So, seeing that I reached a dead end I decided to visit my beloved Ministry of Magic. Contacting Amelia, I found that the information was already there in the Department of Magical Games. She easily whisked the guard details for me. Having someone inside is so nice. Invading Ministry of Magic was easy like it always had been. I was so disappointed that they still haven't improved them. I wanted to have some action, no matter how small it was. With an invisibility cloak over me, and several charms to mask my sound, heat and smell I easily entered the Department of Magical Games. I quickly rummaged through the files related to Triwizard Tournament. As soon as I found them I started to make copies as I wanted to leave quickly. With the copies done, I quickly headed towards Amelia's office. After all, she asked for a copy herself. As the department head of magical law enforcement, she was really curious. But, reaching DMLE floor I think Amelia had decided to prank me because the security was fucking strong. My face contorted like a sucked a lemon. Thicket. I won't lose to that old bag of bones, no pun intended. Deciding to greet Amelia I directly flash-stepped into her office ignoring everything and found that she was sitting in her chair with a smug grin on her face which she was happily tapping her fingers on the table. Nov, L, B / JNN. Oh, so this joke for. I will give her a joke, if she doesn't dies of heart attack. I quickly moved behind her and took off my invisibility cloak and cancelled all the charms and leaned down behind her ear. Boo. Just as I said, Kyoa Amelia screamed like a Laiite schoolgirl who had seen a ghost and jumped on her table and flipped down on the floor. I almost felt bad for her, almost. Amelia immediately shot up and pointed her wand in my direction and finally lowered it after seeing that it was me, but her cheeks also reddened in embarrassment. Fuck you, Edgar. My heart almost jumped out my mouth. I can still feel my heart around my throat, Amelia said, putting a hand on her chest and flopped down on the guest chairs and started to breathe heavily. Sorry, it was too good of a chance to give up. It's only fair after you decided to prank me, I said and sat down on Amelia's chair. Fuck you bastard. Morgana's Saga tits. How the hell did you get behind me? Amelia exclaimed while glaring at me. Language, I said in a scolding tone and opened the cabinet where Amelia kept her fire whiskey and pulled out a glass and bottle for her. I raised my head and saw Amelia was still trying to bore a hole in my head with her glare. I quickly poured her a drink and pulled out the files. Her eyes immediately turned towards the files. Did you take a peek? Amelia asked while I handed her the files. Just to check if they are the right files or not. After all, I spend more time in there to clean any signs that someone broke in there. Magical people are stupid, but they can still change the plans. I don't that happening, I said and leaned back on her chair and looked around her room. Her table was a mess because she jumped on it. I waved my hand and fixed everything like it was. It was nifty spell I picked up, but it was obviously a dark spell according to OL Twinkles and Ministry. You know that was a dark spell, right? Amelia said while her eyes were still in the files. According to whom? Fuck them, as long as you didn't cast it. It doesn't matter, after all, censors don't get wrong, I said nonchalantly. They have finally gone nuts. They must be completely off their rocker if they have honestly planned this, Amelia said, still reading the files. I leaned on her table, which she must have noticed as looked up from the files. They are introducing another cup, the original Triwizard Cup, which they are going to use select the 7th year students, and they have arranged another cup. A sliver cup made by goblins. They are going to use this cup select students in the age group of 14 to 16. That means 4th year to 6th year. Amelia said, finally putting down the files and started to rub her head. Yep, this is golden. Yeah, why not? Let 14th students participate in the same events where even 7th year students gets fried, I said, and I have already started to think if I should participate or not. At least the good thing is the silver cup won't rip off your magic if you decided to drop out, Amelia said, gulping down the whole glass of fire whiskey. I opened the bottle and poured another glass for her, to which she nodded appreciatingly. Well, that's good, but what are going to stop the students from backing away? I asked in confusion. After all, if they are going to such length to get 6 participants, so they can't have students backing out. Well, they are only free until the first week of selection. After that you can't back out or you will be paralyzed for a year, magically Amelia said while gulping down the whole drink again. Damn, that's even better. If someone want to get out then paralyze them for a year, why not? After all, this is the magical world, who the fuck cares for logic? Logic can get fucked, we will do whatever we like. I am seriously considering killing all these stupid people. There is line, I said, to which Amelia nodded her head. I honestly think that sometime too, that moron Fudge is going to be the first one I am going to gut. He creeps the hell out of me, and thank Merlin you killed that pink toad, Amelia said while gritting her teeth. Honestly, I never met that pink toad before that day, but something from inside was telling me to kill her, I said while nodding my head sagely. So, what are you going to do? Join the tournament? Amelia asked me. Honestly, I am not sure. I don't know. Yes, I am interested, and if I participate I will have a good chance to win, but I don't know, at least I can't confirm anything now, I said to her. It's true. I wasn't sure. Yes, I was really curious and interested to see the changes in first-person perspective by participating, but I am not sure if I wanted to throw myself into that or not. After that, Amelia checked the rest of the files, which were details about the proposed tasks, as none of them were confirmed. They have noted down 27 tasks as of now, but only 6 will be selected for the tournament. It was already late, so both of us decided to take our leave from here and call it a day. After the school started after the Christmas holidays, one of my initial plans came to fruition. I felt like jumping off the astronomy tower, but somehow stopped myself because that's suicidal. Even I knew I could fly, but it would have given away my identify. OL Twinkles would have surely connected the dots. Now, the plan which finally came to fruition is that OL Twinkles finally approached Momo, or Alice as all of them knew. Just after the day we returned, Phileas informed Momo that the headmaster wanted to meet her. Momo, in her timid and meek acted appropriately and meekly went to meet the old goat, and just like I have told her, he guilt-tripped Momo into agreeing. Well, it was all an act from Momo's side, but the bearded fool didn't need to know that. I saw the whole meeting through the portrait I had planted inside his office, and I barely held myself from laughing out loud in the history class. It wasn't Bin's any longer, so we can't do whatever we want here any longer. OL Twinkles tried to pry out some details from Momo. Momo told her some stuff. OL Twinkles was mostly interested about where we lived. Momo told him about Castle Ravenclaw. After all, he can no longer phoenix fire inside the castle, and he also asked about the flat where we lived. Momo said that it was now under Fidelius. I clearly saw OL Twinkles almost cursed out loud in annoyance after hearing that. Soon the meeting ended. Seeing that he won't be getting huge details out of Momo, he let her go. By the time of next class, Momo finally returned. I asked her if the old goat used leglimency on her, though Momo was sure that he didn't. Time seemed to pass on quickly. Days turned into weeks and weeks turned into months. It was already the last day of our 3rd year. Throughout all these months, OL Twinkles called Momo to meet with him weekly, trying to get as many details as he could gather from her. Honestly, I was completely getting bored with this. There is no longer anything I needed from this world. I will make a nice chance for Harry next year. I am damn sure that OL Twinkles is going to use the goblet to bring Harry here. Voldemort will also do the same, so I am pretty sure that the scene of graveyard will happen, and if I give Harry my support, he might be able to kill Voldy then and there while I take care of his Death Eaters. Since I have already taken care of dear old Lucy, there won't be any political wriggling now. But before doing anything about them, I will eject the fool Fudge out of his office after the day of Halloween. It won't be hard, now that most families are poor. Bribing them won't be a huge thing. Well, I will chat with Amelia first. But I could do any of this. I need to prepare everything needed for the ritual. After all, if I can't get that done, then killing Baby Mort will be completely useless. Yes, he needed to killed when he is still Baby Mort. Yes, I have several ways to botch the ritual in such a way that he would not be even able to cast Lumos, but why even let him do that? I know enough to use anyone's mark to call the Death Eaters. Now, just like I had thought, Rumi called dibs in the tournament as soon as I told them the details. Nemuri has already graduated and she liked to have her body parts intact. Momo also liked herself as she was. Yes, she was interested, but only as a spectator or a helper of either me or Rumi decided to jump in. Seeing Rumi so excited, I decided to back out, and honestly, I wasn't so much interested in this like she is. After all, Rumi was completely bored in the world. She didn't get to fight anyone except us and some underground fighting rings. And I honestly don't expect some to pose threat to her place in the tournament. What are you thinking about? Momo asked me while running her fingers through my hair. I was laying my head in her lap, both of us sitting neath the Black Lake after finishing our exam. We were covered under an invisibility cloak and several other charms so that we won't get disturbed or interrupted. Momo was my first girlfriend, and honestly, I don't get to spend too much time with her nowadays. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Nothing much, some stuff, about you, I said with a gentle smile on my face. Momo leaned down and placed her lips over mine. We only backed away after a few seconds passed. Yes, you have really busy. Actually, both of us have been. You have been so busy with all this political and manipulation stuff. I have been busy with studies. The knowledge about magic have opened several doors for me, and I don't want to leave any knowledge untouched. Momo spoke softly and swiped her locks behind her ear. That was damn sexy. Don't worry, love, only one more year. After that, I will be completely free, then I will able to invest all of my time on you girls. Then plan several stuff about future and all. I said while getting up from her lap. I sat beside her, pulled her on my lap. Future like what? Momo asked curiously. Like building a family, our family, I said, and put more pressure on the word our family. I didn't kiss her or anything after that. I just pulled her closer to me and hugged her tightly. Sometimes just a hug can relay all the feelings you need to. Well, I have been waiting long for that, Momo said with a bright smile on her face. Both of us kept sitting down there looking at the lake and didn't speak anything. What do you think about Luna? Momo suddenly asked me, breaking me out of my musings. What about her? I asked her. You know, I know you are not dumb, so you clearly know about her feelings, Momo said while looking up, staring directly in my eyes. Well, she is still young. I have been thinking to talk with her during coming Christmas. Let's see what happens till then. I said, to which Momo just nodded her head. So, any older woman or girl you came to like? Momo asked me in teasing manner. Well, it's not a secret that I like older women. After all, Nemuri, Rumi and Dora, she was older than me, are good examples of my preferences. No, aside from whatever you think, I don't go out collecting all the girls, I said while tickling Momo lightly. Momo squirmed in my arms and pulled me into an intense kiss to stop me from tickling her. It worked as I stopped. Yes, I know that. All of us know that. That's why we love you, Momo said while finally backing away from my lips. Let's go back. It's already getting dark, I said, finally getting up and pulling up Momo with me. It was true that it was getting dark, and I was quite sure that OL Twinkles or some other teacher would notice our absence. And honestly, I don't want OL Twinkles to figure it out. With how his is limited now to his own eyes, his information network was hit heavily. Because of this, he is also unable to rescue the students. Some of them who were usually getting detentions were Draco Malfoy, who have now lost his position as the biggest snake in Slytherins. Honestly, I found it quite disturbing. How the hell with that attitude he was able to get into Slytherin? I found him to be a Greyfeeder through and through. Next was Pansy Parkinson and her two butt buddies, Goyle JNR and Crab JNR. Well, after Malfoy got hexed by Narcissa, they decided to abandon him and become Parkinson's lackey. Because of parents' support, Pansy Parkinson got out of most trouble, but Dorco, from now on, Malfoy wasn't so lucky, as Narcissa gave him the last warning. If he gets expelled, then she would marry someone else. Hey, another heir. She was quite sure that with her current importance, she would get a man who would happily take her name. With that, Dorco Malfoy had been quite cowed, but nothing is sure, as it had been only 5 months since then. Narcissa was quite happy with her life now, as just a week ago she bought an island near our island. She has been enjoying getting a tan since then. She wrote a letter of appreciation some days ago to Nemuri, thanking her, to telling her about this, and Naked Beach is doing good for her skin. The rest of the night passed quite normally with the last feast of the session. I got it. Momo's sudden voice broke the silence in the room. I was laying in the bed while patting and caressing Rumi's head. She really liked it when I did it. Nemuri was busy in some business meeting, making some new plans along with Narcissa. I have said this previously, but Narcissa is one hell of a businesswoman. What's got you so excited? Unable to hold back my curiosity, I finally asked Momo, who was waiting for me to ask the question. Momo got up from her study table along with her notes and crawled into the bed. Well, you know that I was working on a new spell, right? Momo asked me, to which I nodded my head. Seeing me nod my head, Momo decided to continue. Well, it's completed and it works perfectly. Momo exclaimed excitedly while raising both her hands in the air. Hearing this, Rumi also got up from my lap. After all, Momo only got so excited when she invented something really good and impressive. Yes, I knew that she was working to make some spell or stuff, but she had refused to tell me or the others what it was about, and hell, I was curious. Fine, I will bite. So, what is this spell you have been working on? Before I could coax Momo, Rumi decided to pitch in her thoughts. Well, that works too, I guess. Yes, we know that there are spells to mask sounds and scents, right? Momo asked us. Damn, she really knows how to play the game. Fine. Yes, we know, I said, irritated. Momo looked at my face and snickered. She knew damn well that this suspense was irritating both me and Rumi. Well, so if someone hides his sound and smell and uses an invisibility cloak, then he or she will be completely best sneaker in the whole world. At least speaking in magical terms, Momo said, making her point. Well, I agree with her. After all, I have myself used this method several times during sneaking around. Yes, revealing charm works, but there are some times that you have no idea if someone is actually there or not, and using that spell will let the person hiding know that you will find him and uses this chance to attack. But there is one thing they still can't hide. Momo paused dramatically. Both me and Rumi rolled our eyes. Body heat. Yes, you are speaking about body heat, Rumi finally said, unable to hold herself back. Yes, well, I not only made just one spell. I actually made 2 spells. Look, this spell. This spell can be used to nullify hominum revelio, Momo said, and handed us some of her notes. Rumi wasn't someone who could understand the working mechanics of a spell, but she could learn it. I took the notes, which Rumi happily allowed me to examine. I have to say, Momo had worked really hard to make this spell, and this was huge. My invisibility cloak had only 2 weaknesses. 1. Someone can use Oxio to summon my cloak, and 2. Someone used hominum revelio and I am out. Well, now it solves at least one of the problem. Wow, this is really impressive, Momo. I don't know what to say, I said, and pulled Momo into a searing kiss while she happily returned. Well, if you are happy with just this, then see the next spell, Momo said, and handed me the remaining notes. I checked the notes, and I was completely speechless. Heat vision? You made a spell to see in heat vision, I said excitedly. Damn, this is insane. This spell will make my work so easy while invading some place or someone's home. If I can see how many people are inside, then it makes it so much easier to invade. Yes, I can sense the iron in their blood, which lets me know how many people are there, but I can only know their position and approximate stances. But this will much better. The girls don't have powers like me, so this will be really good for them. And it can also help to look through the Fidelius. After all, Fidelius only hides the location as a secret, but it doesn't hide your body heat or other heat inside the house. This is a weak point of Fidelius after all. You have been really working hard, I said, to which Momo puffed out her chest. This made her already impressive chest look more impressive, and I had to hold myself back from groping her. Hehe, so, for my hard work I will expect a date, Momo said and laid down her head on my lap. Well, I was already planning to take them to dates. This works. Rumi just shrugged her shoulders and laid her head just beside Momo. I laid back on the bed, decided to taking a nap. But not before telling the elves to wake us up when Nemuri and Dora returns. The elves woke us right before dinner as Dora and Nemuri returned just before dinner. Only 2 days have passed since we have returned from Hogwarts and Dora finally moved into Castle Ravenclaw. After completing her Auror training TED Tonks, Dora's dad helped Dora to rent a flat, but she rarely stays there, so her galleons were going to complete Watseta. She decided to give up the flat and move in with us permanently. She had a good friend named Hestia Jones with whom she usually had some drinks. She wasn't able to bring her the castle because Hestia Jones wasn't keyed into the wards, but she could bring her to the flat under Fidelius without telling her the secret. Well, Fidelius protects the secret, but due to lack of other wards it won't stop anyone to side along apparate someone there. So, Dora mostly spends her time in our flat when we are back in Hogwarts. Days kept passing just like that. 1 week of the summer holidays was already over. During this week, I visited Sirius along with Amelia. I showed them the list of ingredients needed for the Horcrux expulsion ritual. Most of the ingredients were really hard to get, but not impossible. Amelia had some really good sources. After all, she was the head of DMLE, and with such a high position you would know several shady people. Sirius didn't care about the money and agreed to pay whatever needed to get the ingredients. I could have also gathered the ingredients, but it would have taken a lot more time for me. After all, no matter how much money I had, I didn't have contacts like Amelia. All things can't be solved by strength. After all, I have to know the person to scare him or whatever. And all of the ingredients needed to be fresh, so I can't collect them before or they would have gone bad, and some ingredients couldn't be stored under a status charm. So, Amelia decided to gather all these ingredients, and Sirius and Harry decided to thank her profusely. It was clear that something was already going on between Amelia and Sirius, which led to another round of teasing. We decided to perform the ritual right after the July 31st, right after past midnight. Everything was going on completely fine until I received an emergency message from Sirius through Patronus. I didn't know what it was because I can't exactly remember every dates. If I had to bet my money, then I would say that this was about the dreams. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. I quickly took my aging potion and wore my armor and portkeyed into their house and found that Sirius and Harry were both waiting for me. It was really early morning as the sun wasn't up. They invited me inside and Sirius poured fire whiskey for himself. I could see that both Sirius and Harry were looking really distressed. So, what's up? I asked them, taking my own seat. It was a dream. I know it sounds really stupid, but it looked real, like I was experiencing it myself. I told Sirius and decided to inform you. Honestly, I am sorry to disturb you so early, Harry spoke while looking at the table. Looks like I was right again, so the dreams have started. That means Dork Lord is already getting stronger. Pup, even it isn't something, it's better to be sure about it, Sirius said to Harry. I agree with Sirius on this matter. Harry nodded his head and started to tell me about the dream he had. It wasn't a dream in which he saw the snake or Nagini, so I wasn't sure if Baby Mort had already made Nagini his Horcrux or not. That means Snake Face is growing stronger, which means he had gained a body. There is no other way for him to get stronger, I said while nodding my head sagely. Baby Mort killed Bertha Horkins to make Nagini a Horcrux. I would save her, but I didn't know when that happens and where it happens. I have tried to find Barty Crouch's house, but I was unable to find it. Apparently they were also paranoid bastards, and someone can only get to their house through flow and they have to be keyed to the wards. Yes, I could ignore their wards and enter the property, but I needed to know where their property was. Barty Crouch SNR was outside the country most of the time after Sirius's trial fiasco, so I was unable to get my hands on him. Harry, the connection between you and him is growing stronger, so with time you will have more clear vision, so I want you to see and tell me everything you see in the next dream. If you have a next dream, I said to Harry, to which he nodded his head. This Harry was much more stronger than the story one. Will he be having dreams even after we rummage the Horcrux? Sirius asked me, looking really worried and horrified. No, but there is still 3 weeks before the ritual can be performed, so he can see something important, I said, to which both Sirius and Harry nodded their heads. With that I left the house and decided to visit Little Hangletown. After all, I was already up and nothing would happen if I checked that place. Maybe I would be able to save a life. I arrived just outside the Little Hangletown. This was the first time I was visiting. So, I operated just outside the town. The reason was quite simple for doing this. After all, I didn't know any places or buildings here, so I hoped to avoid operating inside someone's house or directly into a wall. After arriving, I quickly donned my invisibility cloak and applied scent masking charms, noise cancelling charms, and hominum revelio nullifying charm. Finding the Riddle Manor was not hard, but there was another problem as the Riddle Manor was completely empty for now. I didn't even need to sneak inside, and from the dust and filth inside it was quite clear that no one has entered this place for a long time. So, I went to the next location they could be using. Little Hangletown Graveyard. I didn't expect them living in the graveyard, but I wanted to check if Frank Burse was still alive or not. If he was alive, then Baby Mort haven't arrived here after all. He is killed after Nagini informs Baby Mort that someone heard his plans. I quickly found Frank Bryce's small shack just outside the graveyard. I quickly leaned through the window and memory charmed the guy. It was planting some new ideas inside his head. Yes, if he was a magical then it would be difficult, but I could still do it. But with non-magicals it was easy as fuck, as he couldn't fight the new memories. I didn't change much. I just planted the idea inside his head that he was getting old and wanted to look in some new places before he died. I know, not a good reason, but it works, so who gives a fuck? With that done, I quickly operate directly in front of Bones Manor. The sun was already up as I had spent a lot of time in Little Hangletown looking around. I wanted to mess with the grave of Riddle SNR, but I held myself back as I was quite sure that Baby Mort would check that after arriving there. I didn't want to tip my hand so soon, but before that I needed to make sure that Bertha Horkins was alive or not. Walking up to the front door, I knocked. After a few seconds passed, the door was opened by irritated Amelia, who was glaring at me. "How did you know it was me?" I asked her, slightly curious. "Ha, like anyone else would dare to come here at this time." "Only you do that," Amelia said while ushering me in. "She got a point, I guess." "Good enough," I said, and quickly went to her kitchen and sat down. "So why are you here? Did something happen?" Amelia asked me while she was already preparing coffee for herself. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Yes, something did happen. Apparently Noseless is growing stronger. My bet is on that he got himself a body of some kind, I said while leaning on the table. "And how did you find that?" Amelia asked, looking really interested in the topic now. "Harry saw it in a dream, through the connection he has. So, made me reach the conclusion that Noseless is getting stronger." I spoke and pulled out a phone and threw it to Amelia, who caught it instinctively. "So, you are finally giving me this? And how in Merlin's name I am gonna use this contraption?" Amelia said while poking the phone with her fingers like she had seen me doing. I spent the next hour explaining how to use the thing, and she was amazed by how the thing worked. She immediately wanted her aura core to be equipped with this, but I told her maybe in future. "Amelia, keep your eyes open. I have heard a few whispers about Barty Crouch Jr. being alive. I need you to keep your eyes in Department of Magical Games," I told Amelia, to which she was quite surprised. "But how? Barty Crouch Jr. died in Azkaban," Amelia said while putting the phone down. "Not necessarily. There are several ways to fake death. Just keep your eyes and ears open," I said, to which she nodded. "How is the ingredient hunt going?" I asked her while looking towards the owl, who entered the kitchen carrying the latest edition of Daily Prophet. "Nice. I have already arranged everything. We will have everything on hand 2 days before July 31st. Only one ingredient is off the market, the venom of Pearl Cobra. It's a breed of magical king cobra. Completely white and shiny like show and pearl, usually found in the Himalayas," Amelia said while huffing in annoyance. "Well, the problem is they are really hard to find, and everything we get from those snakes are only used in very rare rituals, so there is no demand in the market, and the next problem is they are quite fast and venomous, sometimes even compared with basilisk venom. Because of their color they could easily move in snow without getting noticed," Amelia said. I can clearly see her point now, but still, with money someone should be willing to do the job, right? "So, what are we going to do about it? Hire someone?" I asked Amelia, who shook her head. "Not gonna happen. No one would agree, especially at this time as this is their mating season when they are very aggressive." "I think you have to do it," Amelia said while giving me a pointy look. "She must be joking, right? You are kidding, right?" I asked Amelia. "Nope, not in the slightest," Amelia said in a serious tone, clearly making her point. I just stared at her for a few seconds. I finally relented and nodded my head, which made Amelia smile. I wouldn't out it past her using this as a chance to get back on me. I would do my own research before I start my own venture. With everything done and said, I returned to Castle Ravenclaw, and after getting changed in normal clothes I decided to do my own research on these creatures. What I found wasn't too far from what Amelia said, but she either forgot or didn't know that the snakes have a mild notice me not charm on their scales, which made them unnoticeable until late. I decided to take another expert's view on this matter. I quickly wrote down a letter to dear Luna. Yes, she is quite eccentric and unique, but she knows her stuff. And her stuff relates to magical creatures. Though I don't expect to know anything new from her, but it never hurts to try. 2 weeks passed in an blink of eye, and I had already received a reply from Luna, and she said the exact things I found in the books, and Amelia told me. It was true that it was their mating season and no one would risk going after a pearl cobra now. So, the last verdict was if I needed to get their venom then I had to do it myself. Quite annoying. "Honey, what's eating you up?" I heard a husky voice behind me, and 2 arms snaked around my body. While one was stroking my chest and other went directly into my pants and grabbed my dick and started to stroke it gently. I didn't need to be ingenious or use my powers to figure out who this person was. Just planning to have a trip on Himalayas. "I told you all about the pearl cobra," I said while sighing. I would say her hand on my member felt great. "Oh, is that so?" You look like you some tension here. Let me help you out, the husky voice spoke while caressing my balls now. Nemuri finally moved in front of me and sat down on my thigh. She was already out of her clothes. It's not like she wore any inside the castle most of the times. I already knew what was going to happen and I would be a dumbass to complain. 3 days later. Why did I agree to accompany you? Dora asked while shuddering in cold. Because you won the rock paper scissors and you thought date on a mountain would be romantic, I said dryly. Both me and Dora finally arrived in Himalayas. We used a portkaya made by goblins to arrive here. After all, I wanted to keep my trip a secret. Yesterday, the girls held a rock paper scissors competition to decide who was going to accompany me. Dora won the competition and at that time she thought that it would be romantic, but it didn't end up like she had imagined. When both of us arrived, Dora ended up face planted in the snow. And now she found out that her heating charm was not strong enough to nullify the cold here, and she had also underestimated the cold here. I cast a heating charm on Dora. With my heating charm, Dora finally looked to relax. The porky goblins gave us dropped at the safest place as it was quite flat without any kind of slant. I wonder if goblins themselves use this place. After all, there are several kinds of rare plants, animals in the Himalayas which are sold in very high prices because of their rarity and where goblins are interested wherever gold or money is involved. Let's look around. We still have a lot of time, so don't worry. Let's use the heat vision to look around, I said to Dora, to which she nodded. Yes, I know that snakes don't have too much body heat, but they have enough body heat so that we can distinguish between something living and snow. I quickly cast the spell on myself and Dora, and both of us started to walk upwards hand in hand. God damn it, fuck it all. I hate snow. From now on, no fucking mountains, only beaches. Now, why the hell did I agree to come here? Oh yeah, to spend time with my boyfriend. Good Tonks. Have a biscuit? How long we have to walk? I asked Edgar while whining. This was so tiring. Dora, we just started, you know? It has been only 30 minutes since we have been here, Edgar said dryly. 30 minutes? Only 30 minutes passed since we arrived here? No, this can't be happening. I would freeze and die. I am too young to die. I can't feel my legs anymore, I said and dropped on the snow dramatically. Hehe. I watched this in a movie. There is no way this isn't going to work. Now, I just have to look hurt. With my morphing abilities it's quite easy. Dora, your acting skills are quite bad, you know, Edgar said with a smile on his face. Did he caught me? Nope. I am gonna continue to act. This was supposed to be romantic. At least I can make him carry me. And adding a pout on your face doesn't increase your acting skills. Edgar smiled wryly, but he still placed one of his hand under my knees and the other behind my back. He picked me up in bridal carry. My pout instantly faded. Damn, I have never thought that he would pick me up bridal style and carry me. I was just kidding. Carrying me like this could be problem and burden for him. I don't want to do that. Damn it, Tonks, you are the older one? Act like it. You can let me down. I can walk on my own. I was just kidding, I said and tried to get down, but his grip on me tightened. Yes, as I said previously, I saw through your act at the beginning. I am carrying you because I want to, and I myself think that it is kind of romantic. Who said that during work we can't have any romance? Edgar leaned down towards my ear and whispered sweetly into my ears. Yup, meeting Vicky was the best thing. After all, she was the one who introduced me to Edgar. I just meekly nodded my head and let him carry me while I snuggled closer to his chest. I could clearly hear his strong heartbeats, and he felt so warm. I know I love him, but somehow I feel that my love is increasing for him. Love you, Edgar? I screamed in my mind while I snuggled more. When I first met him, I mean the original him, it was during my final year. He was starting his first year when Vicky dragged me to his compartment. When I first found out that this first-year kid was Vicky's boyfriend, the most perverted human being on this planet, self-proclaimed, and her boyfriend was a kid, I didn't know what to say. Yes, I have met him previously, but at that time he was using aging potion. It was hard to imagine an 11-year-old kid with that image. Then the next thing I find is that this guy is Dark Lord Magneto. I have met Magneto. Vicky called him after she saved me from getting R***ped after being drugged. I was so scared at that time. At first I didn't believe that he was the good guy, and why would Dumbles do this? But Vicky told me to ask my parents about this, and I did ask them. Vicky is my best friend, sister, wife in future, and she saved me from a nightmare. Why wouldn't I trust her? What I found from my parents about the whiskered fool was world-changing. I always knew that my mom didn't like the guy, but hearing everything about him was completely different. So, I did what I could throughout my final year. I kept watching Edgar closely. Yes, it was quite odd to be friends with a first year, but it worked out well. Honestly, I don't even know since when I started to fall in love with Edgar, but I finally decided to sleep with him on my final day. I wanted my first time to be with him. But since it happened, I never looked back, and I am sure that I would never regret it. I don't know why I did that. Maybe it was because he wasn't like other guys who would ask me to morph into some other woman. Maybe it was because he never looked at me like I was some freak show. Maybe it was because he was the best guy I could land, even with the sharing. Whatever happened, happened. But one thing is clear though, that I am in love with Edgar Ravenclaw. POV Rio, Edgar. A few hours passed, but we didn't find anything. It's kind to pushing it when I say we. After all, Dora is in my arms and she ain't looking around. I have already noticed that Dora's eyes were looking at my face while she had a huge goofy grin on her face. I don't know what she is thinking, but from her hair color it's something romantic. After spending so much time with Dora, I have found out some of her traits, and honestly, I won't ask her to change for anything. We finally arrived at a glacier river. I have been walking for quite a while, while carrying Dora in my arms. It would be good if I take some rest. Let's take some rest here. We can leave after that, I said to Dora while putting her down on a stone. Sure, let me clean this place, Dora said while waving her wand and cleaning the place. I sat down and activated my heat vision to look around. I had deactivated it some hours ago. It was getting me a headache. And lucky me, looks like I found some snakes coiled together. I quickly patted Dora and pointed her towards a direction and activated heat vision for her. She gasped in surprise but didn't do anything more. We decided to circle around the stone the snakes were coiled under. I wasn't sure what kind of snake it was, but I would rather stay vigilant when I try to take any snake's venom. Without even shutting down the heat vision, both me and Dora shot several stunning spells and roping spells. Finally turning down the heat vision, we found the snakes, and they were pearl corbas. There were 4 of them. It was kind of surprising, but the snakes were still conscious, but they were kind of droppy. Merlin's pants? I shot them with about 10 stunners. Dora exclaimed from my side. I completely agree with her. After all, I also shot same. Let's shoot some more before getting any near, I said to Dora, to which she nodded. We shot a few more spells. The snakes were still conscious, but they looked like they were using their full will to do that. I tried to grab a snake, but it didn't like that as it shot towards my hand with its fang out, but unfortunately for it, I stopped the snake in midair. After all, these snakes also have blood, and their blood was also rich in iron. Seeing this, Dora quickly pulled out a vial from her robes and handed me. I stuck the snake's fangs in the vial, and the vial started to fill up with its venom. I was really surprised that the snake still had the power to attack me even after so many stunners. Even in this size, they are quite magic resistant, it seems. With the vial filled, I used my powers and placed the snake back in its place. The snake glared at me while hissing. Let's go back, I said to Tonks, and pulled out a galleon. It was our return port key. It was charmed to take to our flat under Fidelius. Dora grabbed my arm while grumbling about port keys. I activated the port key and felt the familiar feeling of hook around and navel and was whisked along with Dora. I found myself on my feet while Dora wasn't so lucky, as she found herself kissing the wall in a kneeling position. I don't know if I should feel pity or laugh. Dora got up cursing, and a string of profanities came out from her mouth. I am sure that she would make any sailor ashamed. Are you fine? I asked her, and Dora immediately glared at me, which made me snicker. It is not funny, Dora said while glaring at me. I raised my hands in surrender. Fine, fine, I said, and snickered again, which made Dora glare at me again. With the productive trip, we decided to head back to Castle Ravenclaw. 3 days later. 3 days passed quickly with all the preparations going on. Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri spent most of their time preparing the ritual circle in Black Vacation House. With Momo, Rumi, and Nemuri preparing the ritual circle, I had to come clean with Sirius and Harry about my identity. Both of them were quite surprised to see that I was 14 years old like Harry and still strong like this. Sirius asked me if I could kill Voldemort in place of Harry, but Amelia along with others pointed it out to him about prophecy. Honestly, I don't believe in those stuff, but God clearly told me not to kill the bastard, only help Harry on his mission. And there is no way in hell I am gonna mess with fate or destiny. From what God told me, they are real entities on this world. Everything was finally prepared and it was almost midnight. Harry sat between the circle without any clothes and runes drawn with unicorn blood on his body. Harry was embarrassed, it was putting it mildly. He was completely tomato red, but none of the girls cared anything. I don't know the exact reason, but strong rituals end up in a mess if they anything on their body. As soon as the clock hands hit midnight, I signaled Amelia, who started the ritual. It needed 3 adults to perform the ritual, so outside the ritual circle, Sirius, Nemuri, and Amelia were sitting in a square around the circle. Dora didn't participate because her magical reserves were much lower than either of them. The whole ritual circle glowed up while me and the others looked at the ongoing ritual with awe from outside. As soon as the runes of Harry's body started to glow, he screamed in pain and his scar split open. A black gooey smoke came out of the scar, screaming, and vanished. Just after that, the whole ritual circle and runes disappeared and Harry dropped on the floor unconscious. Sirius covered Harry's body with a blanket while Momo ran up to him and started to perform some diagnostic charms on Harry. Soon a smile appeared on her face and she looked up to Sirius. The ritual was successful and Harry is finally Horcrux-free, Momo declared, and Sirius cheered and pulled Amelia into a shearing and passionate kiss, which he himself didn't notice until all of us started making cat calls. I have to say, it's quite similar to Hogwarts, Sirius said while nodding his head looking at our castle. I have seen several pictures of Hogwarts, but I can't compare it until I see Hogwarts through my own eyes, Harry repeated, mimicking his dog father. Sirius preferred being called dog father rather than godfather. After Harry's birthday, when the ritual was successfully performed, I decided to invite the duo to our castle. After all, there was no longer hiding anything, and honestly this cloak and dagger was getting boring for me. In MHA world I was able to exert my power and strength, but I can't do that here. This world was more inclined towards politics and stuff. After this world I am gonna ignore politics for another lifetime. Yeah, the castle is quite similar, but I think it's slightly smaller than Hogwarts, Amelia decided to give in her newts of thoughts. She was also invited along with her niece. Her niece, Susan, didn't know the truth about me being Magneto or all the stuff we have been doing. It was something Amelia insisted. She didn't want her niece to worry about unnecessary stuff. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Susan was rather busy trying to chat up with Harry. Susan wasn't a fangirl of Ginny's level, but she still was a fangirl. After all, Susan grew up reading stories about the great Harry Potter, the boy who lived. The original Harry hated that name and hated his fame. This Harry was quite similar too, but this Harry was able to deal with it much better. I am not gonna be spoilsport, but where is that little blonde, the one who was skipping around? Suddenly Dora decided to ask. Her voice was filled with concern. She must have gone to find Adela. Rumi decided to say offhandedly. Yeah, I agree with my girl. Dora gasped and looked completely horrified and terrified at the same time. She had never met Adela out of fear. Her exact words were, basilisks find little ol metamorphagus like me quite nutritional. I would rather stay here and get tripped around. She had just heard that we had a huge basilisk roaming around the castle. Wait, who is Adela? Harry asked quite curiously. All of us were sitting in the garden having a nice picnic. I have invited Harry and his dog father, Amelia, and her niece, and of course our dear Luna. I have invited Xenophilius too, but he had another trip planned beforehand. All of us were here sitting under the shade of sunlight, only Luna was missing. She is a basilisk. Dora exclaimed in fear, finally finding some words. Other guests heard her and gasped in fear. What the hell? We need to save the girl. Amelia shouted and pulled out her wand. Sirius and Harry both nodded to her. Oh, relax. Adela won't do anything to her. Adela loves the over-energetic girl. She will be fine. For the first time I decided to speak. How can you say that? It's a basilisk for Merlin's sake, Sirius said, looking really angry. Luna knows that. Luna was petting the thing before Edgar made her his familiar and the basilisk was purring. Don't worry. Adela loves the girl, Momo said and leaned back on the tree. All the guests were completely dumbfounded. Before anyone could say anything, all of us heard loud hissing. Everyone turned in the direction and found a giant snake, basilisk, slithering towards our direction while Luna was happily riding on its massive head. The jaws of all the guests dropped on the floor while their eyes grew so wide. I was quite surprised that they didn't pop out of their heads. Like I said, Adela loves the girl, I said offhandedly. Amelia and Sirius have both lost their abilities to speak, and honestly I didn't find their reaction anything out of natural. It was the obvious reaction. Adela finally arrived in front of us and stopped and lowered her head. Luna climbed down from her head and started to pat Adela's head. Good girl. I will have another excursion with you. May the force be with you, Luna said while patting Adela's head, while Adela nodded her massive head and turned around and slithered back into the forest. The fuck? How the hell Luna know about the force? I don't think anyone showed her Star Wars. I looked around and found Nemuri, Momo, Rumi were all confused. Dora didn't know Luna. This was their first meeting, so she was out of equation. Luna skipped towards us and plopped down in front of me and pulled out a notepad and started to write down something. Nobody said anything. All of us were quite surprised to say anything. Luna, how do you know about the force? I asked Luna. I knew there must be some strange creature involved, but I needed to find what it was. Oh, I read about that in a book, or comic. I forgot what it was called, Luna spoke looking quite confused. This was the most genuine explanation I have ever heard from her. It's quite natural that she had got her hands on a Star Wars comic or something. Everyone present there looked at each other and shrugged. Amelia, Sirius, and Dora didn't even know what to say. The rest of the picnic was quite normal. It passed without any other incidents. So, Amelia, do you have any plans for the Quidditch World Cup? Sirius asked Amelia. Oh yes, the Quidditch World Cup. I could use this occasion so vaporize some Death Eaters and get my hands on Barty Crouch Jr. Amelia had told me that someone had tried to attack Bertha Jerkins when she was carrying some tournament documents, but due to extra guards the attack was repelled. Though Bertha Jerkins not dying doesn't mean that Nagini hasn't become Baybimert's Horcrux. He could have used someone else. When I find the snake I will treat it as a Horcrux. So, I have to consider that there is still going to be an attack in the World Cup. I haven't planned something specifically. Susan is asking me to take her like any other kids of her age, Amelia spoke. Well, Amelia, I have already got the tickets for every one of us here, so it won't be problem, and I think you should take a break, or you get Winkles, I said to which. Hearing the first part she became happy, but when I spoke about wrinkles her eyes hardened and she shot me a death glare. Sirius heard us and barked out in laughter. Amelia's glare turned towards Sirius, who immediately shut up. I am warning both of you. I will hex you, Amelia said while getting up. Dora was covering her mouth so Amelia can't see her giggling. After that we chatted about several plans. We decided to buy a new tent as only Sirius had a big enough tent for all of us and it was quite old. Amelia, Sirius, and Harry tried to pay for the tent, but all of their tries were crushed by Nemuri. After all, we owned the factory where tents like those were made, so Nemuri could easily get one custom made and she could but it cheaply because she would be buying directly from the company. We invited everyone to stay with us for the night. All of the happily agreed. Luna was already staying with us as her father was out of the country at this moment. After a nice feast during dinner, all of us decided to call it a day. Thankfully, I decided not to listen to Nemuri and indulge ourselves in debauchery. I am saying because Luna decided it was a nice idea to sneak into my room. I have no freaking idea how she was able to cancel the locking charms on the door. Luna walked up to the foot of the bed and started to pull off her clothes. Luna, what are you doing here? I asked quite loudly. Nemuri and Dora didn't wake up, but the rest of two were up and looking at Luna, who was already topless. I am joining you, silly, Luna said like it was a matter of fact. I was stunned silent. You know you don't need to strip, Momo said. She knew that she can't win against Luna in an argument. No, I have to join you guys completely naked after all when with Romans. You do like Romans, Luna said, nodding to herself. She was finally in birthday suit and crawled into the bed. I looked towards Momo and Rumi, who shrugged their shoulders. The fuck? A girl just walked into our bedroom and stripped down and crawled into our bed. Aren't you girls gonna say anything? I am also naked. I wasn't embarrassed as I had nothing to be embarrassed about. I kept looking towards both Momo and Rumi. They already went back to sleep. Luna crawled at the side and had already closed her eyes. What the fuck? Thinking this, I also closed my eyes and went to sleep. I will tackle whatever happens in the morning. The rest of the days quickly passed and we were finally able to get our hands on 2 time turners, thanks to Amelia. We had time turners in our treasury and Gringotts vault, but with the passage of time, they kinda looked unstable. Using a damaged or unstable time turner is asking for a messy way to die. Amelia was able to sneak off 2 time turners. It was quite hard for her, as time turners are strictly managed by the Department of Mysteries. But as Amelia was a department head herself, she had some leeway and some power to pull this off. It was August 14th. Finally people arrived in the Riddle Manor. I have set up some minor proximity wards. During the last time I visited, the wards would destroy themselves if some humans walk by to get near to them, so there wasn't any proof. I would bet all of my galleons in my vault that this is Baby Mort and his entourage. But it's a lot better to check yourself rather than shoot arrows in the dark. I needed to get in quickly and get out, so I decided against using my armor and aging potion. Maybe, not using my armor was a wrong decision, as I currently find some wards around the Riddle Manor. Some of them were quite lethal. It had Baby Mort written all over this. There is no one except Dumbles who could put up strong wards like this so quickly, and we all know Dumbles would never use lethal wards. No, he will go to any lengths for the greater good. I could rip these wards, but it would notify everyone inside the house. So, I conjured some snakes and asked them nicely to do some spy work for me. They happily agreed and slithered into the Riddle Manor. I waited under my invisibility cloak patiently. After about 40 minutes all of the snakes I conjured returned and gave me their report. I had to conjure some mice for their good work. It was confirmed that currently 1 adult, 1 ugly baby, and a huge snake. So, I finally got the confirmation that Baby Mort was here. With that done I vanished the snakes and Flash stepped away out of Little Hangletown. Getting out of Little Hangletown I operate back into our castle. I sent a message to Amelia through the phone. I think I should give Sirius a phone too. With the plane made I decided to do just that during the Quidditch World Cup. 3 more days passed and it was August 17th. We were getting ready to leave for Devon, where the stadium was made. We were going to travel via Port Kea and set up our tent in the designated area. Nenuri was already cursing like a sailor as she knew she had to mingle with people as she was Lady Ravenclaw. The match was tomorrow, so all the chaos was going to happen tomorrow. We would have a nice night of camping before everything goes to complete shit. Luna have been staying with us since the picnic and she sneaked into our room only when we weren't having a passionate night. I didn't know how she found that out with all the silencing charms and all. Honestly, I am pretty convinced that Luna might be some kind of seer. It's quite possible. Okay, let's go, Luna exclaimed in excitement. Calm down, Luna. The Port Kea will activate in 30 minutes, so we have half an hour, I said to Luna, who didn't seem bothered. Sometimes I wonder from where the hell Luna gets so much energy. The flu flared up and Amelia walked out with Susan. Sirius and Harry are going to arrive directly in Devon, so only the Tonkses were left. I have invited Dora's parents too, just to annoy Dora. After all, the time we visited the Tonks residence, except the FBI joke, everything was pretty normal like any other household. Andromeda, or Andy, which she preferred over her given name, kept telling us stories about Dora when she was small. The stories were really embarrassing as anyone could guess. After a few minutes, Dora along with her parents arrived. So, is everyone ready? Momo asked everyone. We had 2 port keys as there were too many people for 1 port kea. All of us nodded our heads after confirming that all of us were carrying our luggage. We can't leave anything important behind. Finally the clock hit 9:30 am and the port kea activated. I felt a familiar tug around my navel while my surroundings changed. All of us arrived in an open field. Dora found herself sprawled on the ground. It wasn't something new to see. Screw port keys, fuck them, Dora mumbled, but her voice wasn't low enough. Andy clearly heard what her daughter said and decided to chastise her. Nymphadora? I am going to wash your potty mouth with a soap, Andy said firmly. Don't call me that, Dora exclaimed, and all of us were snickering because of the conversation between the mother and daughter duo. Finally, a guy walked up to us. The guy was with the management as he showed us our designated place. Nemuri pulled out a shinked trunk from her robes and expanded it right in the middle of the plot and expanded it. She shot another spell at the trunk and lid opened and the tent shot of the trunk and started to take its place. It was quite satisfying to watch it happen. This thing is huge. I heard Harry's voice and turned around to see Sirius and Harry were already here and were walking up to our group. We quickly greeted them and by this time the tent was already up. We entered the tent and found it was huge, much larger from inside. It had a forest theme going on. There were several miniature tents around a camping area. It was quite easy to discern that Nemuri made this with the idea to getting the feel of camping. I have never seen a tent like this, Sirius said, quite bewildered. Andy and Ted also nodded their head. Amelia didn't pay them any attention as she was already looking around the jacuzzi. She didn't know what it was. It looked quite similar to a pool according to her. Soon Nemuri started to describe and explain everything about the tent. Then on the other side of tent there was a makeshift beach along with sunlight concentrated through magic. I didn't even know why Nemuri needed a tent like this, but I knew better not to ask her. She always had fetishes of different kinds. The rest of the day went on quite normally. Across our tent we saw the Weasleys while they were setting up their tents. Honestly, I didn't hate any Weasleys except some select few. Mommy Weasley was at the top of that list. Harry was quite unlucky as Ronald recognized and immediately started to scream his name. This caused everyone to turn their attention towards our tent. Harry didn't know what to do, so he decided to run inside the tent. After all, even if this Harry wasn't meek, he still hated this kind of attention. He could have stayed out to meet everyone, then it would have disturbed us. Ronald Weasley tried to enter our tent as proclaimed in front of everyone that Harry was his best friend, but alas, Nemuri shot Arthur a glare and he immediately understood the reason of her glare. Arthur quickly dragged off Ronald Weasley, not wanting to cause any problems for us. After the crowd calmed down slightly, Harry came out and decided to answer some questions. Harry did answer some questions before Amelia and Sirius decided to put their foot down. Amelia as head of the DMLE, as the crowd was causing problems and disturbance. Sirius's reason was much more simpler as he was Harry's guardian and he decided that it was enough answering for today. From the other side, the Weasleys kept watching. 3 Weasleys, actually, Ginevra Weasley was intently watching Harry with cow eyes. Ronald Weasley was looking enraged. It was clear that he was jealous. Molly Weasley had rather complicated look on her face. While all of this was happening, I got a good chance to sneak around and finally reached near the Weasleys and decided to read Mommy Weasley's mind. Well, I wasn't disappointed, as there were several plans going inside her mind. The old meddler had apparently reached out to her and made several plans. OL Twinkles had told her that he was going to get Harry's name in the tournament so he could bring him back to Britain. And it was her job to brew loyalty potions for young Harry and love potion keyed to young Ginevra. After all, he had told Molly that he had the duty to lead Harry into the light. Her shields were so pathetic that it wasn't even funny. I swam around her mind collecting any important information I could get my hands on. After a couple of minutes I was completely done and no one noticed me. Wow, after getting what I needed I decided to walk away. Suddenly I collided with someone and found a small blonde girl. I immediately recognized her. After all, I have seen her before. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. Gabrielle Delacour. She was about to fall but I caught her. Are you okay? Sorry, I wasn't looking, I said to Gabrielle. EHO just nodded her head and turned back to look towards Harry. Oh, the rest of Delacours were also here and they were watching me. Actually they were keeping an eye on Gabrielle and since I bumped into her their attention turned towards me. Seeing me apologize they didn't say anything. I also didn't need to say anything as they didn't know me. I waved at Gabrielle and slowly walked away but I noticed Fleur's eyes were on me even after I have started to walk away. While walking away from the crowd I kept wondering why Fleur was watching me like that. I am pretty sure that she didn't recognize me as Magneto. To do that you should be able to see magical aura and I am quite sure Velas lacked that talent. Yes, she could have that ability but if that was the case then her eyes would have contained fear or something similar but that wasn't the case. Her eyes contained interest and curiosity. So, Avila only becomes curious, yep, when they find someone who isn't bothered by their allure and I am pretty sure that I wasn't affected by their allure. So, I guess she became interested in me as she saw I didn't become a drooling fool. Well, I will care about all that stuff later and I am sure I will have this whole year's time to think about all this because she is going to be in Hogwarts through the whole year. I have other important stuff to do, like how can I cause several accidents to cause death here and there. I still haven't heard anything if there is going to be an attack or not. I have changed the timeline by a huge margin so there isn't anything sure if there is going to be an attack or not. But it's better safe than sorry. I found some nice places where an accident could easily happen and decided to inform the girls about this later. I am not naive to think that the girls wouldn't participate in this. Yes, Nemuri or Momo might not kill someone but they would easily maim someone and Dora. I ain't sure about her. But I personally think that she will kill if it's needed. Rumi has already killed so I don't think she would mind a lot. But I am much more worried about Luna. Well, Momo can help her getting away if something happens. I finally returned to our tent and found that the crowd has already dispersed. I entered our tent and found everyone laughing and talking along with each other. Where have you been? Momo asked me with a smile while gesturing me towards them. A smile appeared on my face and I quickly sat beside Momo where she was patting with her hand. Nemuri pointed her wand in my direction and a bottle of butterbeer shot towards my hand. I easily grabbed the bottle. Only now I noticed that the adults had a glass of fire whiskey in their hands and everyone else had a bottle of butterbeer. They were also making barbecue. Well, I won't ever complain about barbecue and drinks. I was looking around, found some interesting people and Harry, it would be really good if you stay away from those Weasley, especially Mama Weasley and the 2 youngest, I said to Harry who grimaced at the mention about Weasley. I honestly don't want to anywhere near that red-headed fool. Because of him I had spent most of time answering questions. Ha, I am sock him in the face if he calls me his best friend one more time, Harry said while frowning. Arthur is a really nice guy but his only mistake was to let his wife take the helm of his family. I sometimes pity the man. Amelia spoke looking slightly disturbed. Well, boss, you are a woman too. Don't you think women should hold the helm of family? Dora asked. Her eyes were slightly galzed and she had the ever-present mischievous glint present in her eyes. It was clear that she was planning something. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. Don't get me wrong. I always wanted to hold the helm of my family, Amelia said while glaring at Sirius, who looked sheepish, but I want someone who had the guts to tell me when I am doing something wrong, she spoke, still glaring towards Sirius. Sirius just cowered in fear. Well, I guess if he is like that, then Amelia should hold the helm of their family. Don't worry, Matt, I will take care of you, Harry said while patting his dog father. Everyone burst out laughing after that. Sirius huffed and pouted. Well, jokes aside, I seriously don't know why Arthur lets Molly lead his family. Andy spoke and took a sip of her drink. Well, it might have to do something with the love potion she had fed Arthur, Sirius chipped in. Isn't feeding love potion to a lord of pure blood family a crime? Even if Weasleys aren't a prominent pure blood family, but they still should be treated like pure blood family, right? Dora asked, clearly confused. Well, there is a matter of line theft if it's caught or reported, Momo answered, but this made Dora frown even more. But she openly accepts that she gave him love potion. Dora asked, looking even more confused. Like Alice said, it's a crime if caught or reported. Nothing happens if she accepts this right in the middle of Wizengamot now. No one would be able to touch her. She would just walk out, Andy said while nodding her head. What? Why? Susan asked, completely bewildered. I noticed Luna from the corner of eye and found her happily humming and listening to the conversation. Because they are married now, and the affected person Arthur won't complain. Whatever anyone says won't matter, Andy continued while Ted handed her a plate of barbecued beef. Mom, how do you know all this stuff? Dora asked. Well, I was a black before I decided to run away and marry your father, so I was taught about politics and pureblood rules till I was 16, Andy said proudly. Well, I say it's good that they don't hold any power politically, or they would have been worshipping the old fool every time he entered the Wizengamot chambers, Amelia said with disdain clear in her voice. From what I have seen, they are also a staunch pureblood family. They might support the old fool, but they support the pureblood supremacy, Namuri suddenly said. Yes, the old fool and his whole voting bloc on the Wizengamot behaves like that they support the Muggleborns, but they don't. They discriminate Muggleborns more subtly though, unlike the dark families. At least Magneto killed that pink toad. I hated her with my whole being. She was a disgusting human, or toad, whatever you want to call her. She had single-handedly passed several bills that had made Muggleborns second-hand citizens, Amelia spat out in rage. Boss, who are you talking about? Dora asked. She is talking about Dolores bitch. Oops, Bridge, Andy said and chuckled sheepishly when she said bitch. Yeah, before she died, she was trying to pass a bill that would make it impossible for the Muggleborns to work in the ministry, Amelia said looking in her glass. Well, it's good that the toad is gone now. Let's forget these disturbing topics and have dinner, Momo said suddenly, and everyone immediately agreed with her in an instant. It was quite late and everyone was getting hungry and the meat was also prepared. After dinner, we put out the fire and went to sleep like arranged beforehand. My tent was the biggest with the biggest bed, as Namuri, Momo, Rumi were also there. Because Andy and Ted were here, Dora decided to sleep separately for tonight too. Andy would tease her endlessly. Like it happened recently. Luna sneaked into our tent in night and joined our group. I have asked several times about what was going on but didn't receive any answer. And Luna is like an angel. I tried but I was unable to bring myself to say anything to her. The next day was much more crowded. Albus feckin' Dumbledore finally decided to show up and greeted Harry. Sirius stood beside Harry like a guard, watching Dumbles like a hawk. Twinkles didn't even look bothered with this. Dumbles didn't try anything now. Of course he isn't stupid to try to pull anything, especially with all these foreigners here. Reporters from other countries were looking at the situation with microscope. Obviously not a literal microscope, it was a metaphor. After acting like a caring grandfather, he walked away, but not before giving Sirius a disappointed grandfatherly lecture about how disappointed he was. How disappointed Harry's parents would be in him since he didn't allow their son to study in Hogwarts. Sirius was about to punch the whiskered fool, but thankfully Amelia hit him with a stinging hex and stopped him. The rest of the day was quite normal. Like I had guessed, the minister, moron Cornelius Fudge, appeared before Harry like a kid on sugar rush and treated him like a god before dragging Harry into his VIP box. Harry was begging his dog father to save him, but alas, it looked like it wasn't going to happen as Sirius was rolling on the floor in laughter. Almost every man in the whole stadium became a bumbling fool when the Vila cheerleaders entered. I again noticed Fleur staring intently at me, with interest clear in her eyes. Delacours were also in the VIP box, as Jean Delacour had become the new head of DMLE of French Horrors. The match was quickly over. I wasn't interested in the match. I was keeping my eyes around for any sign of the attack or Winky the house elf. Unfortunately, I didn't find anyone, or I would be killing some peoples and Rumi would have been able to fight someone too. Loss, and I couldn't blame anyone for this, as I was the one who changed the timeline while killing dear old Lucy and Lord Knot. With them gone, I don't think anyone would have the courage to do anything. Maybe Parkinson, but I can't say anything for sure. After returning to the tent, I decided to stay up so that I could react quickly to the attack, but again unfortunately nothing happened. No attack happened. I stayed up the whole night. In morning we finally decided to gather everything and leave. After getting everything, all of us decided to return of Castle Ravenclaw. We also invited Sirius and Harry, as they didn't have anything special to do. So, Luna, care to tell me why you like to sneak into our bed? I was finally unable to hold back and asked her. I could clearly hear the other girls snickering. They were trying not to make a sound by covering their mouths, but they weren't quiet enough. Of course, I want to have intercourse with you, silly Luna said, her usual dreamy voice. I almost choked when she said intercourse. Not that I have any problem, but before I do anything with her I want her to quite clear about what she feels. I like older women, there is no argument to that, but I can't possibly bring myself not to like Luna. Luna is just magical like that. If you can treat Luna badly then you are a scum. But that is also the reason I didn't make flirt or make any moves on Luna. I am a selfish guy who already have 4 lovers. Luna is such an angel that if I propose she would happily become my 5th girlfriend and lover, but I didn't want to force that on Luna. Sorry, did you just say intercourse? I asked her incredulously. I obviously heard her clearly, but I needed to make sure before reacting. I heard another round of snickering. Yeah, you know intercourse when a boy pushes his penis inside a girl's vagina. Trust Luna to say something like that while pointing at my member, and then her pussy seemed quite normal. I decided to put my finger on her lip. But this was it for the girls as they burst out in loud laughter. Good girl. I am so proud of you. You, me, and Dora will show this world the brilliance of adult bodies, Nemuri declared, patting Luna on her back, which she puffed out her chest in pride. Seeing that, Luna beamed happily and puffed out her growing chest in pride. Seriously, this isn't a thing you should be proud of though. Oi, don't drag me into you depraved objectives, Dora decided to protest from the side. She might have been with Nemuri since first year, and I am quite sure that Dora is second most depraved woman in the room, but she was a closet pervert through and through. No matter what kind of impact Nemuri had on Dora, Dora only showed her full extent of depravity when her brain was already mush from continuous sex. Don't mind the minor details, it's time of an orgy, we must celebrate and welcome our newest sister, Nemuri said while patting Luna. Luna smiled happily hearing that. I guess, you are right, Momo said and pulled herself out of the bed. Wait, am I not the main party here? Doesn't my opinion has any value? I won't complain if Luna joins my harem, but still my opinion should be important, right? Wait, let me cast the contraceptive charms, Rumi said while pulling out her wand from beneath her pillow. Oh, fuck. Not you too, Rumi. Wait, there will be no celebration, orgy or whatever, at least not tonight. Before anything, I would like to talk with Luna privately, and another thing, we have to catch Hogwarts Express tomorrow, I said, dropping cold water on all their hopes. I was already hard, they could see it. It was really hard for me to do this, but I didn't want to miss the train. Nemuri pouted, looking like she was about to cry, but I knew it was her ploy. Even though others girls were disappointed, they didn't complain. Dora had her shift early morning. Nemuri didn't have anything to do, so she could sleep easily. But the rest of us had a train to catch. Can't we just have a quickie? Nemuri said while pouting. You know how quickies end. Just last night you asked for a quickie and it turned out to a 5-some where I had to fuck you, silly, or you won't stay down. I glared at Nemuri. She at least had the decency to look sheepish. Luna, can we talk about it first before jumping right into it and doing the deed? I asked Luna, who still had a smile on her face. Though, I could clearly see some disappointed in her eyes, but after she heard me, the small disappointment in her eyes vanished. After that I kissed everyone good night. I kissed everyone on lips except Luna. I kissed her forehead and wished her good night. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. The next morning was quite stressful as Luna's father Xenophilius was coming to the castle. He returned last night and wanted to drop his daughter to the train station himself. So, the morning passed quickly as the breakfast was prepared by the elves, and I had to say Luna had nothing on Xenophilius when it came to eccentricness. I didn't even knew that it was something to be compared before today. After the greetings and pleasant rise were over, he thanked us for taking care of her daughter. Of course, we waved it off saying it was nothing as Luna was our friend. With the breakfast done, Nemuri prepared a portkaya for us. As a family head she was allowed to make portkaya. I have to say, portkeys were strictly managed by the ministry. It wasn't as strict as the time turners, but it was still strict. I have heard from Dora that if you are caught using illegal portkeys then you have to pay an hefty fine, and if you can't pay the fine you could even face a few years in Azkaban. We generally brought portkeys from the goblins previously. I have done some research about this matter and found out goblins made portkeys for any customers that would like to visit their property, but they can still provide you any kind of portkeys, of course with a right price. All of us grabbed the portkaya and were whisked away to platform 9/3/4. Like always, the platform was tightly packed with parents and students of several years in different colored robes, along with nervous firsties and their nervous parents. The girls quickly climbed on the train. I quickly bid farewell to Nemuri and Dora. Though Nemuri made me promise that I would spend a day with her in Hogsmeade after all, she was left unsatisfied last night. Dora didn't say it out loud, but she also completely agreed with Nemuri. Well, I happily agreed as I knew that Nemuri and Dora aren't able to spend time with me like Momo and Rumi. Luna too. I climbed onto the train and found the compartment where the girls had bunked. As soon as I entered the compartment, Momo decided to throw some wards over the door. What was that for? I asked Momo, looking slightly confused as she never did this. She always wanted to meet her friends. I was antisocial, so I didn't have a lot of friends. Neither did Rumi, and we all know how Luna was treated by all our housemates. But Momo was different. She had friends, who she liked to chat with during the train ride. Well, I thought that we should have this train ride without others bothering us, Momo said and buried her head in her book. Weren't they your friends? I asked bewildered. Yep. I can talk with them during the feast or common room, Momo answered without pulling her head out of the book. I was stumped and decided to let this matter drop and turned towards Luna, who was happily smiling at me. Luna, you do know that I will have more girls, right? I asked Luna. I didn't know how to start the conversation with her regarding this matter. Maybe I should have taken advantage of the situation last night. Fuck me sideways? I had to be a gentleman. Of course I know, you will have 16 girls, in future. That much I can tell, Luna said with a happy smile. Yep. I finally confirmed she is a seer. I choked when I heard 16, ain't that too much? I looked at the side and Rumi and Momo were also choking when they heard 16. I will act as I didn't heard anything. Yes, that's it. You also know that I will leave this world and travel to other worlds. I asked, but this time I was prepared for another outrageous answer. Of course, silly. I am really excited to see our next world, Luna said while grabbing face with her both hands. I immediately knew what she wanted to do. I didn't stop her and met her lips with mine. A couple of minutes and passed and only after that we separated. Both of us backed away from each other while Momo and Rumi walked up to us and hugged Luna. Congratulations, Momo said happily and kissed Luna's cheeks. Yep, we have been waiting so long for this, Rumi said and gave Luna another hug. Luna had a goofy grin on her face. Yes, welcome to the family, I said and pulled all three of them into a four-way hug. Can we have intercourse now? Luna suddenly asked in an innocent voice. Of course, why am I surprised? While Rio was getting his fifth lover, another person was getting busy with several of his plans. In Headmaster's office, Albus stood quietly near the window mulling over his plans. Fox trilled happily trying to cheer him up. But the problem was that Albus wouldn't be able to become happy because of the stress. He was quite stressed. After all, this was the beginning. He was damn sure that Voldemort would make a move now, using the cover of this tournament. That meant that Voldemort was going to get his body. And Voldemort getting a body again meant war to be ignited, again. But his hands were tied because of the prophecy. This was the best choice of actions. Yes, this was the only way. Dumbledore has gone too far into this plan to back out now. He knew the moment Voldemort revealed his return to the public, everyone would be running back at him. All the positions he lost would be handed back to him. All the disrespect he had to withstand, he will return them tenfold. He was going to make sure of it. But there was a hitch in his plans. Dark Lord Magneto. Oh, Albus very well knew that Magneto was in no way a Dark Lord, but it can't be helped. After all, Magneto actively worked to ruin his plans, and whoever ruined his plans must be a Dark Wizard. After all, he was the leader of light. He didn't know what Magneto was going to do, or would do, when he finds out about his plans. He still remembers the last time he met the Dark Lord and fought him. That time he was beaten mercilessly and had his most prized thing, the death stick, taken away from him. He had searched everywhere he could but didn't find any single clue what kind of magic Magneto used. Albus needed to find that out, but time has already run out. This was a main point for his plans. He would have planned these things more intricately, but time was running out. He couldn't wait anymore. After all, as soon as Harry turns 17, he won't be able to gain control over the boy. Because of the thrice-damned prophecy, he wasn't able to kill Tom and become the savior of Wizarding World. He knew that either Harry or Tom had to die, and he never believed for a moment that a kid could or should defeat Tom and gain all the glory. After all, he had worked so hard to make this happen. If only Magneto hadn't interfered in his well-made plans. Well, all of those are moot point now. Albus believed that he was the only one who could lead the magical Britain, and no one other than him should conquer any Dark Lord. Previously, he had many problems. One of the problems was that he was getting old, too old, and if he allowed the prophecy to fulfill itself, then there was a chance that Harry could become someone who would try to destroy his idle world. That meant the third Dark Lord in his life. But no, it was solved. Dumbledore was able to persuade the Falmel couple to part with the Philosopher's Stone, and he would be able to live long enough to kill Harry if by any chance Harry survives and kills Tom. After all, it was Harry's destiny to die, either as a Mrytyr or a Dark Lord. Albus smiled, thinking about the future. He can't make any mistakes now, and neither have someone point out his mistake. So, he needed loyalty of everyone in this castle, especially all the professors. Even he didn't get anyone's loyalty, no one should question his decisions. Now, the problem was Vicky Ravenclaw. He was no idealist, so he knew that there was no way he could do anything to Vicky. Yes, Imperius Curse would work like a charm, but there was no way he was going to cast it on her. So, he decided to the next best thing, feed potion to the professors, and that exactly what he had planned. Severus had provided him several vials of newly made loyalty potions. Like any other potions, this could also be nullified by cleansing potion of nullifying potion, but this new potion made it quite impossible for the others, meaning third parties, to notice and changes. He wasn't going to change any laws or whatsoever inside the school, or else it would attract Vicky Ravenclaw. This would ruin all of his well-made plans. For now, he was going to let everything run like it did till now. No need for abrupt changes. He would just use this and let his questionable decisions towards the tournament go on unquestioned. Like the security of using only the age line, he turned his head towards the podates of the previous headmasters. He remembered the old times when he had the control of all of them and used them to spy around the school. But no, he lost it all, and there was a very small chance that he would gain that back. He could if someone else is able to claim any lordships related to the founders. Then they could compete for the Hogwarts against Vicky Ravenclaw. He knew that at this moment he only had the headmaster's position for show, it had no power. Albus wasn't stupid, he knew that Vicky would throw him out of the school right after Harry's name comes out of that goblet. There was a solid chance that it would happen, but he had no problems with it. After all, he was getting the loyalty of all the professors today. According to hierarchy, Minerva McGonagall was going to be the next headmistress. He could control the school through her. Whatever happens, it would only happen for a year. Because after that, Voldemort was going to return. Everyone would be begging him return him back the control of everything. While thinking all this, Albus returned to his desk and cast a few spells and pulled out a box filled with vials of loyalty potions. Happily musing to his own plans, he left the room, alas, too busy to notice a portrait following all his moments. POV Rio, Edgar. Ugh, my body is so stiff, god damn it. Stretching my body, I got down from the train followed by the girls. The girls knew about the Triwizard tournament, and Rumi was very excited to hear all the announcements regarding the tournament. We quickly found a carriage for ourselves. With the four of us, it was already full, so we didn't need to wait for anyone. I quietly sat while caressing Momo's head and thought about the plans Dumbles had made. He was honestly stupid if he had thought that I wouldn't find out about them if he makes them right in his office while speaking to himself. I have also found out where his pet Death Eater was staying. There was a reason I wasn't able to find out where that greasy git has run off to. I was quite certain that I remembered where the fucker lived. Spinner's End, but no matter how much I tried before, I wasn't able to remember anything. Obviously, Dumbles had cast a Fidely ooze for his greasy friend. But just as I said with the heat vision spell Momo made, I was able to find him out even if I wasn't able to see the house. But he would get his, but his time hasn't come. Finally arriving at the gates, the carriage stopped and we went inside. We quickly found ourselves seated in the Ravenclaw table. The room slowly filled with the students. Hermione found us and sat beside Momo. N/O/Vel/B/JN.C//OM. Where were you? I tried to find you guys, Hermione started to say, but Momo raised her hand to stop her. We were having a private chat, so we have to ward the compartment to stop any interruption, Momo said to Hermione. But that's against the rules. Hermione hissed. Well, that's that. I have heard enough. I decided to tune her out. Momo, she is your friend, you have to take responsibility. Soon, all of the staff joined the head table while Mini Gi brought in the Ickle Fristies. The sorting started right after that. After the sorting finished, Dumbledore stood up and welcomed everyone for this year with the start of the feast. The food was nice, I have to say. Now, Luna was also sporting an anti-mind altering bracelet. Dumbledore again stood up to make announcements. Students, I am happy to inform you that this year an old tradition and event of the wizarding world is returning with a new twist. But before any of that, I would like to inform that there would be no inter-house Quidditch tournament this year, Dumbledore was saying, but he was cut off by huge chatter and outrage. You must be joking. The loudest were the Weasley twins. I assure you I am not joking. The Triwizard tournament is returning. He finished and the Great Hall burst into cheer. Dumbles made a banging noise from his wand, making everyone quiet down. There are going to be two categories of the tournament. The senior part, in which only anyone above 17 would be able to participate. And the junior one, any students from age of 14 to 16 would be able to participate. Both the goblets would be protected by age line. For any more information, please contact you, head of the house. Dumbledore finished and looked around the hall. Good night. With that he finally sat down. The Great Hall burst into another round of cheer and applause. It was finally the Hogsmeade weekend. I had got two things to do on my schedule. First one, I had a scheduled meeting. It wasn't my own scheduled meeting. Amelia was meeting our dear Rita and Amelia wanted me there. I would just be there under an invisibility so that I can give okay to Rita's story. And the next, Nemuri had brought a building in Hogsmeade. Dora and Nemuri are going to be there, meaning a threesome. Well, I have missed both of them, so no complaining there. Momo and Rumi both knew about this, but they didn't mind since they also knew that Dora and Nemuri had to stay away from me for 10 months. So, they don't mind if I spend my Hogsmeade weekend with Dora and Nemuri. My relationship with Luna was going forward in a steady pace. Luna was eagerly waiting for our first time, though she knew it would only happen in October before the other school arrives. I was quite busy with my plans, setting up everything. I had to spend some money to keep everything under the wraps. After all, Rita was only writing the story, but someone else was printing the stuff. But before I could climb into the carriage, someone called me from behind. Momo, Rumi, and Luna were first to enter the carriage. I turned around to find the Ice Queen of Slytherin walking towards me. Ravenclaw, my father had asked if you could set up a meeting with Lady Ravenclaw. My father has been trying to reach her since day before yesterday. Can you arrange a meeting? Daphne asked me in a pure-blood princess manner. Sure, I will inform you later, I said, to which Daphne nodded and walked away. I entered the carriage and told the girls about what the Ice Queen of Slytherin wanted from me. After reaching Hogsmeade, the girls decided to enjoy themselves. They knew I had some places to be. I quickly entered a dark alley and apparat to Bones Manor. Amelia had keyed me to the wards, so it wasn't a problem. Amelia opened the door and welcomed me inside. I quickly donned the invisibility cloak and stood in a corner. It was already the time of the meeting. The flue flared and Amelia opened her flue to allow Rita to come over. Rita droned on and on about the story, and I have to say she did a really great job with the story. Trust Rita to destroy someone's reputation, and with all these facts and the poisonous words of Rita, Dumbledore would soon become the new Dark Lord. My Magneto persona might be called Dark Lord, but most people aren't scared about him because of the rare appearances. I wonder what Dumbledore's reaction would be when he finds that all of his crimes, manipulations, games have come out to the light. Soon Rita finished her story, and if the look on Amelia's face said anything, then I would say that she was quite pleased with the story Rita had prepared. Amelia might loathe the woman, but Rita had her uses. After that, Rita left via the flue. Only after that I decided to take off my invisibility cloak. So, did you like the story? I asked Amelia. Oh, yes, I liked the story. I also liked how she gathered all the proof for my department, Amelia said with a smile of her face. Good, so you would be easily able to get the arrest warrant, I said while nodding my head. It wasn't a necessary thing, as, in magical Britain, I have seen people get arrested on the basis of a newspaper article. If she keeps working like this, then I might start to like that woman, Amelia snorted in amusement. Ah, I didn't know that you played for the other team. Poor Sirius, how would he feel, I said in fake worry. Amelia heard me and scowled. I didn't meant that. You very well know what I meant. Amelia huffed and glared at me. Yeah, whatever. I gotta go. I have 2 lovely ladies waiting for me, I said and waved at Amelia, who snorted but nodded her head. I quickly operated from her house and appeared right outside of Hogsmeade. I quickly arrived in front of an house and knocked on the door. This house was newly bought, so there weren't many wards in this house except the trespassing ward. Since I wasn't keyed into the wards, if I had operated inside the house, then the alarm would have gone off, and it was truly annoying to turn off that alarm. The door opened and 2 pair of feminine arms grabbed me by my shirt and dragged me in and closed the door. Before I could say anything, Nemuri smashed her lips on mine while Dora started to nibble on my earlobe and neck. Both of their hands were roaming all over my body. My hands snaked towards the slim waist of Nemuri, but as soon as she felt my touch, she stopped kissing me and pushed me. I dropped on the couch and looked at Nemuri and Dora with surprise in my eyes. I was slightly confused, but then the understanding dawned on me. Do they want to play? Well, honestly, I have no problem. This was the first time I got a good look on both Nemuri and Dora. Both of them were wearing bathrobes. Nemuri was wearing a bright pink robe similar to Dora's hair color, while Dora was wearing a blue one like Nemuri's hair color. You need to be punished. Do you know why? Nemuri asked me, dropped her bathrobe on the floor. She wasn't wearing anything under those robes, not that I expected her. I have seen her hundreds of times like this, but no matter how many times I see this sight, it gets me hard. I had to act my role, so I shook my head meekly to Nemuri's question. Your crime is ignoring us, so you must be punished, Dora said, and she dropped her robes too. I see she decided to do something new with her hair. It was still the same outrageous bright pink, but instead of her usual shoulder-length hair, she had a mohawk. I had to. She looked badass with a mohawk. A sadistic smile appeared on both of their faces, and Dora jumped on me while setting both of her knees by my sides. She said to kiss me hungrily while sometimes biting my lips and tongue. Her nails were scratching the back even through my clothes, but it was kind of kinky, so I didn't mind. After all, I should allow them to have their way with me sometimes too. While Dora was kissing me hungrily, Nemuri has taken out my dick from my pants. Today she didn't use her spell to strip me. She started to lick my shaft and balls while stroking my dick. The feeling was heavenly. After a couple of minutes I was about to come and my dick was throbbing. Nemuri must have understood and immediately stopped her ministrations. Damn, I cursed in my mind, being denied. Not too quick, boy, your punishment isn't over. Dora finally separated from me and spoke to me while wagging her finger at me. Yes, Dora, why don't you give him a round of same treatment? Nemuri suggested, getting up from her knees. She sat beside me on the couch. Both had a sadistic smile on their faces. I was truly horrified this time. Oh sure, are you ready, darling? Dora asked me while she tore off my shirt and dragged her nail on my chest. Her hot pussy was already touching my member. I slightly moaned in pleasure. Dora grabbed my shaft and positioned it right beneath her. She slowly dropped herself and started to move. Nemuri wasn't idle. With one hand she was playing with Dora's boobs and her other hand was resting on my chest. Nemuri was slowly nibbling on my neck, but suddenly she bit me on my collarbone. Damn, I am sure that would leave a mark. I jerked slightly and Dora moaned loudly and yanked my hair. Dora was getting close. She body spasming was a clear sign. Only after a few seconds she came hard, but as soon as she was done she stopped moving. I was again denied. I felt like crying. Isn't my punishment enough now? I asked. Nope, both Nemuri and Dora said at the same time. Nov, L/B /JNN. But I guess, we could allow you to come, Dora said while Nemuri nodded in agreement. Finally. Dora got up and got on her knees, taking my shaft in her mouth. Nemuri stood up and stood right in front of me in a position that her crotch would right in front of my face. So she wants me to eat her out. Dora was already bobbing her head up and down on my member while my face was buried in Nemuri's honey pot. Her sweet nectar was amazing. Me being denied 2 times, it didn't take long for Dora to milk me. I soon came. Dora gulped down every drop of my cum. Right at this moment Nemuri also came in my mouth. I was still hard even after coming once. Nemuri saw that and decided not to wait and positioned my dick to her entrance and slowly dropped on my shaft. Come on. Pound me to oblivion. Nemuri exclaimed in ecstasy. Well, who am I to ignore such a wish, so I just did that. I pounded both Nemuri and Dora into oblivion. By the end both of them passed with cum dripping from their pussies while they had a silly grin on the faces. I helped both of them to the bed. I was about to walk out when I suddenly saw myself on the mirror. I was horrified. My neck was completely filled with hickeys. My collarbones and shoulders were the same. I quickly cast some strong notice me not and glamours on me. I left a note for the girls and kissed both of them on their foreheads and went to look for the ward stone. I quickly cast some good wards. After all, I don't want anyone breaking into the house when the girls are like that. With that done, I smiled at myself and walked out. I have to say, I had a lovely day. Another month passed in a blink. Nothing major happened in the 2 months since the school started. Everyone was really excited about the Tri-Wizard tournament. Even though I know that they are adding a new twist to this tournament and there are going to be 6 champions instead of 3, shouldn't it be called Hexa-Wizard tournament or something similar to that? Well, magical people always lack common sense. I honestly don't know how can they be so stupid. Of course, what more can you expect from mindless sheeps? Well, all of this aside, there was another thing which nobody noticed. Honestly, nobody could, because how subtle and sudden it was, but I only noticed it because I was consciously looking for it. Not even the girls have found anything about this. It was about how lax the professors have become in giving out detentions. Yes, the bullying had been mostly stomped out of Hogwarts, but there were still someone who tried to do it from time to time. Even if someone noticed that the professors have become lax, but all of them thought that they must be busy and stressed about the tournament and forgot about it. So here we were standing outside of Hogwarts in front of Black waiting for our guests to arrive. The sky was filled with fog and it's a rather chilly morning. I was kind of annoyed being pulled out from the bed by my lovers. Are you excited? Luna asked with excitement clear in her eyes. No, not exactly. I am kind of annoyed though, I grumbled. Luna took pity on me and patted on my head. Ah, my angel. Don't be such a baby, Edgar. It's not that early, Rumi spoke while shooting me a glare because she had to work very hard to pull me out of the bed. I guess, I kind of understand why Edgar feels like this. After all, we was cuddling, Momo said, making a gesture with her hands. Rumi gave her a blank glare for a few moments, then both Rumi and Momo burst out giggling. Hush, hush, they are here. Luna hushed us and pointed us towards the sky in the direction of Forbidden Forest. A/N, I am gonna use depictions from both the book and movies so it might seem kind of odd. A gigantic black shape schemed over the treetops of the Forbidden Forest, and as soon the lights hit it, we saw a gigantic, power blue carriage, a horse-drawn carriage, floating in the sky. It was big enough to be called a large house. Of course it would be big, or where would the delegations be living? It was soaring towards us, pulled through air by dozen of winged horses, all Abraxans, and each were the size of an elephant. The carriage landed right in front of the Black Lake. The carriage door opened slowly and the headmistress of Beauxbatons, Olympe Maxime, exited the carriage followed by her students. Maxime scanned the crowd and immediately found OL Twinkles, and a smile graced her face. OL Twinkles was standing along with all the professors behind him. I quickly scanned the crowd of Beauxbatons' students and I was really glad that Harry wasn't here. I should feel bad for doing this, but honestly, I don't. I was never a good guy. Maxime walked towards OL Twinkles followed by her students and greeted Dumbles. A/N, I am gonna ignore their accent. I would write as they speak English clearly. Good morning, Headmaster Dumbledore. It's nice to meet you again, Maxime said with a smile and extended her hand. OL Twinkles accepted her hand and kissed the back of her hand. Madam Maxime, what can I say, it's been good, and welcome to Hogwarts. I hope you and your students have a nice time here during the tournament. Dumbles spoke with a smile on his face. I noticed him subtlety scanning the crowd of the students for something. Obviously it was Harry. He was slightly disappointed to see that Harry wasn't here. That meant if someone entered his name, then Dumbles won't be able to make Harry take the fall. The Beauxbatons students and Maxime decided to wait for the arrival of Durmstrang. Well, we didn't have to wait long for them. Slowly, magnificently, a ship rose out of the water, gleaming in the moonlight. Well, it was definitely morning, but it still felt like moonlight was lighting up the ship. It had a strangely skeletal look around it. It kind of looked similar to the Flying Dutchman ship from the Pirates of the Caribbean. Well, it did rose out from the water. It looked also similar with the resurrected rack, and the dim, misty lights simmering at the portholes looks. It kind of looked like ghostly eyes. Finally, with great sloshing noise, the ship emerged entirely, bobbing the turbulent water, and began to glide towards the bank. The ship stopped by the bank and a huge plank landed on the bank. Soon Igor Karkaroff walked out of the ship followed by his students. The students of Durmstrang had an air of arrogant young master around them. Well, it could be the case, who knows. They walked up to Dumbledore and the students with similar kind of arrogance. I felt a tingle in the wards. Oh, this how the dark mark feels. My eyes immediately turned towards Alastair Moody. He wasn't giving a feeling like this. No matter what, I am damn sure that Polyjuice can't protect you from wards. Until now, I thought that the wards might not be able to notice the dark mark. That is why I kept a close eye on Moody for last 2 months, thinking that he must be Barty Crouch Jr., but it seems he wasn't. I tried to remember the tingle and found another signature like that. Bang. My eyes quickly followed the crowd and landed on Argus Filch. Damn, he did good. I never ever considered Barty to impersonate him. After all, he was a squib. It was the same reason I never checked him with the wards. Guess, my target changed. I have to keep an eye on him, but shouldn't his cat Mrs. Norris should have noticed this? Now that I think about it. Mrs. Norris the cat has been missing since last month. Nobody bothered with the damn cat, but everyone was happy that it wasn't here. Filch made a huge uproar because of that, but nobody paid him any mind as everyone hated the cat. Dumbledore? It's nice to meet you, again. I hope the best school wins. That was the greeting Karkaroff gave to Dumbledore. Everyone's sweat dropped along with Dumbledore hearing the greeting. Moody was openly glaring at the ex-Death Eater. He was trying to stare him to death. Karkaroff noticed the glare and for a moment cowered before schooling back his features. After that all of us were dismissed. The head boy was given the responsibility to show around Hogwarts to the Durmstrang students while the head girl was given the same responsibility for the Bosbaton students. The rest of the day passed quite normally, but I kept an on Filch or Crouch Jnr with the help of wards. It was easy since he has a magical signature now. Soon it was the time for evening feast and the time the goblets were going to be brought in. Dumbledore entered the Great Hall along followed by Barty Crouch SNR, Ludo Bagman, Maxime, Karkaroff and several ministry workers who were carrying 2 massive crates. Firstly, I would like to welcome the students of Bosbatons, Dumbledore said using sonorous Nov, L, B / JNN. The doors of the Great Hall burst open and the students of Bosbatons entered the hall doing a dance, performance, A/N, the same thing they did in the movies. With that done, the Bosbatons decided to take seats in the Ravenclaw table. I noticed a stare on me to notice Fleur Delacour looking at me curiously. Well, she wasn't hiding the fact as she still kept looking at me even after I noticed her. Next I want to invite the Durmstrang students, Dumbledore continued and welcomed the Durmstrang students. The doors of the Great Hall burst open again and arrogant young masters entered the hall doing their performance with the staff or stick, A/N, the thing they did in the movies. The Durmstrang students sat down on the Slytherin table. Draco Malfoy was looking at Vicar Crumb like a love-sick puppy. I think I should write a letter to Narcissa, telling about her son's tastes. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered lightly. Once a champion has been selected by either of these goblets, OL Twinkle said, and the ministry workers laid down the boxes and Dumbles shot a spell and the 2 boxes disappeared, leaving a golden goblet on fire and a silver goblet on fire. The golden goblet would be used to select the senior students. If anyone is selected by this cup, then the student must participate till the end or they would end up losing their magic, OL Twinkle said while pointing towards the golden goblet. The silver goblet will be used to select the junior students, but if anyone is selected then he or she must participate till the end of the tournament or they risk going into a magical coma for a year. Now, before you drop your name in either of these goblets, I want you to be prepared wholeheartedly. Now, with that the Triwizard tournament had officially began. The name will be selected during the Halloween feast. Now, please enjoy the food, Dumbledore said, and the food appeared on the table. As soon as OL Twinkles finished his speech, the food appeared on the table. I tried to ignore the stare Fleur Delacour was giving me. It's kind of creepy. I raised to head to tell her off, but I noticed that every boy on the Ravenclaw table had their eyes glazed and every girl was looking at Fleur like she killed their puppy. Well, mostly every girl. I turned around to see Momo, Rumi, and Luna had shrugged off the effect of her allure. Obviously, I have read about Vila and I know pretty well about their allure and I know what kind of effects it have. To throw off a Vila allure, you need to be exceptionally good in occlumency or you need an extraordinary level of willpower, like Harry had in the original story. I noticed another thing. Fleur doesn't seem to liked by her schoolmates. As all of the girls were giving the girl death glares. Bosbaton's delegation was mostly girls, they only had 4 boys. Well, whatever, her stare was creeping me out, so I decided to tell her off. I was about to say it, but she finally looked away from me and turned towards her food. I chatted with Momo and Rumi throughout the dinner. Luna was kind of out of it until it was time when she got pudding from Momo. So, the rest of dinner passed quite normally. When the feast was over, the students decided to leave for their dorms. Me and the girls left the Great Hall together, but someone decided to follow us. I knew very well who it was, so I stopped and turned around to see Fleur Delacour walking towards us. Monsieur Ravenclaw, can I have a moment please? Fleur asked with respect in her voice. I didn't expect this tone from her, as in the movies she was a haughty and arrogant girl. Sure, but I don't have any idea what you could want from me. I decided to play innocent. No need to draw attention since I am so close to get everything worked out. I have to remember that the professors and most students are still loyal to OL Twinkles, so I don't want him paying attention on me. It won't be a problem at this stage, but I want to stay behind the scenes until OL Twinkles is ousted from the Hogwarts grounds. Fleur Delacour, it's nice to meet you. I am Luna Lovegood, Luna said in an excited voice and extended her hands towards Fleur. Fleur was completely gobsmacked. She was completely shocked that this girl knew her even before she introduced herself, and she was quite sure that they haven't met before. A/N, some facts about Luna. Yes, Luna is innocent like an angel, but she isn't an airhead. Luna is a seer, so she can see the future, so she acts after she had seen the future. There is always something behind how she acts. She has seen all wives of Rio and Fleur is one of them, so she is behaving like this. Fleur took Luna's hands only because of instincts and shook it. Fleur finally was broken out of her stupor and looked at the dreamy-looking girl. It's nice to meet you too, Miss Lovegood, but I don't think that we have met before. Fleur spoke with quite surprise in her voice. Oh, we haven't. That doesn't mean I shouldn't know you. Let's be friends. Luna accepted the fact that she didn't know Fleur and offered her to become friends. This made Fleur even more confused. Me, Momo and Rumi just stood and decided to watch the duo's conversation. I was sure that if it went on for a few moments then Fleur would have pulled out her hair. Luna, please stop confusing Miss Delacour. Momo decided to butt in here. Luna didn't seem bothered and happily nodded her head. I was kind of caught off guard with that. As you already know, my name is Fleur Delacour. I rather wanted to ask you a personal question if you don't mind. Fleur asked me with desperation in her eyes. I have no fucking clue what she wanted, but I decided to nod my head. Do you know what a villa is? Fleur asked, to which all of us nodded. Then, it becomes much more easier. I wanted to ask how all of you were able to throw off my allure. Fleur asked in a genuine curious tone. Even though I didn't look like it, but I was already using legilimency to see how truthful she was. I was quite surprised to see that she truthfully and honestly wanted to know. She wasn't asking this out of pride, as I wasn't drooling on her or she wasn't making fun. A/N. Maybe many of the readers don't know because of the fanfics, occlumency and legilimency are very obscure form of magic. Pure blood heirs or lords know occlumency, but they don't go out of their way to teach others. Now, why am I saying this? Because in most fanfics it is always the first thing MC learns and teaches their friends. A book related to occlumency isn't common. The best example of this is Hermione Granger, who is practically a bookworm and didn't know a thing about occlumency until Harry told about it to her. I guess occlumency is rather obscure form of magic. Yes, Delacour are a pure blood family, but there might be chances that Fleur doesn't know about that. It's because of occlumency. Do you know what occlumency is? I asked the girl. Yes, I have read in books that occlumency can protect someone from villa allure, but I don't know what occlumency is. I wasn't able to find anything related to occlumency in Beauxbatons library, neither I did in Delacour library, Fleur said with a frown on her face. I have asked my papa. He said he knew occlumency, as he was a department head. He told me that he would teach me after I passed out from Beauxbatons, but he still didn't tell me what it is. Fleur spoke in a disappointed tone. I have noticed from the corner of my eyes that Momo had shot some privacy wards around us when Fleur started to speak. I don't know how pure blood families work. Daphne has pretty nice shields for someone of her age. Her mind is only protected by her ring, or those shields won't matter to me. But they are still strong enough. After all, she is able to remain stoic and expressionless with them. Draco Malfoy also has mental shields, but they were like wet paper to me even when I was in my second year. So, I can't understand why Fleur doesn't know anything about occlumency. It's an obscure form of magic. Occlumency allows to protect your mind and thoughts. It also allows you to categorize your memories. I didn't bother to explain anything more to her. According to me, I have given her more than enough information. Can you tell me where can I get a book? Fleur asked me with hope in her voice. Most pure blood families have some in their libraries. You could find some in market, but I won't hold too much hope over that, I said to Fleur. She looked kind of disappointed but still nodded her head. Thank you for giving me your time, she said, and walked away. The four of us didn't give it any more thoughts. Well, I don't know about Luna though, as I usually don't know what goes inside her mind. Since we have got up really early today, I wasn't in the mood of doing anything tonight. Momo was also same, as she crawled into the bed after taking a shower. Luna also decided to join us, since somehow already knew that we won't be doing adult stuff. The next morning, we got ready and I wrote the prank letter to Narcissa telling her about her son's preferences. I am quite sure it would be a nice show to watch. After the owl flew away, we directly went towards the room where the goblets were being kept. Rumi wrote down her name along with the school name and dropped it in the silver cup. The rest of the day passed quite normally. Today Fleur didn't seem to stare at me like she did yesterday, but she still stared from time to time. It was finally the time of dinner and the names were going to be selected. Everyone was waiting with bated breath for the process to begin. Students, looks like the goblets have chosen their champions. We would be beginning with our junior champions, Dumbledore said, and moved in front of the silver goblet. Dumbles waved his hand and the lights in the great hall dimmed completely. I rolled my eyes seeing his theatrics. A piece of parchment flew out of the goblet which Dumbledore grabbed and read the name from Beauxbatons. We have Andre Morgan, Dumbledore announced, and the Beauxbatons section roared in cheer. It was one of the boy who got the chance. The rest of us clapped. The boy stepped out arrogantly and went to stand beside Maxime. Soon the lights again dimmed and all the noise became silent. Another piece of parchment flew out of the goblet. Dumbledore, read the parchment from Durmstrang. We have Katina Leah, Dumbles announced, and a fifth-year girl rose proudly from the crowd of Durmstrang students. I guess she was quite famous, as they immediately burst out into loud cheers and jeers. She went and stood beside Karkaroff. The lights dimmed again, all of the students became completely silent, and another parchment flew out. Dumbledore, read the paper, and his eyes turned towards our table from Hogwarts. We have Roxanne Ravenclaw, Dumbledore announced, and the whole table burst out in cheers. All of us applauded while Rumi walked up to McGonagall and stood beside her. Now that the junior championships are selected, let's move on to the senior champions, Dumbledore said, and walked up to the golden goblet. The lights dimmed again and everyone waited for the same thing to happen. A parchment flew out of the goblet which Dumbledore grabbed from Beauxbatons. We have Fleur Delacour. The said girl got up from the table, but this time there were no cheers from the Beauxbatons students, but all of Hogwarts boys still applauded. This showed that my guess was correct. She wasn't treated well by her classmates. She walked up to Maxime and stood at her other side. While Maxime had a smile on her face, but Andre was glaring daggers at Fleur. He was a boy, right? So, shouldn't he be drooling? The lights dimmed again and the hall became completely quiet. Another parchment flew out of the goblet and was grabbed by OL Twinkles. From Durmstrang we have Victor Crumb. The crowd of Durmstrang students erupted in an even louder cheer. He proudly walked up to Karkaroff and stood beside him while Katina congratulated him. The lights dimmed again and the room was again silent. Another parchment flew out of the goblet and found its way into O.L. Twinkle's hands. From Hogwarts we have. Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table burst out in cheer and noise. Cedric got up from the table and went to stand beside McGonagall. Now that the participants are selected, I would ask you to support you respective participants. After all, we are having this tournament to promote Intershoe. Dumbledore was saying, but he was CIT off when the golden goblet lit up one more time and another parchment flew out of the goblet. Dumbledore grabbed the paper, his face was filled with worry. I have to say, he is rather good in acting. Harry Potter, Dumbledore said, and the silence ensued in the Great Hall. Fight clubs or rings from time to time, but they can only give me some fun, as normal humans can no longer give me any challenge even when I am not using my quirk or ornament hacky. Yes, sure, magic is awesome and I find it really nice, but this world is rather dull. Here everyone is busy with politics. Rio uses most of his time plotting and planning. Why can't we just blast everyone away with brute force? Now, don't get me wrong, I love Rio, and I also like to spend time with my sister wives, but I really don't like how they play politics. I always liked exciting things, like fighting, and I have come to love our sexual sessions. Oh, I kind of wonder if we can have those more. I was brought out of my musings when someone called my name. I turned and found it was the star of Hufflepuff, and he was standing on McGonagall's other side, so that means he was selected from the senior section. Congratulations, Miss Ravenclaw. My name is Cedric Diggory. I am from Hufflepuff. The dude introduced himself and extended his hand towards me. I was about to shake his hand, but the Great Hall became silent again. I saw that everyone was looking towards the old fool. Harry Potter, the old fool said, and the silence ensued in the Great Hall. Wow, I'm pretty sure that now he would spout some bullshit about how Harry Potter still had to participate even though someone else put his name in the goblet. I wonder what Rio has to say. My eyes immediately found him and he wasn't quite surprised with this. Looks like he knew something like this would happen. Well, who cares? As long as I get a good time in this tournament. I won't care who is in it on their own or who is being forced by someone else. After a few moments of complete silence, the Great Hall erupted in shouts and clamorings. Oomph? So fucking loud. I kind of wish I can kick their collective asses. We were quickly led to an antechamber by the side of the Great Hall. Dumbledore, what is the meaning of this? The tall woman screamed as soon as she entered the room. I heard from Momo that she has a giant heritage. That's what I also want to know, Dumbledore. How is Bosbatons allowed to do this? The guy who Rio called a coward also asked Dumbledore. The old fool didn't seem quite bothered. What are you accusing my school for, Headmaster Karkaroff? The tall woman's attention was turned from the old fool towards the coward guy. The woman hissed dangerously towards the Karkaroff. I finally found his name. Nothing extraordinary. I am just pointing out how someone decided to have another bite of the apple. If Bosbatons are allowed to have 3 participants, then Durmstrang should also be allowed to get another participant, Karkaroff said, glaring at the tall woman. How dare you? The tall woman screamed and was about to jump on Karkaroff. Enough, the old fool shouted. This stopped them from throwing blows. Damn the bastard, he ruined the show. I was waiting for the first blow, then I would also be able to jump in. I was highly disappointed. But I still don't understand how another name came out of the goblet, the old fool said with a pensive look on his face. If I didn't know any better, then I would have seriously thought that he didn't have any hand in this. Before anyone could say anything, Alastair Paranoid Moody decided to enter the room. I gave him the middle name with his personality of constant vigilance and all that. I have checked the goblet. Someone have confounded that artifact and made it think that there is another school and put the boy's name under that school. It must have been someone powerful to be able to confound such an ancient artifact, Moody said. His magical was looking around the whole room. The chewed out Auror knew what he was doing. So, what that means? Are we going to allow this boy to participate or not? Katina asked in an arrogant voice. There is no question regarding that. Since his name came out of the goblet, then he has to participate in the tournament or lose his magic, Barty Crouch SNR said while nodding his head. His mustache looked kind of funny. Then I demand to that one more participant from my school is allowed to enter. Karkaroff screamed in rage. You don't demand anything, Death Eater? Say another word and I will make you wish that you rotted in Azkaban. Moody exclaimed and pulled out his wand. Yes, please let the battle start. Let the curses fly. Enough, Alastair. We have more important topics to discuss. Madam Maxime, I recommend that you inform Harry Potter regarding this matter. Dumbledore started to speak. He needs to be present here within 48 hours or he will lose his magic, Barty Crouch SNR said while nodding his head. That guy seems to nod to himself. He must think that he is too important. Maxime looked grim but nodded her head. Then, we can hold this meeting again when all the participants are here, the old fool said and was about to dismiss the meeting. Oh, no, you are not doing that? Wait, Headmaster Dumbledore. I want to ask something, I said. This made everyone stop in their tracks. Of course, Miss Ravenclaw, the old fool gestured to continue. I wanted to know who are going to be the judges. I asked innocently. Dumbledore looked slightly surprised but still decided to answer. Well, it would be me, Madam Maxime, Headmaster Karkaroff, Ludo Bagman, and Barty Crouch SNR, Dumbledore answered. Then I ask all of you take a magical oath that you are going to judge everything without bias and you won't interfere in the tournament, I said and looked around the room. If Dumbles was angry, he didn't show it, unlike the coward Karkaroff. How dare you asking us to do something like... Karkaroff began screaming but I cut him off. It's clearly said in the rules of Triwizard Tournament that if any participants ask for the oath, the judges must take the oath, and since this is Triwizard Tournament, I didn't need to finish what I was saying and left it hanging. Everyone in the room were quite surprised that I knew about the laws. Miss Ravenclaw, I don't think there is going to be any need for that, the old fool said with a gentle smile on his face. Like I am going to let him. Yes, there is, I said with full seriousness in my voice. It exactly wasn't my idea. Rio said that this was going to make Dumbles unhappy, so I happily agreed. Everyone except Karkaroff reluctantly took out their wands and took the oath. Then everyone's eyes turned towards Karkaroff. I refuse to take such an oath, Karkaroff stated while gritting his teeth. Then you won't be allowed to sit on the judges panel and Durmstrang won't have a judge, Barty Crouch SNR stated. Some moments passed in silence until Karkaroff pulled out his wand and took the oath. With that we finally left the room. I decided to introduce myself to Cedric as we were distracted by Harry's name coming out of the goblet. I finally arrived in front of the Ravenclaw dorms. The doors opened and as soon as I entered I found a celebration in my honor. Everyone was waiting for me. I stayed there for an hour until I headed towards Rio's room. We also spent the night celebrating with a sleepless night. Next day, Headmaster's office. Albus was quite pensive. He would have never imagined that someone would ask him for the oath. Yes, he could have chosen to not become a judge, but that would show badly on his reputation. And if he had refused to take the oath and interfered with the tournament, then he had no idea how the goblet would react. This has happened several times since the tournament started. He didn't want to challenge something like the Goblet of Fire. He spent the last night making new plans. He can no longer influence the tournament directly or indirectly. This ruined many of his plans. He didn't even notice the time. Suddenly an owl flew in with an edition of Daily Prophet. The owl dropped the paper on his table and flew out. Dumbledore picked up the paper and quite oddly, the paper was heavier than other times. Dumbledore opened the paper and almost had a stroke when he read the headline of the first page. Albus Dumbledore, the true Dark Lord. Albus decided to read the article. After all, something like this cannot be ignored. His face became paler and paler by each moment and his heartbeat rose up. All of his crimes have been listed with details in the paper. The whole edition was just filled with all the crimes he did. It started with how he made Grindelwald become a Dark Lord, then went on describing his crimes in the last war against everyone died. He had no idea how was anyone able to dig up all his crimes, but he knew one thing, he needed to run. He was sure that if Amelia was able to get her hands on him, then he would never be able to leave Azkaban. Fox. Dumbles shouted and his phoenix flamed above him and flashed away with him. He even took the edition of Daily Prophet along with him. Rio had told all of us before about some of the crimes he had committed. Even with those crimes he seemed to be a scum on earth, and with all these crimes, I don't even know what to say, honestly. If I see that bastard again, then I will strangle him with his own beard. I looked up from the paper and scanned the Great Hall. It was complete pandemonium. Thank God, Momo cast a noise cancellation ward around us or I would have swept away with the noise. After getting my animagus form, my hearing and instincts have become much more sensitive. How were you even able to get all these on him? I was unable to hold back my curiosity and waved the paper in front of Rio. No can say. It's a trade secret after all, Rio said while wagging his finger and a playful smile on his face. Well, two can play this game. I will get you for this later. Humph. I snorted and looked around. The professors were doing their absolute best to calm down the students. A few minutes passed, but they still weren't able to get back any control on the students. All of them cursing and berating the old fool. Rio and Nemuri have been right. The people of this place were mindless sheep. Just an hour ago many of these students wouldn't have minded if they would have to worship the ground where Dumbles walked. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The doors of Great Hall burst open. I only noticed that because of my instincts. After all, because of the noise cancellation ward I wasn't able to hear anything outside the circle. Amelia Bones entered the Great Hall followed by several of her aurors. I saw Dora in the group who was sporting an electric blue mohawk toady. She quickly found our group and winked towards us. I kind of like the girl, she certainly does have style. Seeing the group of aurors and the head of DMLE, the Great Hall became completely silent. Rio cancelled the ward around us. Honestly, I was also interested about what they were going to speak about. But before Amelia could even say anything, someone else decided to grace us with her presence. Obviously, it was the depraved pervert who owned this school. Oh, it's not that I have a grudge or something against her. In fact, I like her a lot, but she is the most depraved person I have ever seen. If I haven't met her, I would have never guessed someone could so shameless. She was wearing regal robes, though they were made with a lot thinner material. She had an excited gleam in her eyes. She walked up to Amelia's group and greeted them. Lady Ravenclaw, it's good that you finally joined us, Amelia said with her stern face. As soon I read the paper I operate directly outside the Hogwarts gate. I always had some doubts about him, that's why I took away most of his power in the school. He seemed like a guy who would invite small boys and girls into his room by offering candies, Nemuri said. Damn, you Nemuri, did you really have to give me that sick image? Everyone clearly heard what Nemuri said, even though some looked disturbed and uncomfortable, but no one had guts to protest that, or they might be ousted out as Dumbledore supporter. If even half of the crimes written down on paper was right, then they would be declared outcasts as Dumbledore supporters. It's good. Now, let's head towards the headmaster's office, Amelia said to McGonagall, who grimly nodded her head. Oh, there is no use doing that. I have already checked the wards. The headmaster's office is empty. The portraits saw him flame away with his fire. Turkey, Nemuri stated with a stated face. Amelia cursed under her breath and looked kind of disappointed, but not that much. She looked like she had expected OL Twinkles to run away. Well, I won't put it past her and Rio. After all, they make a lot of plans together. I am here to take control to school until all the professors are cleared of any influence they might have from any spells or potions. I wouldn't put it past the whiskered fool to do this. I would like ask the assistance of your aurors, Nemuri said, and the professors didn't look happy because of the accusation but didn't voice out anything. Well, since Dumbledore has already done a runner, I guess I could give you some assistance. Rufus, you go to Flo office and ask them to monitor the Flo network for Dumbledore's magical signature. He might try to contact someone. Amelia barked out the order and the Rufus guy nodded his head and immediately ran out of the Great Hall. Roberts, I want you head to the Portkaya management office. They might pick up his magical signature if he uses unauthorized Portkaya. Roberts nodded his head and left the Great Hall. Kingsley, I want to head to the ministry and set up Dumbledore's new status. Amelia spoke and Kingsley nodded his head and left the hall. The rest of you help Lady Ravenclaw, or Tonks, you are in charge. I am heading back to my office to get everything prepared. I also have to meet the FO minister, Amelia said and walked out. She is quite confident. She didn't even flinch when she almost called out the Missantura fool. Dora just nodded her head but immediately tripped when she turned around towards the head's table. She cursed loudly and immediately started to cast some detection charms and all of them came positive. Quite surprising, right? The professors themselves were shocked to see this. The aurors quickly led them towards the infirmary. Nemuri decided to follow them. I was interested to see what happened afterwards, but I needed to practice my magic. I will only use my physical strength as a last resort. I have never fought anyone using magic. Yes, I have sparred with Rio and my sister wives, but they don't count. After all, there wasn't any danger factor. I wonder what a magical battle would feel like. I said goodbye to Rio and the girls and walked towards the 7th floor. After entering the roar, I decided to think about everything I knew about the tournament. Rio wanted to help me with information, but I denied, as where would be any fun if I had everything handed to me. There won't be any thrill for me. Now, I know that first task was about acquiring an item guarded by some magical beast. It has been always like that, and I don't see any reason for them to change the events of the tournament. At least they won't do it now. Any clues related to the second task would be found in the item we have to acquire in the first task. In the third task there is going to be a maze. The goblet of fire would be at the end of the maze. Whoever touches the cup first wins. Well, I guess that it. So, I have to prepare to fight against some magical creatures, but I shouldn't be so sure. After all, there should be only 3 participants in the Triwizard tournament and here we are, 7 participants. So, I decided to study about magical creatures. Several huge tomes appeared in front of me. Even though I hate to read, but there is a certain thrill about doing research for a creature I am going to fight. With just that thought, my blood was boiling in excitement and I opened the first tome. It was about some simple magical creature. That won't do. Triwizard tournament is a blood sport, so they won't get some weak creatures. I should research about griffins, dragons, chimeras, nundu, thunderbird, or something similar to them. I found the section about griffins and started to read it. I only noticed it was quite late when my stomach growled in hunger. Damn, I spent too much time here. I cast a tempest and found that dinner was about to start. I left the room and decided to head towards the Great Hall. I reached the Great Hall and found huge crowd has gathered in front of the hall. I walked up to the crowd because if I wanted to enter the Great Hall I had to walk by the crowd. And I was surprised that all the champions were gathered there, well except me. Even Harry was here. Sirius was standing behind him. Miss Ravenclaw, we have been looking for you for some time. Since everyone is here, they are going to announce the date of the first task and announce you a few rules. I was walking towards the crowd when Professor Filtwick called me out with his squeaky voice. Ah, sorry Professor, I was reading some books, I said. Filtwick waved it off, saying that it wasn't a huge deal and they didn't have to wait for long. Ah, Miss Ravenclaw, it's nice that you joined us. If you would follow us, we can't delay for enemy or time. After all, as soon as this meeting is done all of you would be able to prepare for the tournament, Ludo Bagman said in an excited voice and lead us to a room. Dora was there along with Nemuri and McGonagall. Watcher Roxy, Dora called out to me. I greeted the clumsy Auror back. After that, all the details were ironed out. They didn't tell us much, just that there was going to be 3 tasks. The first task is going to be on November 24th, and junior participants would be given protective gear for the tournament. Finally the stupid meeting was over, and I was famished, but I looked over to Harry, who didn't look too much happy. Harry, are you alright? I asked him. Nope, I am not. I am kind of scared, Harry said while shaking his head. Sirius patted his back to give him confidence. Oh, don't worry. You will be fine, pup. I will get the best teachers to train you, Sirius said. With that, Sirius left and I decided to take Harry with me to our table. After all, he was our friend. Heh, I can't for the tournament to start. Color me surprised when someone like McGonagall called me to her office when I haven't talked with her even once outside class. Well, I am a Hogwarts champion, so the headmistress might want to have a small chat with me while sipping tea. Yeah, right. She was declared headmistress after 3 days after the meddling fool decided to do a runner. Nemuri made sure that the loyalty potions are flushed out of everyone's systems. Currently a countrywide hunt is going on for him. Rio is quite sure that the bastard is hiding under a Fidelius if he is still in Britain, or else he had left the country. I finally arrived in front of the gargoyle but it moved away. I shrugged and walked up to the door. I was about to knock on the door but a voice was heard from inside. Please come inside. I again shrugged and pushed open the door. Minnie gestured me to a chair. I quickly sat down. Miss Ravenclaw, I am going to be straight to the point. How are your preparations for the tournament going on? The stern headmistress asked me. I have grown much more stronger in last 2 weeks. But I don't know what I would be doing for the first task, so it kind of makes it hard for me to know how much more I need to improve myself, I said and leaned back in the chair. Minnie nodded appreciatively, hearing me. Well, you might also know that I can't help you directly or indirectly, right? She said, to which I just nodded my head. But I can suggest you a walk in the Forbidden Forest. It might help you to think more clearly. I immediately understood what she wanted to say. So they have already brought the beasts and they were keeping them in the Forbidden Forest. Thank you, Headmistress McGonagall. I might take up on that offer, I said while getting up, to which McGonagall smiled. Well, let's take a look. It was about noon. I headed towards the dorms. I needed to take Rio's invisibility cloak. After all, I can't risk getting caught. They might try to obliviate me. I found Rio, Momo, and Luna in the common room. I just told Rio that I needed his cloak. He immediately handed me the cloak without asking anything more. After leaving the common room, I quickly donned the cloak and applied some spells which would make me completely undetectable even with the revealing spell. I flash stepped out of Hogwarts and appeared inside the forest and immediately heard some roars. Flash step, a really nifty spell Rio made, quite useful as they can ignore any and all wards. I immediately headed towards the direction from where the roars were coming. I appeared in a clearing and 4 dragons and 3 manticores. Fuck. 4 dragons meaning, they are for the senior champions. Harry had to get past a fucking nesting dragon? And how is this easy if we have to get past a manticore? I quickly found the Buffon bagman strutting around and Crouch SNR was also there. There is no way Nemuri haven't told me about this, so she wasn't notified about this. Hehe. I pulled out my phone and clicked a picture and texted the perverted woman. Only after a minute she replied that she was on the way. She didn't disappoint me, as she apparat right in the clearing. Only after a few more seconds. I decided to stay and watch the show. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. What the hell is this? Nemuri exclaimed and drew everyone's attention. Bagman and Crouch SNR didn't look much happy. Lady Ravenclaw, I am quite surprised that you are in here. We brought these for the first task of the tournament. Crouch SNR decided to greet Nemuri. On whose permission? Nemuri asked darkly. Wow, she must be really pissed off. Excuse me. Crouch was quite surprised with her tone. I asked on whose permission you brought those beasts in this school. Nemuri asked. We have to do it for the tournament, Crouch SNR said in an arrogant tone. Why wasn't I informed about this? Nemuri asked in a dangerous tone. The dragon handlers or the manticore handlers didn't know what to do anymore. We couldn't take the risk of telling you since your connection of the Hogwarts junior champion, Crouch SNR said in a voice that was too sure of himself. I want to rip off his pathetic mustache so much. Oh, is that so? Then from this moment onwards I forbid any one of you entering Hogwarts grounds, Nemuri said with a sick smile on her face. Everyone was taken aback by her statement. But all the champions would get penalty if they don't participate. Bagman sputtered like a fool he was. But there is small rule. If the organizers, meaning you two fools, fail to get the task ready, then only the organizers would face penalty. Isn't that cute, cocksuckers? Nemuri said with the same sick smile on her face. Are you mad? Crouch SNR for the first time lost his cool and screamed in rage. Don't fucking take that tone with me, cocksucker. I will rip off your arms, shove them so far up your arse that you will have to use your wand through your mouth, Nemuri said and released her magical power. Wow, Nemuri can be really damn scary. Sigh then, what could we do to allow us access to the school? Crouch SNR asked, looking defeated. Oh, you don't have to do anything? Leglimens. Nemuri said and Crouch SNR dropped on the ground, grabbing head while screaming in pain. Nemuri is strong. She is still slightly stronger than Rio, when compared in raw magical power. She is going to rip apart his mind like a wet paper. The Buffon bagman didn't know what to do. He didn't even pull out his wand. He just watched, standing aside like a stupid fool. The beast handlers shrugged. I don't know if it was smart for Nemuri to do it or not, but she knows more pure blood laws or any laws more than me. That's illegal. Bagman finally gained some courage and sputtered in fear. Can it, ya fool? It's only illegal if I use it on minors without their parents' permission. Good luck, if you want to charge, Nemuri said and finally stopped using the spell. Crouch SNR was rolling on the ground, writhing in pain. After that, Nemuri allowed them to enter the Hogwarts grounds and immediately apparat out. Well, if Nemuri said that was the law, then it was. I won't argue with her, and I definitely know that she knows a lot better than me. At least those two fools won't be able to create problems for me through the tournament. Tomorrow there is going to be some shit about wand weighing or something. Nemuri texted me. She must have ripped all the knowledge she could from him. I quickly made my way back to the castle and went to look for Harry Potter. Harry and Sirius were allotted a guest room near the Greyfeeder Tower. Sirius along with Dora were helping Harry. I knew where they practiced. It was an abandoned classroom on the 3rd floor. I knocked on the door and was greeted by Dora, who was sporting a bright green afro today. She looked nice, so I gave her a thumbs up for her hair. Watch her, Roxy, Dora said and invited me inside. I found Harry leaning over a wall breathing heavily. Well, I decided to drop by and inform you about the first task, I said, and immediately drew attention from the 3 people in the room. What is it? Sirius asked impatiently. Dragons? Harry has to get past a nesting mother dragon to get something. Since they are using nesting mother dragons, then it must be an egg. A fake egg, I said, and by each word the 3 of them kept getting paler and paler. Dragons. Dora squeaked and her eyes rolled over and fainted. Thankfully I guessed something like this could happen, so I immediately grabbed her before she could hit the floor. Not that it would matter with all the times she ends up sprawled on the floor. I expect her skin to have become really thick. Harry was already going into a panic attack. I revived Dora, who remembered what happened and became pale like a ghost. She might have started training with us from time to time, but she has a long way to go before she can even compare to any of us. She is strong, but when compared to general magical population, she might be the strongest Auror too, but she can't be even compared to Rio or Nemuri. Look for strategies to go around the dragon, don't even think of confronting it directly. You may be strong, Harry, but you aren't strong enough to take on a dragon. There are few ways to kill a dragon on your own, but I won't recommend you using them. After all, they are risky. Edgar knows them in details. Ask him if you want to know, I said, and waited for Harry to give me a reply. Thank you for telling me, and I should talk with Edgar, Harry said with a smile and nodded his head. With that done, I bid the 3 of them farewell and left them to their devices. Now, I have to learn how to hunt a manticore. Roxanne the Manticore Slayer. Sounds quite nice. Albus was not happy. In fact, he was downright furious. He had just tried to contact Minerva, thinking that she would notify him of the progress. After all, not for a single moment did he thought that someone would already notice the loyalty potions he had fed them. After all, he completely trusted Severus. But someone has indeed noticed that they had been given potions. Well, back to the matter in hand. He messaged Minerva, but instead of getting a reply only after a couple of minutes, several Aurors apparat near his location. He had several ways of getting away from these fools. After all, he was Albus Dumbledore. But this wasn't the problem. The problem was that no matter who he had sent a message to would rat him out to the Aurors. He had a hideout hidden under a Fidelius, his old friend Severus as the secret keeper, but if he stayed there then he wouldn't get any news. Now, only one family or one part of a family was left for him to try. Molly Weasley Napruitt. He didn't held much hope, but he still needed to try. He sent a letter to her via Phoenix, and gave it instructions not to show itself to anyone else. Just after 30 minutes he received a positive reply. At least someone was there who still believed in him, that he was the only one who could lead everyone to the light. A small smile graced his whiskered face, but there was still a noticeable frown on his face. There was a reason that he hadn't contacted Molly before this. This was because of a simple reason. Molly Weasley, even though his devout follower, didn't hold much power. Yes, she could brew love and loyalty potions, but he didn't need them at this moment. He needed someone who had political power, who would agree to stand for him. Alas, beggars can't be choosers. Albus needed to do something quickly, but with the countrywide hunt going on for him it would be quite hard for him. But he would still do it. He wasn't bothered by the oath he had taken. He knew several ways to go around the oath. Now, he needed to make plans. With that thought he decided to return to his hideout and start making his plans, but he neglected one fact. He massively overestimated his only devout follower's ability to help him. POV Rumi, Roxanne. I can't believe that they invited that old creep with wand fetish to do the wand weighing ceremony. I am kind of being silly. After all, who else are they going to invite if not that old creep? No matter how creepy that guy is, he knows about his stuff. With the wand weighing ceremony finally over, I decided to return to the roar. Apparently, hunting down a manticore wasn't easy at all. It took a group of wizards, but I don't think that it's impossible. I have found that no matter what kind of dark magic you use, the goblet won't punish you. The silver goblet also followed the rules of Tri-Wizard Tournament and the champions were connected to them. Let's go back to the topic of dark magic. The goblet won't punish me. I can only get punished if the government of this country decides to charge for using banned magic. I have no idea that there was a loophole like this. Nemuri told me. Even though I didn't want to get any help, I won't deny at least this kind of help. The thing is, dark magic is only banned if used against humans. Even the unforgivables are not banned if used against a beast or creature. Only necromancy was banned to be performed in any country. No matter who you are, if you are caught then it carries a straight death sentence. It would be nice if I was able to use AK or control Fiend Fire. Honestly, I don't have enough confidence to use Fiend Fire is an arena full of spectators and students. Nemuri and Rio can perform the spell as both of them are very strong magically, and they can will those cursed flames to behave like they want. There is only one way to stop Fiend Fire if it gets out of control. Before us nobody knew about this, not even our ancestors. Rio had apparently found this out. Since now, Fiend Fire was thought to be a spell that burns through anything, what they didn't know that it can even eat through magic. So only another Fiend Fire can stop a Fiend Fire, and I am not stupid enough to try casting Fiend Fire. So, I have to use different magic. I wasn't knowledgeable like Rio in dark magic, so I had to ask him to help me with it. He proposed blood magic, as even if manticores are magical beasts they still have blood flowing through their bodies. I have told Harry about this, but both him and Sirius had said that they don't want anything to do with dark magic. Not my problem. I finally arrived in front of Roar and found that Rio was already waiting for me there. I was wondering that you lost your way, Rio teased with a grin on his face. I had several things going on my mind. Now let's go, I said, and started to walk in front of the tapestry asking for a room to train. The rest of the days passed. It was November 24th already. Like Nemuri had said, Barry Crouch or Ludo Bagman or anyone else won't be able to do anything to her. After all, law was on her side. I was kind of excited about the task. I have practiced and learned a lot in this week from Rio. I knew Rio was strong, but I don't even know what to call him when he uses dark magic. It is like that dark magic is especially made for him to use. Last night I had a chat with Professor Filtwick. He told me if I want I could forfeit the first task if it becomes too much for me to handle. After all, there was no shame to surrender instead of fighting a manticore. Nov. L. B /JNN. A/N. In Harry Potter, manticores doesn't have wings. They have a lion's body with a ugly face and scorpion tail. You can search for Harry Potter manticores if you want and you will get the idea. I calmly assured him that it was completely fine. I finally arrived in the champions tent. All the senior champions were already there. I was the first JNR champion to enter the tent. I was kind of stewing in excitement. I looked around at the participants. Fleur was pacing around the room nervously. Cedric was muttering something, leaning on the side while muttering something. Crumb was arrogant, so he just stood at the side with his eyes closed. Well, I guess everyone has their own ways to deal with their nerves. The tent flap opened and Harry walked in nervously and gulped. I decided to leave him alone for now. It was kind of getting hard from my battle tendencies to show up. Soon Andre and Katina also entered the tent. The Buffon Bagman entered the tent just after them. Good. Everyone is already here? Now, I would ask the JNR champions to come ahead. After all, juniors are going to be the first. Bagman spoke like a kid on Sugar Rush. I had to hold myself back from punching him on the nose. Even with the feeling of violence, I decided to step ahead. Andre and Katina also did the same. Andre looked too arrogant for my liking. I didn't know what he had learned to feel like that. Even though Katina tried to hide it, I could see that her hands were slightly shaking in fear. Now, to complete the first task you have to collect a magical crystal. This magical crystal would contain the clue for your second task. Your crystal is going to be protected by a manticore. Bagman said with an sarcastic expression. I am going to beat him up, no matter what. But I need to complete the task firstly. Now, take these. These are port keys. If we handlers think that you can't dodge or get injured, they can activate it. You will be directly transported to the infirmary, the Buffon said, and pulled out 3 galleons for us. No way in hell, I am going to carry something like that on my person, I said with a straight face. No way in hell I am going to carry something like that. The handlers could activate the portkea if they see that I am about to kill their beast. Everyone in room looked at me oddly, but I won't budge no matter what. Andre and Katina both took the galleons. But, Miss Ravenclaw, it might save your life, Bagman tried to insist. I grabbed his collar and pulled him down forcefully to his knees. The Buffon dropped on his knees and whimpered. I don't want to repeat myself again. It would better for you to get that in your head, I said, and pushed him. He dropped on his back and immediately shot and dusted himself like nothing happened. Just let this task finish, you fool. I am gonna beat you up. After that, Bagman called the SNR champions and explained them their task. They had to get a golden egg from a nesting mother dragon. Yay, good luck with that. They used small model dragons to select who is going to go against which dragon. Harry drew the short stick as he got the Hungarian horntail. We are going to start with the JNR champions. It would be Bosbatons, then Durmstrang, and finally Hogwarts. Good luck everyone, Bagman said happily and left the tent. What do I have here? I said to myself, and when I found Molly Weasley was sneaking around the champions tent along with her stupid son. Honestly, I don't want to deal with her. Luna have already made a prediction, something related to overbearing mothers. At first I didn't bother with this, as it was quite impossible for me to go and look around for overbearing mothers. Even with all my resources and prowess, I couldn't go look around for overbearing mothers. Almost all the pure-blood mothers are overbearing, after all. But now that I have seen her sneaking around like this, I am quite sure that she is the one. Even if she wasn't, I wouldn't regret cursing her. No matter how much I wreck my brain, I don't find any reason for her to be here. I wandlessly cast a stunning spell on her and she dropped on her son like a sack of potatoes. With that done, I nodded to myself and walked away. Ronald the stupid saw me walking away, but I didn't care as he won't be able to prove shit as I did it wandlessly. POV Rumi, Roxanne. Andre Morgan was going to be first one, so he left the tent towards the arena. The rest of us were lead towards the viewing area. It's good that I would at least be able to see the speed at which it reacts. It would give me a better idea about the fight. Aren't you nervous? I heard Harry's voice from my side. No, exactly. I am excited. I have never fought a magical beast before this, I said while looking intently at the beast. For now, the beast was laying calmly and looking around at the crowd. I noticed that the rest of the participants also heard my statement and everyone had a different reaction to it. Katina scoffed. Harry didn't know what to say. Cedric was looking at me like I grew a second head. Fleur looked at me with slight worry. I don't know what she was even worried about. And Crumb looked like he always did, full of arrogance and pride. Andre finally arrived in the arena and Bagman announced the start of the match. Andre with his arrogant and smug grin started to walk towards the manticore. The manticore growled and started to stand up. Andre pulled out his wand and hit the beast with a stunning spell. Just as the stunning spell hit, he puffed out his chest looking too proud for himself. I almost choked after seeing his sheer stupidity. The others also did the same. I looked towards the judge's table. Maxime looked like she was going to die of shame. I then turned my eye towards Fleur. She shuffled on her feet in embarrassment. Fleur almost wished that the ground itself would eat her up to protect her from shame she was feeling. The whole arena was completely silent. No one knew if they should laugh or not. The moment of silence passed as roars of laughter burst out from the arena. Andre looked confused as why everyone was laughing. He was so proud of himself that he didn't even notice that the manticore was still standing. The manticore itself was confused, then roared in anger. A/N. Manticore are magically resistant. I don't think that they can be brought down by a stunning spell. Only after the manticore roared, the stupid fuck noticed that it was still up. Proudness and arrogance on his face immediately turned into fear and horror. He became so scared that he started fumble with his wand. The manticore unimpressed with the human and lunged on it with the intention to maul the pathetic human. Only the chain around Manticore's neck stopped the manticore from getting its prey. The handlers immediately activated the portkey and Andre was portkeyed out of the arena. The crowd burst out in another round of laughter. Maxime looked half murderous and the other half of her was embarrassed and ashamed. Bagman announced 5 minutes break. The manticore was lead out of the arena by the handlers while another was being brought by the handlers. A ministry worker entered our viewing area and led Katina for her match. The new manticore was also shackled and finally Katina also entered the arena. I don't know what she practiced but she looked much more prepared than the stupid fool Andre. Bagman announced the start of the match. Katina didn't move forward, instead she fired a stinging hex at the manticore. The manticore was immediately enraged and rushed towards Katina. Katina didn't broke down in fear, instead she moved backwards. She was completely out of the reach of the manticore and as soon as the manticore landed on its feet, Katina launched several kind of spells, but most of them didn't have any effect on the manticore, only some minor cuts appeared on its face. The manticore knew that he was in danger and started to move his head so that it would become quite difficult to hit it on the eyes. The manticore was smart, there is no denying it. From what I have seen it's quite fast too. I am pretty sure that its physical strength would be also more than impressive. And that tail. I have only read about its functions but never saw it in actions. Just as I was thinking, the manticore jumped around and its tail shot out towards Katina's neck. Her eyes grew wide and she was able to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. Katina decided it wasn't safe and she rolled back even more. The manticore growled in annoyance and struck its tail on a nearby boulder. The boulder cracked, creating small rocks. Its tail is going to create the most problems for myself. Its tail is quite strong if it can crack down a boulder like that. Fuck. The manticore used its tail and shot out a rock by swinging its tail. Honestly, I am thinking that manticores are much more dangerous than dragons. Katina was able to duck just in time to dodge the rock or it would have blown a hole in her chest. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I forfeit. Katina screamed and her portkey was immediately activated and she was transported out of the arena. The manticore roared in anger, unable to get his prey. Even though Katina wasn't able to complete her task, the crowd applauded loudly for her. I guess I am impressed too. She attacked it smartly and cautiously, not like that fool. This made me even more excited. I released my breath. I didn't even know I was holding back. Good luck. Cedric and Harry wished me just before the ministry lackey came in. While walking out, Fleur also wished me luck. I left the viewing area, returning to the champion's tent, and walked out towards the arena. I saw the manticore chained and I waited for Bagman to announce the start of the battle. Bagman finally announced the start of the match. Finally, I didn't need to hold back anymore and released my lust for battle. A huge grin marred on my face. I noticed that my manticore was the biggest one. Maybe Crouch SNR was trying to take revenge for how Nemuri R** ped his mind. Well, it isn't interfering, so he should be fine. I started walking towards the manticore is a slow pace and pulled out my wand and fired off blood boiling curse. The spell hit the manticore and it howled in pain. I knew already from Rio that the boiling curse wouldn't be enough to defeat it. After all, the beast's skin and heart were much more stronger than humans and all of these spells were made for humans. I had to keep damaging it until it was too much for it. The crowd recognized my curse and several people raged in protest of me openly using illegal dark magic. Next I shot of eye gouging and eye melting curse. The manticore was hit by the eye gouging curse but dodged the eye melting one. Eye gouging curse was tricky as it needed to be hit in the eyes, unlike the eye melting one, but eye melting curse gave off an ominous feeling. Even humans knew that this wasn't anything good, so beasts with incredible instincts would definitely know. That is the reason I attacked it first with eye gouging and made it move afterwards in my preferred direction. I immediately shot a lung shredding curse and orifice bleeding curse, followed by blood acid curse. The manticore protected itself from the lung shredding curse by its tail, and which made it easy for the orifice bleeding curse as it hit it on its tail, and before the manticore could even start to realize what that spell did, the blood acid curse hit its front paw. The manticore screamed in pain and its left leg started to melt out from the inside. The melting started to move towards its body and its tail shot out on its own leg and severed it from its body to stop the curse from spreading. The manticore howled in pain as spat out blood from its mouth. Blood started to leak from its nose, eyes. I don't know if it was leaking blood from its behind too. By this time the crowd was completely silent. They were getting to see the blood sport they came to see, but the use of all these illegal dark curses made them uncomfortable. Some were already sure that I would be disqualified or arrested. One thing I have noticed previously is that manticores attacked Katina when the manticore was annoyed and it was able to mostly shrug off all the cuz like nothing she fired at him. That gave the manticore chance to attack in return, but now this manticore was already severely injured and was missing a leg, so I decided to put more pressure on it. I shot off another blood-boiling curse followed by organ-liquefying curse, then blood-acid curse and intral-exploding curse. Even after losing one of its leg, the manticore was still nimble, was able to dodge the first two spell, jumping away from the blood-boiling curse and swatting away the organ-liquefying curse. But it wasn't able to dodge the blood-acid curse and it hit its tail. The howl of pain made everyone cringe in the arena. Next, the intral-exploding curse hit the manticore and its stomach bloated for a few seconds before the manticore dropped on the ground. I immediately shot the counter curse for the blood-acid curse. I wanted the carcass as much as intact I could get. Huge amount of blood and gore came out of the now dead manticore. I looked up towards the judge's table. As the slayer of the beast, I claim its remains through right of conquest, I announced, and I walked towards the crystal that was being kept behind the manticore. You will be disqualified for the use of dark magic. Crouch SNR was the one to break the silence of the arena. He screamed out in rage and his face looked almost purple. Several people vehemently agreed with him. No, I will be not. There is no rule in Tri-Wizard tournament, so there isn't anything you can do about it, I said. I don't know who it was, but someone from the crowd stood up. But you blatantly used illegal dark magic. You must be arrested, he said, and another round of agreement chorused throughout the arena. No, I will be not, as all the dark magic I used is only banned if I used them against humans. Please read your laws before spouting of your mouth against the someone from most noble and most ancient house, I said, and the man broke out in cold sweat. Several murmurs broke out in the arena. Miss Ravenclaw is right. The law only states that it is illegal to use the against humans, Amelia confirmed from the crowd. Everyone saw the head of DMLE agree with me and they didn't have any place of protest. I wanted to deal with Crouch SNR, but Rio had told me that he had plans for the bastard, so I had to let it go. With that over, some of the crowd started to applaud and cheer. The rest soon followed. Some of them were asking for my arrest just a few moments ago. I shook my head seeing all these sheep. Even though the manticore wasn't able to attack me and it didn't last as long as I wanted it to, it was still an awesome fight, at least from my perspective. With the thought twirling the crystal, I returned the champion's tent. I am so proud of that girl. No only did she kill that manticore, is sure a dominating method. I also liked the way she dealt with Crouch SNR and the fools from light families. Why don't they go and jump into the English Chanel? At least it's going to save us from getting annoyed. I wanted to help Rumi, but she decided otherwise. So, when she asked that she wanted to learn dark magic from me that could take down a manticore, I was really caught off guard. Later I found out that Nemuri had helped her getting to that decision. Now, let's watch the senior part of the tournament. I honestly don't understand why Sirius and Harry hate dark magic. Well, I expected much better from Sirius. After all, intent matters, not the magic itself. As blood-boiling curse can be used to boil enemies' blood and also boil tea. Cedric Diggory was the first champion who was going to face a mighty dragon. Even though Cedric's dragon wasn't the most dangerous one, it was still dangerous. The match ended up being similar to what I have read in the original. Fleur Delacour was the next champion. Since the first time we have talked, I have found her staring at me from time to time. It is quite clear that I have attracted the beautiful Vila, but I will wait, and it's not like that she is going to agree to join the harem without a second thought. Fleur was facing the least dangerous dragon from the four. Still, it didn't mean that it was harmless, but the tactic Fleur used was really good. She used a combination of her full force allure along with a sleeping spell to make the dragon fall asleep. Fleur slowly and cautiously approached the sleeping dragon. She finally picked up the golden egg and started to walk back towards the tent. She was slightly unlucky as the dragon snorted in sleep and a ball of fire came out of its nose and singed Fleur's left side. Fleur yelped in surprise and pain. Even with the injury, she was able to return to the tent without any problem. Being a Vila protected her. Vila are creatures attuned to fire and air. If it was a human, I am sure he would have been rolling on the floor because of the burn. Next was Victor Crumb. He looked quite confident. He began to attack the dragon, aiming for the eyes. In the chaos, the dragon crushed its own eggs. Victor was able to get his golden egg, and quickly made his way to the tent. It was exactly the same what I have read in the books. Finally Harry Potter. I was quite curious if he was going to use his broom this time too. I don't know what they practiced. After all, Sirius and Harry refused to learn any dark magic. Harry was facing the Hungarian Horntail. As soon as the match began, Harry summoned the dragon model he has got and enlarged it. The original Horntail was obviously enraged seeing that another dragon has approached her next. The original Horntail immediately leaped on the enlarged model Horntail. Harry knew that the model was going to hold for much longer in front of the original, so he used a spell. A huge lasso came out the tip of his wand. Harry threw the lasso towards the next and it automatically stuck around the golden egg. The lasso must have some property like magnetism or something similar, as I could feel the golden egg was made up of metal. With a yank, the golden flew towards Harry. By now, the enlarged model was looking like it was going to fall apart. Harry grabbed the golden egg and didn't look back and dashed towards the tent. That was an excellent strategy. All the participants were called back into the arena after the dragon was removed. Fleur was also present. The judges started to give out the scores. Both Rumi and Harry were tied with 48 points. I don't know on what basis they gave those scores. Rumi should be unmatched with her score. Fleur was following with 45 points, then Cesric with 42 points, followed by Crumb 38 points as his dragon crushed its eggs. Then it was Katina, with only 32 points. She was commended for trying, but as she wasn't able to get her magic crystal and complete the task, she was given low scores. And lastly it was Andre the Fool. He was given only 20, all of the judges gave him only 4. Because of the oath, Maxime was unable to give anything more after his embarrassing performance. Andre looked like someone killed his puppy and was glaring daggers at Fleur. I didn't need to use legilimency to find out what the fool was thinking. He was jealous of the score Fleur received. After that all of them were called for a group photograph. While this was happening, I subtly placed a tracking charm on Crouch SNR. He is getting too high for what he is worth. Well, I will make sure that he is caught with his hands in some kind of cookie jar, even though I had to engineer the situation. I want the truth to come to light after all. The whole school was buzzing with excitement after the first task. Ravenclaw celebrated Rumi's victory. Many congratulated Rumi from the other houses too, but almost all of them were from the Slytherins. After all, they respected power, blood status, political power, and knowledge about dark arts. All of them saw Rumi had power, political power, and she was very much knowledgeable in the dark arts. There was no way that they weren't going to respect that. All of them have also heard how Lord Knot ended up when he decided to pick up a fight. So, most purebloods had only 2 options. Either they stay neutral or they decide to become our ally. With this show of power, everyone agreed that having us as ally is going to be much better. After all, killing a human and a manticore are very different things. I checked that the tracking spell was still working, and Crouch SNR was now in the ministry. I decided to arrive at the ministry as I could apparate into Amelia's office and follow Crouch SNR from there. But before I could do that, I received a text from Amelia. Pettigrew has escaped from Azkaban 3 months ago. Fudge found out and decided to bury it under the rug to save his face. 2 Aurors helped him. I am going to deal with them. So, how does the affect our plans? Trust the moron Fudge to botch something up. Shouldn't he have told everyone about Pettigrew's escapade? Though it doesn't matter much, but still. Nothing much. We will follow the plan that we have already made. Pettigrew won't matter much, as he would stay by his master's side until his master is brought to his previous glory. If he had escaped then, he must have made his way towards the Riddle Manor. I will keep an eye out, don't worry. I texted back to Amelia. I can deal with Pettigrew later, but first I need Crouch SNR and JNR to get out of the way. Since Pettigrew is out now, I can wash away my hands with Crouch JNR, as there will be someone who is going to help Baby Mort with his resurrection. With these thoughts I flash-stepped outside Filch's office. I shut down the wards around us and quickly donned the invisibility cloak. I have already noticed that there is only one person inside. In the story, Moody was imprisoned inside his own trunk, so I cast to revealing spell and found that only one person was inside and he had the dark mark, so it was obviously Crouch JNR. I texted the change of plans to Amelia. In the initial plan, Crouch SNR would be found inside Amelia's office setting up a trap, but now that I decided to involve the JNR, it wasn't needed anymore. Crouch JNR was going to sneak into the ministry and attack his beloved father. His beloved father would be killed and Crouch JNR has to be put down, as he would be firing killing curses indiscriminately. I patiently waited outside of Filch's office for him leave. After almost 40 minutes the door finally opened and Filch walked out. Imperio, I wish-paired and Crouch JNR immediately stilled. Sneak into the ministry and kill your father. Then start firing the killing curse, but don't hit anyone. Make sure that no one other than your father shall die. I commanded. Nov. L. B // JNN. Yes, my lord, he said, and immediately turned around and started to walk towards the gate. I am sure that he won't be able to break away from my control, even if he broke away from his father's control. With that done, I texted Amelia, who replied that she would take care of it. With that done, I decided to return to the dorms. I put down the letter I received from Amelia and felt resigned. I have to attend another boring piece of shit meeting. Sometimes, I think my hair would turn white because of the way they keep droning and droning. Though, this meeting is bound to be interesting as this is an emergency meeting. I quickly pulled out my phone and texted Amelia. After a few minutes I received the reply, so the meeting is going to be for vote of no confidence. I checked the time. I have still 3 hours. I don't know who they are going to nominate. Amelia is the best candidate, but Rio needs her as the head of the DMLE, so she is out of the question. I just wish that he isn't like Fudge the Fool. I sighed and got up from my study chair. I picked up the porn I was reading and put it back in my porn shelf. I stretched my body and made my way towards the shower. I didn't need to take off any clothes, as I wasn't wearing any clothes. Clothes are for pussies. I like to be free in my natural state. I wonder when I will be able to get together with Rio and he will spear me with his tool. Dreams and dreams. After taking a long and nice shower, I finally walked out using a towel to wipe off the water. The meeting was going to be held in evening, so Dora was going to be in office. I would just go and annoy her for the time being. I got quickly dressed in my custom robes. I brought a few Acromantula silk robes and started to enchant them. First few of them just blew off, but I finally achieved success. I made my robes completely obscure. It was really hard to do, but I was able to make it like that. When a person, only me, wears these robes, everything under them gets hidden by a Fidelius. Hehe, isn't that fucking awesome? That means I can go completely commando underneath and no one would know shit. And my robes are enchanted to be a portkey. If I get knocked out I would be immediately portkeyed back to the castle. I have ward sensor built into it too. If anti-portkey or anti-apparition wards go up around me I would be immediately notified. My best piece of work might be those bracelets, but I worked with Momo on them. So, these babies are the best things I have made. I quickly put the robe of my body and heard the sound of activation of all the enchantments. A satisfied smile appeared on my face. With that done, I put my wands in my holsters. It took me about 1.5 years to set everything up. Since then I have started to practice magic wandlessly. At first I have thought that it won't be hard with all the raw magical power I have, but apparently it doesn't work like that. I have to work really hard, but somehow I have mastered most of the spells I have learned till now. I have found that Imperious, Ligliminous, Feigned Fry, the unforgivables I made myself can't be used without a wand. No matter how hard I try I don't even get any reaction from my magical reserves when I try to use them wandlessly. Some dark magic are have also similar reaction. Rio thinks that those spells aren't meant to be used without a wand. Like you can't cast unforgivables or Feigned Fry wordlessly. Enough about these shit. I need to leave now if I want to annoy my favorite metamorphagus. I operat out of the castle and arrived inside a dark alley near the ministry phone booth. I casually walked into the phone booth and code for mini try of magic. I still have 2 hours to spare. I arrived in the ministry atrium and entered another lift to visit level 2. I arrived on level 2 and was greeted by several aurors after walking out of the lift. Even though I could have done without the fans I have gotten, but I don't mind it much as I have gotten used to them. I quickly made my way towards Tonk's desk. It didn't take me long to find her because of her eccentric hairstyle. I have to say, she had outdone herself today. She was sporting a rainbow-colored mohawk with lines by the sides of her head. No matter how outrageous it is, it kinds of suits her. She could have been a badass auror if she wasn't a klutz. She was currently sleeping. She had a stack of paperwork on her table and she was dozing off. I cast a silencing ward around Tonk's table and silently sneaked from behind her. Junior auror Tonks? Are you getting paid to sleep on your desk? I exclaimed loudly. Tonks immediately scurried on her feet, but all of us know that she is a klutz, so she landed on her ass. I was unable to hold myself back and burst out laughing. Tonks finally understood what was happening and turned towards me and started to glare. Vicky? That wasn't funny, you know. Tonks said, picking herself off the ground while dusting off her ass. Yes, it was funny, at least for me, I said, still giggling. Shut up, ya pervert, Tonks barked out while pouting. She picked up her chair and sat down grumpily. Oh, it's pot calling the cauldron black, I teased Tonks, to which she shot me another glare. I was an innocent firstie, who didn't know that there are some women who are depraved pervert too. If I knew I would be still an innocent metamorphagus. Tonks started to drone on her pity story. This might be the 60th time she is droning this speech. I was ficking 11 when I found out that 69 isn't just a number. She continued droning. I was quickly getting bored. I know even though she is saying all this, she loves me and she won't leave me for anything. Auror Tonks, it's rather interesting to know that you are such a huge pervert, a voice drawled from the other side. Tonks again shot up from her chair and found Amelia was looking at her with an amused look on her face. Tonks started to sputter incoherently. How have you been, Amelia? I asked her. Amelia stopped messing with Tonks and looked towards me. Well, your boyfriend gave me another headache, as you see. His brilliant plan was to send Crouch JNR directly here to kill his own father, Amelia said while sighing. I have already cast a ward when I was approaching Tonks, so no one is going to hear us. Then, some plans must have changed, I said. I knew about the plan he was making to get rid of Crouch SNR. After all, he was making some problems for us. Yes, just yesterday I found that Peter Pettigrew has escaped from Azkaban. Of course Fudge the fool knew, but you obviously know what his first thought might have been, Amelia said while looking conflicted. She must be conflicted whether to laugh or be angry. Yes, that must be it. He decided to put a lid on it and hide it from public. Fake it till you make it, right? I asked. I have a very good idea how Fudge works. Yes, that happened, but unfortunately with your boyfriend's plan, more than half of the ministry saw Crouch JNR was alive while he killed his father right in the middle of Atrium. I was already investigating which aurors helped Fudge to hide about Pettigrew's escapade. Amelia said while releasing another sigh. Ma'am, did you found them? Tonks asked seriously. It was rather rare to see her serious. She becomes serious and rather next moment she trips on the floor, so that's it for her seriousness. It was Dawlish and Scheid, both have been arrested and are currently in the ministry holding cell. So, the problem is after the truth was found out, people are calling for vote of no confidence for the minister. Fudge is going to be out of office before dinner, Amelia said and leaned on Tonks' table. So, the next problem comes as who is going to be the next minister. Any light family can't be trusted because they could be still supporting the whiskered wanker. Dark families miss it, be kept out, or they are going to try to ruin all of what we have done. You would have been best, but Edgar wants you as the head of DMLE, I said while nodding my head. Tonks was looking at me completely slack-jawed with her wide eyes. What? Who are you? Vicky can't think so much politics. Her head is filled with porn. Tonks said while pulling out her wand. I am not a pervert. I am a super pervert. I said as an instant reaction. Damn. I need to work to change this. Well, it isn't a big deal. It's not like that I am a closet pervert like Tonks. Okay. I guess that proves your identity, Tonks said, putting her wand back in her holster. First thing, that isn't something to be proud about. Second thing, please don't say things like that in public, Amelia deadpanned. Well, these are insignificant matters against my philosophical ways, so I will ignore them. So, who are you going to nominate? After all, only the ancient Longbottom is left, I said to Amelia, who didn't know what to say with how I called Augusta Longbottom. Please don't call her that in front of her. But, I was thinking of nominating you. You will easily be voted in, Amelia said, and my world almost came crashing down on me. I have never thought that I would become the Minister of Magic. If I accept, it would become a lot easier for me to spread around my philosophical ways. I will be able to show this world the light. But, it would be a pain in the ass too. I won't be getting free time, so less porn time. Less porn time means I won't be able to plan new plays with Rio. That means I would be losing my time to worship his man shaft. I was brought out of my thoughts when Tonks started to protest. No, you can't be serious, boss. As soon as becomes the Tonks started to say, but Amelia cut her off with a shit-eating grin on her face. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. I am not serious, I am Amelia, Amelia said with a huge smile. Tonks gritted her teeth and clenched her fists tightly. Her hair became fiery red with the joke Amelia pulled. As I was saying before, someone decided to crack a disgusting joke. She can't be minister. She would make a law that wearing clothes are forbidden, or like porn should be compulsory for every year students, Tonks said. Her rage for the serious joke was gone. I could only feel teasing from her voice. Well, jokes apart, even though that was funny, I seriously wonder what would happen if she pulls something like that. No, seriously Vicky, give it some thought. I have leave both of you now, Amelia said with a smile and walked away. Well, in case you are thinking I was just kidding. But, seriously, what are you going to do? I personally think that you are going to be an awesome minister, if you don't pull something like I said previously, Tonks said with a gentle smile on her face. I don't know honestly, let me think some more about this. I also need to talk with Rio, I said. I seriously need to think more and discuss about this with Rio before deciding anything. After Amelia walked away from me and Tonks, I decided to talk with Rio about this. I have to say, Minister Vicky or Ravenclaw have some appeal, and I always wanted to hold some authority over the government, and if I become the minister, I will hold huge amount of power. Vicky, you are kind of scaring me. I was finally brought out of my pleasant thoughts by Tonks. What do you even mean by that? I asked with a sweet smile and voice. Your smile, it's scary, Tonks stuttered. Hehe, she knows me so well. I don't know what you are talking about, I said, and pulled out my phone to call Rio. Becoming the minister won't just help me, it would help Rio too. After a few seconds of ringing, Rio finally picked up the call. What's up, Nemuri? I heard Rio's voice from the other side. Honey, are you busy? I need to borrow some of your time. I need to discuss something with you. It's quite urgent too, I said. Yep, I am free now, Rio said. There is going to be an emergency meeting in the Wisengamot for the vote of no confidence for Fudge. Has Amelia told you about that? I asked. I wanted to know how much he knew, so it would make it much more easier. Yeah, she gave me an earful for the change of plans. I don't know anything more than that, Rio said. Well, I just met with Amelia and she told me that candidates for next minister will also be selected during this meeting. She wants me to stand in the election, I said at once. Always rip the bandage at once. I would like if you became the minister. It would be good for our future endeavors. But I won't ask you to become minister. The decision completely lies on you. So, I want to know, what do you want? Rio asked me in an cryptic voice. Well, what did I expect? Rio never made any decision for us unless it would harm us. He had always encouraged us to make decisions for ourselves since we have been together. Let's see, I really want to become the minister, but it would definitely cut off my sexy time with Rio and my porn, but sex on the minister's table is really enticing. Just thinking about him pounding me from behind while his hand playing with my tits made me wet. Okay, then I will stand in the election if you don't mind, I said with determination clear in my voice. Good luck then. I will ask Harry to support you and the black voting bloc would also support you, Rio said in an excited voice. It's just nomination today, you know. I asked him. I know, but we need to prepare for the elections. As sooner we start, the sooner we would get results, Rio said. Well, I can't disagree with that. Fine. Do whatever you like, honey. See you this weekend, I said and decided to cut the call. So he supports your decision, Tonks asked me. Dumb girl, didn't she hear me speak on the phone with him? Duh, didn't you just hear me? I asked her while shrugging my shoulders. No, it's not that. I heard you clearly, it's just that I still find it hard to believe that you are going to be the minister, Tonks said while her hair started to change colors. She must be feeling various emotions. It's not decided yet, I said in a dismissing manner. Yeah, right, Tonks snorted. You are really famous if you want to know. Majority of the votes came from the half-bloods and purebloods till now, but you gave the Muggleborns jobs, giving them the right to vote. Who do you think they are going to vote for? Tonks scoffed and said. Now, that I think of it, Tonks is right. You are not liked by some of the pureblood families because you are a dim pervert, but it won't matter if other pureblood families like Bones, Black, Green Grasses support you. Tonks continued her rant even after she had sold me the idea that I was surely going to be the next minister. Fine, I get you, but how do you know all these stuff? I never pegged you for someone who knew her politics, I said. I have never seen Tonks hold up such a intelligible chat. Hello, daughter of Black here, Tonks said dryly. I guess that kind if makes sense. Of course, even though Andy was thrown out of her family, that didn't mean that she would forget everything blacks have taught her. She must have passed on that education to her clumsy daughter. And Tonks must have to relearn them after she became an Auror, I guess. I said and decided to leave towards the Wisengamot chambers. Wait for me, Tonks said and started to fumble with her paperwork that was stacked on her table. She wasn't able to do anything with them except scattering them around. Fuck it. Shit. Tonks cursed loudly when she scattered her paperwork all around. I sighed and pulled out my wand and waved it 2 times and all the paperwork she had scattered were stacked nicely. What spell was that? Did you make it yourself? Tonks gasped seeing me perform the spell. This spell is a must-required spell for someone like Tonks. It's a household spell, you can learn it from any common books, I said dryly. Tonks mumbled something grumpily under her breath. It sounded quite similar to I should have learned them when my mum tried to teach me. Come on Miss Grumpy, let's go, I said, to which Tonks just glared at me. I chuckled. Tonks walked by my side. It didn't take us long to arrive in front of the Wisengamot chambers. Tonks was a junior Auror, so she won't be able to enter the chambers unless she was guarding a criminal or some guests. Only senior Aurors can be present inside as security or something, but they have no rights to speak until specifically asked. We decided to celebrate tonight by drinking until we became stupid, so I bid farewell to Tonks for now and entered the chambers. The chambers were almost full. I didn't bother with the others and walked up to the Ravenclaw chair and sat down. Soon, the whole chamber was filled and Amelia finally walked in. Fudge also followed her. He looked really downcast. He looked resigned. Obviously, he would be resigned because most of his supporters, namely Lucius Malfoy, Lord Nott, were gone, dead in a ditch. Their money and political clout made it possible for him to stay the minister for this long, or he would have lost his position long ago when Harry left Britain. But now, most of the dark families would want to wash their hands away with him. They would want someone from their side to become the minister, which is simply impossible. After all, only because of this reason there were no ministers until Fudge, who supported the dark families. Fudge didn't do it knowingly, it was Lucius who gave certain ideas to the minister. He was only smart enough to find out why there has been no minister who supported the dark families. Soon the meeting started and many didn't have the patience and started to call for Fudge's removal. Amelia used this chance and used their voice to get rid of Fudge as quickly as possible. Since Dumbles was ousted from his positions, nobody took over them. Because of that, Amelia was leading the meeting. Because of after Chief Warlock and Minister of Magic, she held the highest position in the ministry. There were other department heads too, but their status would never be equal to Amelia's. Amelia soon called for the vote. Both me and Amelia were speechless with the result. The vote for ousting Fudge was completely unanimous. There wasn't a single person in the room who didn't vote for him to be thrown out. I knew that Fudge was moron, but this is gold. This also proves what I have thought. Everyone wants to nominate their own candidates. Now, let's begin the nomination for the next minister. Please put forward the names, Amelia stated and banged her gavel. I put forward the name of Pious Thickness. Lord Parkinson stood up and nominated Thickness. Not a few seconds passed and Lord Flint stood up. I second. Well, they planned it quite nicely up to this point. Pious Thickness is another slimy bastard. I have clearly heard about him from Rio and Amelia. Rio had only allowed him to live because he doesn't have any power. He will only gain power if he becomes minister. The point is, if candidate Pious Thickness, please step forward, Amelia said, and a man with long hair and goatee stepped forward. I nominate Madam Amelia Bones, someone said from the light side. Before anyone could second it, Amelia decided to speak up. I am sorry, but I am happy being the head of DMLE. My passion has always been there, so I would have to decline it, Amelia said, and nothing else was said. I nominate Amos Diggory, someone from Greyside stood up and said. I should try to learn their names, but most of the times they are quite unimportant. I second it. Another dude from Lightside stood and said. Candidate Amos Diggory, please step forward, Amelia said, and Amos Diggory walked forward and stood beside Pious Thickness. I nominate Vicky Ravenclaw. Lord Greengrass stood up and said. Lord Parkinson and Flint stood up in rage. Preposterous? She is too young and has questionable attitude. Lord Flint shouted. Lord Flint, anyone who is old enough to sit in this chambers can become a minister. It is a written law. Are you challenging the laws written by founders of Wisengamot? Amelia asked calmly, but everyone in the chambers knew how important the question was. Lord Flint immediately became pale and started to sweat heavily. There was no way he can say anything about my age now. Please forgive me. I spoke before thinking. Lord Flint finally gathered himself and said. Then, please think clearly before speaking, Amelia said in a dangerous tone and banged the gavel. Lord Flint, you said that I have unquestionable attitude. Are you slandering the House of Ravenclaw? Then I would have no other choice than to challenge you with a duel to death. After all, it's a matter of my family's honor. I finally spoke up and averted his insult towards me, towards my family name. Hehe. I have learned this political games from Rio. I clearly saw Lord Flint gulped loudly before turning away. There is no way someone would accept this, because if they agree then I could openly declare not just a duel but blood feud between families. Lord Parkinson also sat down without saying anything more. Even though they were stupid, they were well versed in pure blood laws and they knew where I was pushing this. No matter how strong you are, nobody wants to get their family in a position where blood feud could be declared. n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. If there is no more interruption, then I would like to continue this, Amelia said and looked around. Nobody said anything. I could clearly see some lords were not happy with this development, but with my last statement they weren't able to say anything. If they do, I could initiate a duel to death or blood feud, either of them if I wish. Then, if anyone wants to second Lady Ravenclaw, Amelia asked. I could clearly see the amusement in her eyes. She liked how I dealt with Lord Flint and everyone else in the room. I second her. Sirius Black stood up and declared. Amelia has already planned this, because I could already see Lady Malfoy and several other lords were also ready, but Sirius was the fastest to react. Candidate Vicky Ravenclaw, please step forward. I got up from my seat and walked forward. After that, no one else was nominated. The election was going to start next month. Amelia would act as interim minister until one of us was elected. With that done, this meeting was finally over. I left the chambers and met with Tonks. Her duty was already over, so she decided to leave with me. Both of us left together after that. It's nice to have drink nights with Tonks.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.